Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that more than 75% of companies say real-time analytics helps them make faster and smarter decisions? That's the power of good reporting. Today, we are starting a course on SAP Analytics Cloud reporting. This tool is used by many businesses to create smart reports and see real-time data in a simple way. It helps teams make better choices by showing clear insights from data. SAP Analytics Cloud is used by over 3,000 companies across the world. Studies show that companies using smart reporting tools improve their planning and reporting speed by over 30%. It's no wonder why more and more companies are moving to this platform. Learning SAP Analytics Cloud reporting is important if you want to work in business analysis, data reporting, or planning. It's a great skill that adds value to your career and helps companies save time and money. In this course, we'll guide you step by step on how to use SAP Analytics Cloud reporting. You'll learn how to build reports, use data sources, and share insights with your team. Let's dive in.
So we'll start upon with a very quick introduction about what is analytics, where exactly we are standing in the world, and how can we be where exactly right now SAP Analytics is standing. Okay, let's first understand the entire gamut of it and what are we going to study out of that, and so on. So the first thing that I wanted to touch upon, with this, we'll start and dive into the course. First thing that we wanted to touch upon, where exactly the SAP Analytics standing. So I would say it as a SAP Analytics overview before we even go into the SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay, SAP Analytics overview. Okay, so in current world, in SAP landscape, and mind that I am already talking in terms of SAP. I'm not talking about any other third-party system like Oracle, SFDC, or anything. In terms of SAP, right? Everything that you are seeing in any business that is running, they're all running on, mostly all of them running on a S4HANA system. Okay, S4HANA system. What is S4HANA? And this particular overview will probably help you to understand where we are heading for. And some of you, as all of you, most of you are already BW consultant and has the hands-on understanding on BW and everything. You will understand this better than me. I mean to say, once I explain, you will understand the context I'm trying to bring. So S4HANA, all right, and the underlying database to this S4HANA system is HANA. Okay, so now in SAP world, everything is on. What is HANA database? HANA database is a latest and greatest invention by SAP, on which everything runs in SAP shop. Okay, I'm not getting into the details of HANA, but for knowledge perspective, 4 important points that I wanted to touch upon. It is a columnar based, okay, columnar based database. That means it stores the data in terms of column, and unlike a row. Okay, and if you have doubt, you can pause me and we can discuss that. Then it is also sorry, I think I made the mistakes here. Yeah, our database, and it is also self-compressed. Most importantly, it is in memory. That means if the database itself stays in the RAM instead of your disk. And thirdly, it is capable of doing parallel processing. So this is all about HANA in a nutshell. I don't want to get into this. If I get into details, it will be very big. So this is all about HANA in nutshell. And it is not only database; it is also an appliance. Okay, so you can build applications out of HANA as well. Yeah. So parallel processing. These are the things that HANA can support, and because it is in memory and it is self-compressed, it is columnar based. The obvious conclusion here: this is faster than any other database in the world. Any other database, I would say, rather any other traditional database. Okay, traditional database. Now, when I say a traditional database, what does that mean? Traditional database is nothing but your DB2, Oracle, and so on. And in the Oracle world also, there are a lot of new type of database has come, which is also equally faster. In SAP world, it is nothing but the HANA. So now coming back to the main topic, we all do every organization mostly run right now in S4 HANA system. which is basically what is his responsibility to carry out daily transactions for a business to run. Okay, business to run. This is what it does. So as I talked about, like this is a system where every transactions is getting posted, be it FI, be it SD, be it MM, be it quality inspections and anything, all get stored here. So one route, because it is running right now, earlier it used to run in DB2 or any other databases. So it used to be very slow. Not S4HANA, I'm talking about the previous version of S4HANA used to be called as ECC. It used to be very slow because of the fact, comparatively very slow because of the fact that those used to run on a different system, not HANA system, right? So I'll just remove the ECC part just to get the context, I'll say. So now, as this is right now running on the HANA system, which is much more faster, much more capable, this is kind of from here, we can build something called CDS views, right? CDS views, which is, as the name suggests, is nothing but view. We can build CDS views and get the reporting done as well. So ultimately understand what we are going to study in SAP Analytics world, analytics specifically, if I keep in mind, we're going to build reports. We're going to build reports for end user to analyze the data, organizations make organizational decisions. Okay. So to facilitate the reporting, this reporting can be done from S4HANA using CDS view into a tool called Fiori. And this can be done. So if I draw this picture properly, so it will be like this. So S4HANA through the CDS views, okay, we go to Fiori. Okay. Now in S4HANA, everything gets stored ultimately in the form of table. At the end of the day, everything is different tables are there. In the form of table, we cover everything gets stored. Now these tables basically keeps the data physically stored into the system. Now CDS view, as the name suggests, it does not store the data. It's a view. View never stores the data. It's basically combine this table together to get your report done at the Fiori. Okay, that's how it is, right? So that's how it is in case of Fiori. Are we all clear on this part on the S4HANA system? Is there any other question that you have? I'm not sure like who said that he's fresher. I think Swarup, you are clear on this?
Yes.
Okay.
So this Fiori is a separate, a box, or is it in S4HANA only? Or
it is S4HANA only. It is S4. Even the CDS view is also within the S4HANA. It is not a separate box. It is not a separate box. Okay.
And it's used for reporting, is what you mentioned.
It is used for many purposes. One of the purpose is reporting, and standard content from SAP is also being given. Standard Fiori apps are also being given, which in turn uses standard CDS views. There are standard and custom, both pieces. That custom we have to create ourselves. We need to build ourselves. Standards are also there. Based on the standard CDS Fiori apps are there, which you can readily install and utilize. Okay. Do you understand standard? What standard means? Which is something being given by SAP themselves.
Yep.
Okay. But in many cases, standard doesn't fit all the purpose. So we need to basically, for that reason, we need to basically create custom CDS views. And in cases, this custom CDS view based on certain configuration, like technical configuration, I would say. We're all mostly technical persons here, so I can say it like the annotation that is being used. This annotation is particular features in a CDS view. Based on that, this can be accessed in different tool, including SSE. Now, having said that, Fiori apps is very popular, But right now, with the high, more better versions of S4 right now, I think it is 2023 going on. S4 2023. So more better version and service packs as we install. These Fiori apps are also to an extent getting replaced by SSE kind of stories. Okay, where you have fancy.
One quick update. Fiori is not only reporting; it's a transaction as well. It's a replacement for GUI front end. So yeah, and more or less, eventually SAP is planning to move everything to Fiori front end. means replacing GUI, but they are not yet ready with that all the transactions, backend transactions. So that's why they still support the GUI, but most of the things now, one by one, they are moving into new Fiori apps. It can be a transaction, it can be analytical, or it can be anything with Fiori. So it's like a front end for GUI, replacement to GUI.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
And in the Fiori itself, like the SSE features, like even if your launchpad is a Fiori, there are SAP Analytics Cloud embedded into it now with a newer type of apps, specifically for analytical reasons. You will start seeing SSE kind of apps are there, and you will see fancy graphs and everything. Or otherwise, if you are building a custom CDS view, that can be accessed into a SSE for reporting purpose, for reporting dashboarding purpose. Okay, so. And all these are possible. All these, it was not possible 20 years back, 15 years back when HANA was not introduced, and all this advancement has not taken place because the database was slow. You were running a lot of transactions every day on that particular database system, and as a result of that, what happens, like it becomes slow if you try to query that system itself. But with the advent of HANA, which is faster because of these so many reasons, it is possible now. And to an extent, it gives good performance. As I said, to an extent, so that's why we come across other systems as well now, what I'm going to write. These SSE Fiori apps are very popular in terms of operational reporting. If you have an operational dashboard, that means you need to know what is my weekly revenue or what is my weekly orders, where is the status of the week, or if you need a daily PO report, purchase order report, or say, for example, if you need something called, you need to see daily inventory status. This kind of reporting is very much meant for CDS, to the CDS, to Fiori and SSE in this route, in this path. But the report which needs more data, say, for example, a profit and loss report for a given year, say, for example, or year-to-year comparison, or say, for example, quarter versus previous year quarter, or write a purchase order history report. These kind of reports will still can be run through here, but performance of those reports are not going to be very, very good. Now, having said that, many clients, many organizations only run through this path. They are slowly started facing, when S4HANA came, everybody said, okay, HANA is a database where everything is fine, but the volume of data is increasing every day in an organization. As a result of that, what happens, like you are dealing with much more extra volume of data to get the insights out of it, and your business is expanding. So all these things keeping in mind, smaller set of reports, smaller set of data on which reporting has to be done, right? That can be done through this path. But in case of a larger set of volume of data is required, and also there are other use cases like different source system. Like here only I'm talking from the S4HANA perspective. If you have a different source system, like you need to get the data from, say, for example, Workday. You need to get the data from Salesforce. You want to get the data from some certain files, or you wanted to get the data from different other systems, right? So for example, ABCD, SQL and all, SuccessFactors and so on. If those kind of system through which you wanted to get the data, then it is not recommended to everything plug in into the S4HANA, because that's again becoming heavier. So that's where from the S4HANA system, on top of that, we bring our system, which is called mainly a data warehousing system. I'm writing a very generic name. It could be data warehousing system. It could be BW, any version of BW. Latest and greatest, I'm writing BW for HANA. Then it could be like your SAP Enterprise HANA, okay, Enterprise HANA, or it could be DataSphere, which is the latest. Okay, so this is where so what happens, like these all things again ultimately runs under the HANA database, but has some lot of additional capabilities to handle large volume of data, and both on-premise and cloud, depending on whichever tool we are choosing. Based on that, it is possible. BW for HANA can be in cloud, private cloud. It can be, HANA can also be in a private cloud. DataSphere also can be in private cloud. So cloud or non-cloud, I'm not talking about. S4HANA could also be on cloud. Okay. So based on the cloud environment or on on-premise environment, if you have the infrastructure that is being brought by you and you build that, these particular systems are being built. So what happens in this kind of systems? So we basically extract the data into this kind of system, and then we prepare our data model in a way so that it becomes more use case oriented, as well as it becomes more particular for reporting purpose. Not only here, there is no transaction that takes place. It is only one way, right? And you can just, mostly it is one way, 90% in cases. So here you can just read the data from the S4HANA system, or any other system for that matter. If you have, for example, if you have parallelly, say for example, SFDC, Salesforce.com, or if you have Workday, okay, things like that. If you have any parallel system, those can be connected together into these, and we can build data models out of these into here, and then we can go for reporting purpose. Okay, make these things reporting oriented. Okay. Now, having said that, these are not reporting tool, these are data warehousing tool, or you build the BW path of it, like a warehousing part of it, and you can build your model. You can combine your master data with the transaction data. You can combine your different functional area data, like say for example, sales with finance with purchase, and inventory with finance, and things like that. You can combine it together based on your reporting requirement, and you can build this. So this is where exactly we bring the data and we do that. So that's where the latest and greatest on these are SAP DataSphere. Also, the another version or another different piece of along with the DataSphere is coming, which is launched in February 2025, called SAP Business Data Cloud, which is an amalgamation of DataSphere, SAC, and Databricks, which I will touch upon towards the later stage of it. And those can be those are the things that majority of the client who are tech savvy clients, they are adopting. Okay. Having said that, BW4 HANA still holds good, Enterprise HANA still holds good, but there are clear path from SAP to sunset those in coming days. But also that is pretty far. BW4 HANA 2040, Enterprise HANA around mid 2032 or 35, around that. But BW previous version like 7.5 or like 7.5 some service pack, or 7 or 7.2, all these is going to sunset by 2030. That's what SAP will be stop supporting those. Okay, so there is a clear path then. From the perspective of data warehousing, DataSphere is going to be the only tool that will be SAP is focusing on, and it is becoming cloud oriented. Okay, now on top of this data warehousing tool, there is reporting tools. Like here, in this case, S4 HANA, although it is done in the same system, like I would rather keep it in parallel. That would be better for understanding, right? I'll keep in parallel to it. I'll just bring this here. Yeah. So although in this case, in this path, the data warehousing piece or the analytics piece is done mostly by the CDS. Fiori and SSC is a visualization. But in case here, the most of the part will be taken care by DataSphere or any data warehousing system. On top of that, what we can use as a tool called different tools like SAC, SAP Analytics Cloud, Power BI, Tableau, Analysis for Office, Click. All these reporting tools can be used for doing the reporting on top of the data warehouse. Okay, I'll keep SAC little bit in a separate box probably, so that I can distinguish it, because that is what we are going to study. So these are the reporting or visualization tools that are there that will be mostly used in many projects for reporting purpose. Okay, I'll just remove this quickly. Yeah. So these are the tools these are all non-SAP tool on the right side, and the left side, if you see, this is the SAP tool. Now this is how we come to the SAC, and here we basically do the visualization and reporting and everything. Okay. Now apart from that SAP also have another tool called business objects. Okay, but business object, the traction related to the business object has really come down over the last couple of years or more than that. Every traction is now focusing on the SAC. Okay, this is a tool, And I'll talk about SSE in details further, and I'll come to that. This is a tool that will give you to do visualization, dashboarding, like graphical representations and planning and your custom visualization and all those things. It is possible through this tool. So as part of this course, now we are going to study only these two pieces. Okay, like on this side, on this side. No matter how you connect the data to the SSE, either through the data warehouse or through the CDS route, in case of S4HANA being the system, the features within the SSE will remain same, and we'll talk about that in our course in details. I hope I have given a perspective how it is like in world. So today's world, in this case, like if you talk about S4HANA, latest is DataSphere here, okay, and then here latest is SSE. These are the preferable tool by the client. But having said that, BW4HANA Enterprise HANA still run. Are we aligned on this? Any question? I'll take a pause before I jump into the other things.
It's clear, nothing from me.
Okay. So any client that you are going to meet, go forward for different purpose, RFP, or say for example, I mean to say RFP means what is RFP? I'll just explain it for like for Sarup. RFP is like when we pitch for the project to the client, right? For different purpose. If you go, you will see like DataSphere is one of the prerequisite for every analytics project, and SSE then comes into picture. Okay. Now I'll just quickly touch upon. I'll quickly touch upon on the what is Business Data Cloud, which has been launched in February 2025, just a month ago. What is that? And then I'll move to the SSE part of it to start with the SAP Analytics Cloud. So right now, if you see S4HANA, BW4HANA or SAP DataSphere, SSE are all basically running through different licenses. So when you go, S4HANA has a different license, BW4HANA has a different license, or DataSphere has a different license, or if S4HANA and DataSphere are hosted on a BTP platform, those are all going through the BTP licenses, different component and licenses. SSE also goes through a different licensing. All these things are and on top of that, taking the data out of these into any data lake scenario. I'll tell you that as well. It is also possible to take the data out of these systems into any data lake, say for example, AWS or Google BigQuery, okay, GCP, okay, GCP, or in case of this Azure. All these platform that you have, these are all data lake platform, okay, data lake platform. You can take the data into these and apply your AI/ML, predictive, and all these things that you can do, and then report into something called Power BI, most popularly used in case of Azure, or maybe Looker, Google Looker, okay. So this is where you will be mostly seeing this another use case coming through our most of the client, okay. Now what SAP has done, SAP said like, okay, I am losing a lot of business, lot of traction is coming to this AWS, GCP and data lake in this data lake platform. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have a very good collaboration with a company called Databricks, which is an open platform for data warehousing and data lake scenarios, and I will collaborate with them and come up with a product called Business Data Cloud. And I'm going to talk about the Business Data Cloud in a very short format. Okay, so Business Data Cloud is something like, like you will see your data is a component called DataSphere would be always there. Okay, DataSphere, you will have SAP and non-SAP source system to it, SAP systems, and then you have a Databricks in parallel. Okay, and then on top of that you will have BTP Fiori platform, where you will learn your insight apps based on SSE, and you have BTP insight app SSEs as well, SSE standalone. These are the systems are there in case of this. All these things, DataSphere, SSE, not the source system, the analytics component of it. All these three together comes into one package into business data cloud system. Okay, I'll just try to draw it a little better. Okay, yeah. So this is how the components are. Okay, now if I put the arrows, you will understand how does that it goes. So SAP and non-SAP system connect to this and data sphere, and there is a bidirectional arrow here from Databricks, and I'll just toggle this. Okay, bidirectional arrow. Okay, both of these can connect to SSE. Okay, you can ingest some of the non-SAP data if you want, structured and unstructured data into Databricks as well. That is also possible. And then this can also be given here. So this is how this is entered.
Just on this lines, can you give me one-liner definition and difference between DataSphere and Databricks so that we'll have a better clarity? At least I'll have a better clarity on how to distinguish.
DataSphere you can imagine an amalgamation of SAP tools like SAP HANA, BW4 HANA, and CDSV. It is a warehousing tool. Like whatever you have been doing. No, here reporting. You can do no reporting. There is no visualization that you are going to create here. No, you can see the data, right? Any data warehousing tool allow you to see the data. That's not an analytics piece of it. You build up mainly the data pipelines, and data engineering part of it comes into okay. But reporting part of it, on top of that, SSE will be used.
Okay.
Databricks on the other side is a non-SAP tool. It collaborated under the same cloud platform of SAP DataSphere, giving you the opportunity not to go outside into GCP and Azure and AWS, but use that Databricks platform to apply your AI ML and do a bidirectional zero copy mechanism kind of thing. Like you don't need to copy the data. Here you need to say what do you have to do. Data warehouse system will copy the data, send it to GCP. There you will AI ML applied and then Power BI. Or if you need to call it, write it back again, you write it back. Here that is not required. Databricks is quite inherently integrated, and it's an open platform tool which can run SQL as well as Python, and it has its own AI ML features. And it can also be used as a data warehouse. Like you can ingest the data instead of DataSphere. If somebody is Databricks, like some clients are Databricks fascinated, they can build their own data warehousing also here as well. SAP has come up with this particular ecosystem where now everything can be open, and up to you that what you will use at your wish. Does that help you to understand?
So then for Databricks, so is it, from SAP point of view, is it the source would be only DataSphere, or can it be also linked with the SAP or S4 HANA systems?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. See here, this can also be put here. This can also be connected.
Okay.
It can be connected.
Okay.
Technically, it is all possible. Now, what is the best practices and what are how it is evaluating? Because this just launched February 2025, almost a month back. Not a month, 3 weeks probably. Okay, unfortunately, I'm not the black belt trainer for SAP BDC. Okay, so I would say like this is still evaluating, lot to explore, and on top of that there are generative AI capabilities that is coming in, right? Which is SAP Business AI. Okay, this entire gamut that you are seeing can be used into SAP Business AI using SAP Graph or SAP Knowledge Graph and all things like that. Okay, Business AI. SAP Knowledge Graph and so on. And some of the features like this Knowledge Graph and everything is also available in, okay. I mean to say it is already there. It was not like advertised in that way, but more and more features like that is coming in. Okay. So this, and under this, if you see this Databricks, DataSphere, or whatever you are seeing, it is a seamless SAP HANA database. Okay. This database is completely SAP HANA. So under the same database, you are getting all these connected together for this. This is what is SAP Business Data Cloud is all about. This is coming. This is not yet. No client has rolled out this. It's just coming. Maybe the first client in the world would be Google. Okay, that I can say, who has already started investing in it. So that's how it is. Any question on this? Because this is not the topic that we are going to study. I'm just giving you a glimpse because so that you understand where you are heading and how SSE will help you to stay relevant, because you will be at most will be here. This is the component that we're going to. This is the component we're going to study. We'll touch upon data sphere a bit. Okay, these are the two things we are going to study that will stay for us for a longer time. Are we clear? If any question, okay. If no question, now I'll move to SAC. This SAC that you are seeing, that it also has a database. Can anybody tell me what could be the database of the SAC?
Database?
Yes, exactly. It's a HANA cloud. Okay. So it's also running on HANA database. So HANA is everywhere. You cannot ignore it. Okay. And here also is HANA cloud database. Okay. Cloud database, right? And everywhere. Like if you use it here as well, it is also HANA cloud database. Okay. So I'm just trying to let you understand like how important is HANA in SAP world now. Okay. Now what is SSC? SSC is a reporting and visualization tool having three flavors. Mainly SAP is a business intelligence tool. Now the game altogether changed after the launch, and it's been in journey for 4 or 5 years. There used to be a tool called business planning and consolidation, BPC, in earlier world. Okay, it's still there. I'm not saying that is not there. Along this BPC component is like a planning tool, and what is planning will come to that. SSC has started incorporating its feature of BPC into here as well. Okay, in the SSC, along with the reporting and visualization, it has started taking the features of planning as well here. Okay. Now, if I talk about what is SSC, in a nutshell, I would say what is SSC? What is SSC? It has three main capabilities, and I will come to the architecture and everything together. First thing, the capability is it is the business intelligence, which is the majority part of the SSC piece. But having said that, as you can in the introduction itself, you can see we are all inclined to planning. So planning is a tool. Planning is another capability within the SSC that has become very prominent over the years. And organization stopped adopting BPC and mostly started adopting SSC. The reason, I'll come to that reason. Apart from that, it has some augmented capabilities or predictive capability. So when I said it can, sorry, my spellings are wrong, sorry. When I say it's a business intelligence tool, what does it do? It can prepare your data. It can also show the intelligence out of that. So whenever our data mart or data warehouse is being queried with a particular question, okay, business question, right? Where we say in terms of technicality, we say that select star from that or select ABC from that, where top 5 and all those things. Then that query become the base of business intelligence. Okay, that is where the intelligence gets generated. Otherwise, it's just a dump. You know, like what do you call, right? Is the storehouse of data. Okay, but how you are querying it, how you are trying to get information out of it, that's where the business intelligence comes. And SSC is capable of doing that. Okay, it can query most of the databases, and I will see what are the databases, and we'll see all those things. It can query those databases, get insight out of it, and represent it into a particular fashion so that we can understand that business can understand that language. So if you ask to the business and say, tell me, select star and all those things, half of the business people will not understand. They knows like, okay, how much sales I have done, show me into a graph. If these are the capabilities that business intelligence has, business intelligence provides in case of SSC. Okay, so it can create an entire dashboard. It can create tabular representation. It can create charts. It can create whatnot. Like I mean to say, you can do self-service also into it. Self-service means you adopt a model and just drag and drop and see how the data is looking like. Okay, that is also possible. All these things are possible in case of SSC with this business intelligence feature. Now what happens, like the other features, the second features of SSE is that as it is a visualization tool and mostly visualization is the predominant features of it, it has the planning feature. What is planning? Planning is something every organization on a yearly or quarterly or half yearly basis, they do plan for their like, say for example, I'll give a very basic example for everybody to understand, and mostly you all know, but still I'm saying that this basic example, whenever we start our month, after getting the salary, we plan that okay, this much is my will go for investment, this much will go for my grocery, this much will go for maybe somewhere I will go and roam around, or I'll go for vacation, or this much is for medical expenses, this much is for my transportation expenses, and so on. So there are clear-cut plan is there. It's not like that I have a plenty of resources and I will start using. So every organization does not have plenty of resources. They also run on daily basis. They also wanted to earn profit. They also wanted to do analysis where they can optimize and all those. That happens through planning. And planning could be different type of planning. It could be financial planning. It could be workforce planning. It could be inventory planning. Okay. So the predominant planning features that is available as on date into the SSE is financial planning. Okay. Workforce planning can also be done, but predominant features is the financial planning is accessible or possible. Through the planning activity, what it can do you can do in SSE, you can plan your numbers for future. Okay. So you can plan your number. A lot of planners or finance controllers, in case of finance planning, they come into and sit together, sees the external and internal factors of business, and they decide the number from the historical trend that this could be achievable for me this year, and they freeze that. That means they plan that I will be doing, say for example, $2 million of business because I have done last year 1.98 billion business, and given the growth percentage that we have in past, I'm pretty confident that I will reach 2 million. Okay, so these kind of things, these kind of possibilities are also possible to do this planning, also possible in SSE, and SSE is capable of doing that, and it can do it in an advanced manner. Like we talked about data actions, we talked about calendar tasks, we talked about formula scripting and all those things. Everything is possible in that. Okay, we'll come to details of it. I'm just gearing up. Okay, so this is what is the plan. Then augmented and predictive capability, that is another capability of SSE, which is a very predominant capability of SSE, which it can start writing like predictions. Currently, there are 4 types of predictions possible in SSE. One is linear regression, clustering, classification, and one more. It is not coming in my mind. Probably the time series. These are the different algorithms can be run through your data, and it can predict. Where exactly it is the use case of this predict comes into picture, or this augmented capability comes into picture, is that I would not say it is exactly augmented. Augmented can be categorized a little bit later separately. Where this predictive features comes into picture, I would say before you're planning, if you wanted to predict something, that is where predict can play a big role. So say for example, you wanted to predict your numbers before you plan your numbers. Okay, so say for example, I'll give you an example. You wanted to ask your, say for example, your spouse, say me that how much I will going to spend in transport this month. So your spouse is going to say a predicted number. Okay, so similarly, and when he or she is thinking, he or she is thinking based on a lot of factors. In business world, GDP, inflations, skilled labor, and all those things, all those different factors, external business or internal business factors, how my plant is, how much automated machineries we have, based on all those things, predictive can be done and say this is the number system is predicting to me. Now on top of that, you apply human intelligence and you can freeze and plan, or you can also accept the predicted number out of the system. Okay, now it all depends. This has some machine learning algorithm in place. How well you train the data through this machine learning algorithm, which is the inherent features in SSE. You don't have to write your machine learning algorithms. Okay, it's an inherent feature, and once you do that, then it will give you output. How well you train this data, based on that, it will be generated. Okay, the predictive capability will generate the predicted data. Then the augmented features of SSE is very important. It's like you can talk in terms of natural language processing, NLP. Okay, NLP. You just say that tell me the top 10 customers of this quarter, given that the sales is greater than $50,000. Okay, so if you write it, it will give you the answer. Along with that, along with that, I'll side by side the generative features is also coming in SSE. That feature is called Just Ask, which is one of the algorithm, like here the knowledge graph algorithm that in the hindsight it uses. Okay, so these kind of features are also there, where you can just go and type in and just say that, okay, tell me this, generate a bar chart, generate a graph, generate a dashboard. Okay, a dashboard can also be generated some data pipeline or something like that. It can be possible through these augmented analytics features and generative AI features. Okay, generative AI is mostly the conversational analytics, whereas augmented analytics are more than conversational. It can generate charts, visualization, and things like that. The last and foremost features of SSE is collaboration. Okay, so these are very important. In the SSE platform, staying with the SSE platform, you can collaborate to every user within the SSE platform. You can send email, you can write comment in a chart and ask for analysis and things like that. Everything is possible in a given scenario, and we can collaborate our data with somebody else, and it is very easily possible to do that through the collaboration features of SSE. Okay, so these are the 5 features. Mostly importantly, we'll go in depth of it. Okay, and we'll talk about this in depth. Any question? I'll take a pause. Any question we have?
Nothing from my side. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. I hope you are able to. I'm asking you
yes.
Again and again. Okay. Are you good? Okay. So I'll assume that is good. So I'll quickly touch upon the materials right now. If you go to the materials tab here, right? Yeah. We'll open the module 1. I'll not cover everything in the module 1 itself. It will take some time for setting up the things. So let's talk about this. Okay. Yeah. So the first few days agendas are these: overview of SAP Analytics Cloud, benefit and core functionalities of the cloud on-premise and hybrid, preparation, sharing, and collaboration, and SAP Analytics Cloud client. So we talked about mostly of this. Now, positioning purpose in the market. In the market, from the positioning perspective of SAP Analytics Cloud as a tool, is very, very prominent because of the fact it is not only capable of doing visualization, it is also capable of doing planning, and it can build your custom dashboards using JavaScripting is possible. So scripting, like a lot of capability in the scripting are there, and I will try to touch upon as much as possible. Okay. So rather than like mundane standard, even there is one more thing that is in the SAP Analytics Cloud is there, which is called SAP Analytics Cloud Analysis for Office, SSE AO. That is getting matured. So all these spreadsheet things that you are seeing here, which you used to do in the spreadsheet, that is getting matured, and you can do through SSE itself. All the analysis can be done through the SSE Analysis for Office features as well, and it is becoming better and better every day. Okay, and it is possible that there will be very tighter integration with Microsoft going forward in couple of years, where you will see that Office 365 version. In that version, SSE Analysis for Office is one of the tool that will be offered. Okay, so that is very important to understand. That's the next step. If you wanted to understand the next roadmap of the SSE, I can share you a link, and you can see that what is coming up in SSE every day. So every quarterly release, they have a big quarterly release. Every cloud tool, SAP specifically, even the DataSphere is also a cloud tool. They have a quarterly release. Okay, and in that quarterly release, they release a very, very big features. Okay, so that features, I can share you a link, and there you can see that what are the features that are coming in SSE. Okay, to stay relevant. Now coming to that, as I said, it is a complete SAP Analytics Cloud enables the intelligent enterprise by providing, when I say intelligent enterprise, it is capable of predictive, it is capable of doing visualization and everything. From that perspective, it's intelligent, and it allows you to take definitive actions out of these activities. So it's complete, contextual, and confident. So these are the 3 things you can get out of it, like from the SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay. Now, SAP's HANA Cloud strategy, you can see that in the HANA Cloud strategy, as I was telling you, HANA Cloud is a standalone product. Using that HANA Cloud, you have the SAP Data Warehouse Cloud, which is now renamed as SAP DataSphere. Okay, and SAP Analytics Cloud are the tools. So the experience company power the intelligent enterprise. This is one of the SAP strategies now going forward. But 2040 on like target is 2040 or mid 30s of 20, where SAP is completely start going to operate in terms of cloud. Okay, so they are one of the core business that's gonna be, and competition is pretty high for SAP, but they are going to achieve it for sure. What is SAP Analytics Cloud? I'll just touch upon the slide. The only enterprise end-to-end analytics solution in cloud. Automatically receive actionable insights and embedded machine learning. So that's what I talked about. A bit of it I touched upon here. The predictive capability, or generating through augmented capability. It can generate dashboards, analyze the data 360-degree view in seconds in seamless blending multiple data sources, and empower business user to safely understand and work securely in a single sign-on manner, where security is properly tightened. The data does not go out of your like a lot of people, when it was advent of this cloud, people were very much worried about that. Oh, if I'm going to cloud, maybe my data will be lost. Somebody will steal my data. Those kind of things were there. That's being taken care by SAP with a single sign-on, with your 2 authentication factor verification and things like that are there, and you can achieve those. Okay. Then this is the typical architecture for a SAP Analytics Cloud system. So on the bottom you have on-premise, cloud, or hybrid system, which I tried to depict here. This is the system. It could be anything else, not only a BW4 HANA, Enterprise HANA, and DataSphere. It could be SuccessFactors. It could be S4 HANA as well, which S4 HANA can connect to SAC as well. So any system, it could be a hybrid system, or on-premise or cloud system. It connects into SAP Analytics Cloud, which gives you the business intelligence, planning, prediction, and analytics designer features. Okay. Business intelligence is mostly data preparation and visualization, storytelling. Okay. And then planning is basically simulation, like how much data I will plan it. Predictive is forecasting. Okay. Time series forecasting, or clustering or classification. Whereas the custom app you can build through Analytics Designer, and we can do that. So these are the things. Now it is mobile supported. The best part is mobile supported. Any Apple device, any Android device, it can support. And there is something called digital boardroom. A concept of digital boardroom is very important to understand. So whenever a C-suite executives, CEO, CFOs, or CEO, or all those people, they start going for a meeting, your stories all together, whatever you have present, can be represented in something called digital boardroom. And that digital boardroom will give you a boardroom level, high level discussion points, and allow you to prepare that boardrooms so that you can deliver your boardroom details to the stakeholders, shareholders, or any discussion that you wanted to feature out there. So those are the things is possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Now it is also iPad supported. And the best part of it is that it can manage its screen, like it auto fits in the screen of the mobile or iPad or a desktop or a laptop. Okay, there are certain type of page we need to use for that. We'll discuss about that. Okay, so this is the architecture. Any question on the architecture?
The digital boardrooms are used for like more creative stories, like more creative dashboards. I think more user interface or user experience, like rather than the stories, I think.
Yes.
The digital
so basically, you can embed the stories into the digital boardroom if you need. Getting my point? Yeah. Suppose you have a sales dashboard, and then you have a purchasing dashboard, then you have a financial dashboard. All these together you can club into digital boardroom. Portion of it you can take, and portion of you can leave. You can manage that, and then you present it to the stakeholders or the shareholders.
Yeah.
It's more of a boardroom meeting that if you wanted to conduct, what do you need? Okay.
Yes.
And you can add agenda, you can add topics there, you can give the presenters a photo, you can give small introduction of the presenter. All these are possible. Okay. in the digital boardroom.
It is like the same as like PPT presentations. Yeah.
Right. It's a PPT presentation for the boardroom people. Yes, kind of like that. But you will not be using a PPT here. You will be using SAP Analytics Cloud as a feature.
SAP Analytics Cloud, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, anybody?
So our SAC, it is also available in like on-premise, hybrid, and cloud, like as a system.
No. SAP Analytics Cloud, as the name suggests, is on cloud. It can connect to the on-premise, hybrid, or cloud system. Okay. It can connect to those systems. Bottom line. And SAP Analytics Cloud is always on cloud.
Okay, like with import with live connections, it will be connected. I
Live
think, or
connection, import connections, and all. Yes. We'll come to that. Okay. It can connect to on-premise connection. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Any other question, anybody? Okay. So one of the other things that I want to touch upon, the licensing part of the SSC is different. Okay. So now licensing is basically like is becoming a game altogether with the advent of BDC, because BDC is one platform where everything will be covered together. And obviously SAP will push for BDC, not for only standalone SSC. But licensing are user based. Okay. And it can be pay as you use mode because it's a cloud. That's the best features. Okay. And the thing is that you can go for a business intelligence license or a planning license. When you go for a business intelligence, then the planning part is not included. But if you go for a planning license, then the business intelligence is automatically included. Getting my point? So these are the licensing features. Licensing is basically per user licensing is possible. Also, subscription-based licensing is also possible. But it is as you use, pay as you use concept. It is in the cloud. But there are two versions of licensing of the features from the feature perspective, either business intelligence or planning. If you are taking a planning license, then your business intelligence is automatically covered. If you're taking a business intelligence license specifically, planning component will not be there.
I have some questions related to the planning license. Within planning, do we have any differentiation like professional license or business user license, something like that? Any differentiation is there?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that is there. These are two modes. But I will touch upon that if I'll find it out, because it is ever changing. Like as I said, like as the business data cloud is coming, that they may change a lot of things. And they may change, but generally these are the two licenses.
Yeah, I got that point. But within planning, I would like to more get into the details. What are the different types of licenses there?
Within planning, there is no differentiation. Within planning, there is no differentiation. As of now, as I know.
Like there is no professional and business user, for example, professional means those who have modeling tools, changing the models, and business user means just only access the stories. Is there any such kind of differentiation? Is it there or not there? I'm not sure. I'm just wanted to get some more details into that.
That's not there. That's what I'm saying. Like if you are business intelligence license you have taken, then your planning components would not be there.
Yeah, that broad level, I'm aware of it. Within planning, I would like to understand if any sub license categories.
And within planning, there is no differentiation. No. That's not there. These are the two categories.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you're talking about user persona perspective, that is access. What access you wanted to give? Okay. What you were talking about, like super planner or something, that's a persona.
And that access.
Access authorization.
Okay. Like professional user.
No. As such, no such differentiation.
Maybe just do some research and let me know if.
I'll do. Okay. Yeah. So I hope no other question here. Right. Moving on. I'll quickly touch upon 2-3 more slides. So benefits and core functionalities. Cloud is the biggest benefit. HANA database can be utilized. Is the biggest benefit. Planning, business intelligence, prediction, all in one single platform, along with the generative AI, all are coming into one platform. So you don't need to go. So traditionally, if you look at this particular segment of tools, there were crystal reports, Excel sheet dashboards. Then came, like in SAP world itself, I'm talking about. Then came OEBI, then Lumida, then Design Studio. All these are amalgamated into this one thing called SSC now. Okay. So even the analysis for Office is also getting amalgamated slowly into SSE. Okay, so that's the biggest advantage. Going forward, this is the single source of truth for SAPs for any analytical purposes, right? And this is gonna stay for a longer time. Okay, that's the biggest benefit, and that's where it is very important to us to be acquainted with this as a reporting analytics consultant or a planning consultant here. Okay. Other than that, I think this is the same thing that we are talking about, whereas the secure way and provide innovative solution. Okay. Now, this part of it, like we have already discussed, but just because it's in the slide, I'll just cover it. And what is cloud, what is on-premise, what is hybrid? SAP Analytics Cloud can connect to any of these systems, whether it's a cloud. Cloud means like anything that the infrastructure you are not holding. If the infrastructure is being given by somebody else, you are just leveraging it. On-premise is like something the infrastructure you are holding, and you are responsible for maintaining that. And on-premise is complete cost will be bear by you. In cloud, the infrastructure cost will be bear by the service provider. You will just subscribe to it, okay, and you will do that. And then it is a hybrid. Hybrid piece is like where you are using the features of cloud and on-premise together, okay. So mostly in a system landscape, in an analytics system landscape over a particular client, you will see we are mostly operating in hybrid culture as on date. But with the advent of DataSphere, it will be all cloud. The warehouse also is cloud and front end is also cloud. Okay. So the cloud architecture, this is on a bigger this is a bigger picture that is being called out here. If you see that ultimately everything on a platform, if S4HANA suite is in your cloud, your HANA cloud platform, which is a warehousing platform, can be also in cloud, and SAP Analytics Cloud is also in cloud on the same HANA platform. This can be controlled through something called BTP, what is called Business Technology Platform. This platform altogether can be all these tools can be hosted into BTP, but people also like the client also takes non-BTP platform single versions of or standalone versions of these particular pieces as well. BTP is a concept, is a business technology platform is a concept where multiple different services will be provided to you. It depends on whichever services you wanted to adopt, and the cost would be little higher compared to standalone, like subscription of this particular tool that you require. So depending on your need, you can choose and play. Okay. And as the cloud,
the BTP, SAP BTP is, we can say, like it is somewhat similar to SAP Logon Pad.
Go ahead.
SAP Logon Pad, like we would be like doing some kinds of modules like ABAP or basis, some other technical modules. So
right.
BTP is also similar to that SAP Logon. It's same or not?
BTP, you can think, well, the analogy is correct, and the analogy is correct. I would not say analogy is wrong. BTP is a wider, right? BTP is basically different software as a services can be in together. And where you were saying you are on the same software but different module you were operating, but here it is software as a service. It amalgamates the software as a services. So this is a software for HANA Cloud is a software, and SAP Analytics Cloud. Similarly, integration suite is there. Similarly, say for example, RAP is there. There are success factors. Other tools are there. All can be come into under same BTP umbrella. Okay. Analytics, from the analytics perspective, SAP Analytics Cloud, Data Warehouse, DataSphere, or BDCs are the BTP platform in the BTP or BTP side. That's those tools. Okay. All right. I'll go through some of the slides. Then what I'll start doing, I will go through this interface and start talking about the interface of SAP Analytics Cloud and what are the features we are going to study. Like there are a lot of features out there. Compass being the newly added one. Okay. Workspace management, transport, all these things we'll start talking about it. Directly jump into the system first, and I will talk about the system. Once you are able to see my screen, I will start talking about the system, and I'll just give a quite introductory things here, and then we'll move on and we'll start on talking about more things as we move forward. So this is the server that I have got from support, and this server will be used going forward, and I believe there are some users will be created for you as well, and it will be circulated. I will talk to them. Okay. Now this is typically a first screen of SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay, and it says that hello trainer 0001. It will be basically your name and everything. So to have an an ID in SAP Analytics Cloud, the bare minimum thing is your first name and the email address. Okay, to create an account. Okay, so that's what is required to create that. So whenever the different people want to have access, this is the minimum thing we require. Before we get into further into the things, it will be pretty easy if I cover some of the personas that who works in SSE, so that I can leverage to that person and point to that personas as we move forward. Okay, so so first thing, like the personas, right? There are developers who works in SSE. What does they do? They develop canned dashboards for end users. Dashboards. They can develop models. Okay. They can develop dimensions. They can develop any planning scenarios and all things like that. Okay, anything like that. These are the pure developers, technical people, and this technique is also from the technical perspective. Technical people. They are the developers, technical people. Okay, technical people, persons. Okay. Now, then the second persona that comes into the picture is admin, or what we call in SAP world as basis. Okay. So these admins and bases are also technical persons. Okay, technical persons, and they generally take care of the system health, right? And like for example, like you can say connections. Okay, creation of connections, then maintaining any like any upgrade if required, upgrade, and also on and so forth, and any trace running in the system, those are being taken care by the technical person. Then there is a persona called security. Okay, security, who works in the system as well. They basically manage users, roles, teams, etc. So access, basically user roles at the end. In other words, we can call about access, all these access. Okay, this is what they manage. Then comes the functional users. Functional users basically users, for example, FI, sales, functional people, material management. Okay, material management. These are the people who can work, and these functional users are functional, and they use the dashboards and things like that to analyze the data and analyze the data. Okay, so these are the people who work. Apart from that, there could be super users who are kind of who can build, and as well as consume. Okay, consume the already built object. So these are the another type of user. And lastly, the end users, who are basically from anybody who makes decisions and who wants to who doesn't develop, obviously, who doesn't build anything. They just come and consume. Okay, mainly. Okay, that's what they do. Having said that, these end user could be from mid-level managers or operational managers, to C-suite executives. Okay, C-suite executives who can access this. I'm just giving an example. Okay, so these are all people are possibly can use SSE and will be involved in a project environment as a stakeholder. Obviously, I'm not talking about the other stakeholder like leadership and all. I'm just talking about these are the main user stakeholders in a system. Okay. Now, this is very important to understand, because a lot of time I will talk. These can be taken care of. This is basically taken care of by basis. This is taken care of by security. When you as a SSE developer, generally I will assume that you will be all working as a developer, which is the finest grain. As a developer, may not need to take care of everything. Okay, in a project environment, for the knowledge purpose, I will definitely all cover all these things. But from the knowledge from the project environment perspective, you may not be allowed to take care of everything. Somebody who is security, he will be maintaining all the users, roles, teams, and all. Somebody who is admin and basis, they will do their basis work, connection setup, and all. Right? And developers will be developing the Ken dashboards and models, dimensions, and which is what we will be learning more detail in a fashion. Now these are the user stakeholders. The other thing I wanted to cover in a typical project, in any typical project of SAP landscape, the system landscape I want to talk about. Okay, landscape. So first, in like any SAP environment, there would be a dev instance, there would be a QA instance, and there would be a pod instance. That QA instance that we are talking about here, this could be multiple. Okay, this could be multiple. So whatever you are seeing here, consider this is dev. Similarly, a system which will be QA and which will be prod. Obviously, the developers will be mostly working in the dev system. Admins and basis security all will be working in all the production, but developers access as they move on from dev, that will be reduced. Okay, admins and security has highest access. Those people mainly, not all, but mainly. Okay, so this could be multiple, as I said, and QA1 and QA2, and obviously the source system from which it is getting the data into the SSE, those will be also be expected to be multifold. Okay, so dev will be connected to dev, QA will be connected to QA, and so on and so forth. So this is basically the system landscape. But in many clients, because of the cost reductions and cost optimization, they only keep the dev and prod environment. So what the strategy that is being employed there is that the dev box is used for both for your your development as well as testing. So this is basically meant for, this could be multiple, as I said. This is mostly meant for testing. This is regular business. Okay, and this is something new to develop, new development. Okay, development and unit testing. This is what is happening. When I say this is testing, this could be system integration testing. I hope you are all aware of this kind of testing. If you are not, I will try to touch upon this type of testing in later phase. You just remind me. System integration, UAT. Okay, this could be the testing. It can be performed. So, and this QA system could be multiple. Okay, but in many cases, the systems are basically also kept like this. Like only dev and where the dev is alternatively used for testing purpose. So in that case, what happens if there is a source system here? Say for example, I'm just writing for the time being. Let's imagine there is a source system S1. Okay, I'm not telling whether it's BW, whether it is S4HANA. I'm not telling whether it's a DataSphere or not. I'm just saying source 1. So let me write it down so that you will understand later on. Source 1, source 2, which is basically QA. Okay, source 1 dev, and then source 3, if you talk about it, is prod. Then what do we do in the scenarios like dev and prod where QA is not there? Okay, so we basically this QA system we toggle, and this dev system we toggle. These two systems get toggled within the dev system. That's how we do that. And there is a mechanism to toggle that. It's just the connection changes that we have to do, and it can be regularly done depending on the situation. Okay, and there could be different more strategy can be adopted to reduce, to make sure that if we have two instances instead of the QA, then how can we manage those? There are different strategies in different projects. So far, are we good in terms of understanding about the user stakeholders and the system landscape? Any question?
Vijay, here one question.
Yeah.
How do we move the changes? For example, if we assume that the second scenario where dev and Q in one environment, and whatever we develop in this development environment, what is the mechanism to move to production? Because in the back end for HANA, please.
So there, the mechanism for I'll just write it. I'll move this into a different tab so that you can later relevant it. I will definitely cover all those in details. I'm just setting up the expectations. The mechanism, just as you asked the question, the mechanism for moving the object from dev to QA or QA to prod or dev to prod, the way we wanted to do it is to package. Okay, there is something called package, and I will show you how we can create the packages and what other things it's possible. And tenant to tenant direct deployment is possible. Also, you can take offline copies, offline TGJet type of file can be generated, and from one system you can upload into the another system as well. But that is not that is export import. Yes, that is not a recommended approach. Recommended approach is to still follow the online packaging. Okay, I'll show you all those things as we move forward. Mechanism for
can we transport source system also?
Sorry?
Is it possible to transfer the source system also, or only
source system? So yeah, source system. It will be in your case the source system. If it is S4 will have the S4 transport mechanism. If it is BW, we will have BW mechanism. If you have sphere mechanism.
My query is now we are transporting SAC dev to SAC quality.
Right.
Same we can transport our object from S4 HANA dev to S4 HANA quality. Is it possible? Just time?
Yes. You have to do that. Otherwise, unless your source system objects are moved, you cannot move this into. You cannot move this because this will become orphan. And DataSphere source. Sorry, the SAC sources will not get that definition from the source system, right? It will become orphan. So definitely we'll have to move that. You can do that. Yes.
As per my knowledge, we have to give separately. So just for asking even, because we can't transport that S4 HANA quality development to S4 HANA quality. We have to make the new connections to the
yes.
system.
So, yes, absolutely. So here, if you talk, as we are talking about connection, I have not come to that. The connections will be all different connections.
Yeah.
All different connection. So this is connection one. This is connection two. This is connection 3, which is prod connection, or you can say dev connection, prod QA connection, prod connection, however you want to call it. Okay. So connections will be all different. It's not the same connection. These are physically 3 different systems. And we are so basically we are doing a horizontal move. Like I mean to say, it should have been written in a horizontal way. If I write it, then you will understand this picture better.
My query is not about the connections. Can you scroll left? After giving connections, can we able to transport S4 HANA dev objects to S4 HANA quality objects?
Yes, you can. You have to. You can, and you will be using transports. Okay, for S4 system. Okay. You can move it. Okay. So this, I hope this is clear. Anybody has any other question? Okay. So rename it system landscape, and transport. Okay. All right. So moving forward. So these are the 2 things I wanted to touch upon on this. And based on these personas, you will see in SAC, this is the home screen. On the left side, there are a lot of options are there. And in these lot of options, we do not work in every options. Okay. The developers, every users, every personas here will be working in particular sections. Okay. It could overlap between each other, but there would be some different tabs where people will work. Okay. Now I just wanted to bring that context into the picture, so that's why I explained these here. So a basis person mostly will work on the transport, security person will work on the security, and basis person can also work on the connection and system tabs. Okay. Whereas a developer mostly work with stories, modular data sets, predictive scenarios. Developer who are planning developer could be working along with modular stories, data actions, and multi-action and calendar they can work on. Okay, that's how it is. Now in this home screen that you see, this is the menu bar and for the SSC, and everything you can see it here. On the top corner you will see some buttons are there. These buttons are pretty important to understand before I go into this middle section. So first is search. If you wanted to search anything into the entire box, or say for example story 1, I just write, then it will search into the entire box and it will give you the options. If there is, you can see all this, whether it's a model, whether it's a story, whether it's anything else, any artifact that is there in the system, you can search it from here at the top. Next button is called Just Ask, which is recently being added. If you click on that, it will take you to a page, and it will ask you to select a model, say for example a finance model, and then it will allow you to ask questions. Okay, say for example, tell me discount by discount by, say for example, company code. I don't know like if this model has that. Just I'm giving a blatant try. Okay. Discount by company code as I'm saying. Just a second. Yeah, you can see this generated a chart. So this runs on a base run model. Okay, this model has been referred here, and I just said discount by company code you give me. This is giving it. Okay, I think just a sec. I'll just write it, or maybe discount by category. Here, category is there, or product, whatever you wanted to say. Now you just press enter. You will get to see that. Okay, so this is how it can give you all these things in a nutshell from the home page itself. If you know your model, I'll talk about all model, what is all these things. We'll come to that, and we'll talk about that. I'm just showing you how the just ask feature is work. This is earlier used to be called as search to insight. Okay, this has been renamed now, rebranded as just ask feature. All you have to do, if you know your model here, using that model, you just simply ask in a conversational language what you wanted to see. It'll immediately give you. Now from here, once you get that, you can change the chart type, okay, into table. Okay, if you wanted to change the chart, this is the most suitable chart. Okay, and you can see automatically it has applied a filter of top 10. Okay, and so on and so forth. It has given. Okay. Related question could be, and it is also suggesting what are the other related questions you can ask in order to see more information. Okay, so somebody, a business user, okay, they are doing some analysis and they just wanted to run the analysis to a different way. This is the easiest way, and they come and click on the search to insight, and immediately they get the answer. Okay, they can quick snap it and send it across to business. Okay, that's how it is. Okay, so this is the button chart screen. Then beside that, I'll close this. I'll go back to the home page. So if you wanted to save that particular chart, you can save that as well into the system. I'll show you later on. Then notification. Notification is that whatever task you are doing, this is a bar where it will notification. In your mobile device, whatever new features, new thing, if you have done access certain things, it comes, right? Notification. Similarly, here also notification keeps on coming. You can manage the basically by default is all notification. If you wanted to specifically manage any notification for any of these object type, that is also possible to configure. Like if you wanted to filter it out, okay. And if you don't need, there is a delete button. You can clear your notification time. Okay. Then comes, let's say for example, there is a button called, which is I was telling you also, collaboration feature.
Sorry to interrupt. So I just have one doubt related to notification. Is it like we have scheduled some jobs in production? If any job is getting failed, then do we get the notification there, or we need to configure that notification if job is getting failed? Okay.
That notification we'll have to configure at the model level. Okay. This notification is like if there is any activity happened within the box.
Yeah, Shubha, like in collaboration, can we see the notification, like any message from any user, will it appear in the notifications? Any user?
Yes, so any message from the users will come into the notification. Yes, anything that you have a comment being made by somebody, you will see it in the notification. But job notification, if you wanted to get it through email, right, you can get it through email into the model. I'll show you where exactly you have to configure that.
Comment in the model means model will be handling by developer, right? Not by the user. That
yes.
How is it updated then?
Model in the model, when you schedule the jobs, right? You can there is a button where you can click on and it will give you an email. Okay.
Yeah.
It will give you an email. Okay. I'll show you that. Okay. So that's how it is. Yeah. Any other question?
Like, can we know that like which module and the curriculum you're explaining now? This is the module.
Yeah. This is just the introduction. This is just the introduction.
Yeah.
The first model. We are still in first model. Okay. So while I'm introducing you to the home screen, I'm also explaining you some of the features. There is nothing to explain. Just ask. We just saw that. How does just ask help? You have to get. If you have a model ready, you choose the model. If you wanted to choose another model, that's why I was not going into the details. Once I create the model, you can choose any of these model and run some questions around it. It's just a conversational analytics. Okay, and it will give you the output. Okay, right? And sorry. So, and then you have notification tab here. Will all the notification you will get. You will get to see, right, what kind of notification it comes as I move forward. I'll close this. So there is notification, and then at the home page you have something, another button called collaboration. Once you click on this, you can just start a discussion, and then you can write it here. Say for example, all the team members who are configured into the system, those will be seen here. Say for example, you wanted to say something to user 18, and say you invited, and you were just typing a message. Hi, did you check the report today? Right? Something like that. Report, was it all good? Was it all good? Okay. Please let me know by 12 p.m. Okay. You just send the message. Okay. The moment
Shubha,
you send the message.
Is this the discussion that you're showing? Is it specific to the group of developers, or it is the super users that you described?
Everybody can do that. Everybody can do this. All the user. Specifically for the user, it is in the production system. Specifically, the user does this because they wanted to discuss any business case, and within the system, it will get captured. Okay, and you can archive the discussion. You can delete the discussion. You can you can add some preferences, and you can attach documents as well, as you can see here. Attachment. You can do an attachment as well.
Okay, then there could be different groups depending that who are we talking to. So there could be group of super users. There could be the group of developers.
Absolutely.
That way.
Those are called teams in SSE language. Those are called teams. And when I talk about security here,
we can also assign the tasks also, I think.
Yeah, you can also assign tasks. When we talk about calendar, we can understand user, teams, roles. When we discuss about that, then you will come to know. Right now, these are all I'm sending it to a single user. You can send it to our teams as well, right? If you wanted to send. Okay, and then in the top here you can see you can add an attachment. You can assign a task, which is a task is basically created in calendar. We'll show about all this, and you can assign the task. So everything within the system you can manage, and it will generate an email to you as well as a notification. Okay, so this is the collaboration feature. Like and sometimes after the user 18 replies back, and you can reply it back. Tag some of the maybe in the super user fraternity, they can tag their boss or their leadership. Things like that can happen. So this is the discussion feature, collaboration feature. This makes it so easy for the user to communicate rather than writing mundane emails. They can all control through the same system. Okay, and this keeps the privacy as well. The user 18, whatever is being sent to user 18, until user 18 shows it to user 20, they will not be knowing that, as long as you are not doing a broadcasting. Okay, so this is just a collaboration features, and this collaboration can be done within the dashboards when we create there as well. I'll show you that. But at the home screen, this is the button. Okay, any question? All right. If not, then the next button that you can see, right, is called a feedback. This button is basically meant for if you wanted to write any feedback to SAP. Okay, if you wanted to give the feedback like how it is and all, right? What are the areas if you wanted to say, no, improve the charts, I need some more charts. Okay, you can write it back and SAP will receive that, and they will plan according to their like roadmap plan. They will plan to roll out anything. So any topic you can wanted to say, you can do that, and then press next. You can write something, some question has to be answered, and you can just write it and then press next, and you can submit it in case of you wanted to do that. Okay, then the next button is a help button related to SSE. Anything, any theoretical part that you wanted to know, you can type the topic here, and it will give you a brief particular about that topic. Okay, like home screen tabs. If you wanted to, so you can say the home screen is a place where you can access your recent stories, visualization as files. You can also add useful reminders, personal notes, and all these things. And then these are available in the home screen. Like this is the today catalog. What does the catalog do? What is favorites? And what is, so you can get these help topics within the SSE itself, and you can read through at any point of time, and you can go. And you can also open the portal if you want, SAP portal. There also it will give you all the, you have to have a S user ID, right? And using that S user ID, you can go to the portal and And if there is any video, you can also go through the video. Okay. So these 5 buttons at the top, are we clear? Any question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7th one I have not covered. Are we clear on this?
Yes.
Yes. Now, moving on, this last button, which is called profile. Okay. This is where your profile is maintained. When security people create your users here, your user ID for the first time, they maintain a by default profile always. Okay. That profile can be overwritten by you as you want. So first, you can, for doing that, you have to go to the profile settings. Yeah. So you can see the data access language in English. Date format is this. Time format is this. You can always go and change this. Okay. You can change the theme and as well how the currency positioning would be done. All these things can be changed by you. Okay. Getting my point? So depending on whatever being maintained by the security people, that will be overwritten if you maintain this. Okay. So these are the things. Date formatting.
I think it is for our like user interface or the home screen of this SAP Analytics Cloud. I think the profile settings and all formatting.
Right. Yes. Everything you will do that. Okay. And you can set up the notification clearance. If you see here, notification here, it was coming. If you are getting a lot of notification, right, you can clear any older notification by changing the settings here as well. Okay, it will automatically clear it out. Okay, so this is the set profile. Then comes to home screen setting. If you go to the home screen, like these are the settings, like what is the background? You can change the background. Okay, or maybe I'll just do something dark. Okay. What is the default tab where the home screen will open? Or catalog or favorites are shared with me. So somebody who is expecting a report to be shared with him, maybe can keep this as their theme, as their default tab. And the moment he logs in or she logs in, they first see that this is the first thing in the morning. Some business owner wants to do that, specifically CEOs, CFOs, all right. And then there are other things, whether you can do conversational analytics, whether you get welcome message, things like those you can be managed. These are all settings to manage. If I say okay, right, you can see the theme got changed, and like next time I come in, share with me will be the tab. If I made it that, no, I don't recall what I made. Yeah, I made that, but still it did not come. Something to check. Okay, I'll check that. So anyway, like the theme got changed and all everything. The next thing, the request roles. So if you have any particular role that your set team member is having and you wanted to request it to the security people, you can use these features apart from sending an email. Okay, that and you can send that role request. These are there are not much roles created here, which is shared across for your users. That's why it is not coming. Then last is new home screen note. So if you wanted to add a note, meeting with ABC, okay, title, important meet, okay. So if you wanted to say okay, it will come here. Okay. So in this, now I'm coming to the middle section. In this middle section, as you can see, there are different options, right? These tiles can be deleted as well if you want. That doesn't mean that your artifact in the system is getting deleted. It is just the home screen tagging. Like in your mobile, you bring you choose to keep what you wanted to keep in your home screen. Similar way here also you can keep whatever is required for your daily purpose, and the moment you log in, what you wanted to see before you digging into the system further. Okay, this can be managed by you. Then catalog. If catalog is the features in SSE, basically it's the analytics features. If you are publishing anything to the catalog, those will be seen here. We can discuss about the catalog in details later on, but just now for the time being, you just imagine like everything will be, you can see it here. Okay. Then comes favorites. If you are keeping anything favorite, and how can you go to the favorite, and how can you keep anything favorite, I'll show you. That will show it here. And if any other user sharing something with you, that will keep on coming to you. Okay. We can see it here, and you can filter it out models, so all the models which are shared with you, all the stories which are shared with you, that will keep on coming here, or any data sets that it's been shared with you will come here. And then you can apply filter here, okay? And then you can sort it A to Z, refresh it, all these things can be done. This is the overall home screen, and the buttons at the top, buttons at the left is the individual section which will dived out, and this is the bottom at the very high home screen. Is there anything that you wanted to explain me further in this particular environment screen? Okay. If nothing else.
In connection tab, can you please explain a bit more about this tab?
Yeah. So these all tabs I will go into details. Don't worry about this. So there is these all things I will be discussing in very details. Okay. I'm just giving you an overview. From the overview perspective, are you all good? These are all will be discussed.
Okay.
Clear? Yeah. Home tab is clear then. Okay. So now I'm moving to the files tab. Okay. Now when I move to the files tabs, then this is the entire things comes in. Okay. Now you can see the top buttons are all remain same. This doesn't go away. Even if I go to data analyzer, the button remains same. Even if I go to content network, the top buttons remain same. Okay. So that's the home button. So home button, if you want to jump to home, you can just click on the home, and then files. If you wanted to come into the files, then at the top you can see where exactly you are right now situated. It will show you files and my files. So for any user that is being created into the system, my files, public, samples, these are the folders are by default. You will see it here. These are all created earlier, right? That's why it is showing here by default public, samples, and my files. Under the my files, these objects that is being created, or this folder that is being created would be there. And even you cannot change the samples as well. You cannot select that. Okay. Public is something that will be always there, and then under the my files, whatever you are creating would be there. Okay. Now, very important to understand. I'll come to all these buttons a little later. Very important to understand what is public folder. So any artifact, whether it's a model, and remember it very carefully, any artifact, stories, model, data set, planning scenario, data action, translation, anything that is being created within the data sphere, within the SSC, within this particular folder, will be seen by all the users. So if you go inside, whatever being created here, everybody will have access to this public folder, and they will be, as long as they are having the access to the public folder, they will be able to see everything inside it. Okay, understood?
Yes.
But
Yes.
whichever is within the my file, it will not be seen by anybody else, unless and until you share it with somebody else or you move them to the public folder. Okay. So from the access perspective, in real world, most of the artifacts stays in the public folder if it is not your personal objects. So a user comes, they wanted to create their own, that he wants to create his own story, he can create it into the my files section. But somebody a Kane report, which will be accessed by 1,000 users, should be situated into public folder, should be. Otherwise this cannot be accessed by, until and unless this particular Kane dashboard is being shared by the developer or the owner to all those 1,000 users. Okay. So this is the significance of the public folder. Very, very important. We need to be very careful while we're handling the public folder and deleting or adding something there. Deleting specifically. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Means after creating any story or model privately, and if we copy that particular story or model in the public folder also, it will be accessed by anyone.
Yes, it is accessible. Even if you copy it, it is accessible. If you copy it here, it will be accessible. Yes.
What if we have a data model, if we got any requirement to create a new data model, how will we know that if any existing model is having the same structure? So there is no use of creating a new data model, right? If the other model is already existing, then how, as a developer, how will we identify there is a data model existing with the same design?
So generally in a project environment, project will be very structured, right? So if you go inside public, there would be So suppose you wanted to create a model, which is, so there could be model and stories folders. It depends on how you are doing. Then within the model, you can say sales model, finance model, different folders. Then you have to basically physically go and check that whether those model is satisfying your need or not. It's not automatically possible unless and until you already know that there is a model that can be leveraged for this. You go and check whatever is the requirement. It is not like it's automatically not possible.
You mean whatever the models we were creating, all these models will be copied to that folder, copied to the public
Eventually,
folder?
eventually you will start creating everything in a project environment. You will be basically creating everything into the public folder.
If that is the case, what if users will be having access to public folder, right? It means that users or whosoever is having access to SSE, all users can be access to all the reports because we are copying all the reports.
Right.
Then how we can?
Having said that, within the public folder also we can restrict the specific folders access through security. So suppose
with the help of roles we can
manage that. Yes, correct. So basically a sales user who doesn't need to know the finance reports, he will not give the access to the finance folder to that sales user. That can be managed through the security roles and everything. But by default, I'm talking from the perspective of developers. Every developer who is having elevated access compared to an end user, they will be all able to see that. Getting my point, Kalpana?
Yes, one more thing, like if any user, if we have a report name A, so what if two persons are using the same report? How will we identify how can we identify that last change? Is it based on the version or how it is maintained or tracked?
Changed by user will come, change on date will also come. Yeah.
Can two users can access a report at the same time? What if in case if any report is available in public folder model?
Same that dashboard can be opened by you and me as well. But if I change it, the timestamp will automatically come, which is the latest change that will be captured by the system.
In case if we both are working on one report and you have worked on something, then I have worked on something, last changed by on my name. So whatever the changes you did, whatever the changes I did. So if my TR is moved to quality, then all the changes, whatever you did, will move to quality, right?
Right.
If you wanted to, if we have two different stories, in case if your story is dropped or is cancelled, you don't want to move the changes. But as I'm working on the same model, so if I move these changes to quality, then your changes will also go, right? Then in that case, how will we identify that your changes are moved to quality? How do we sync the version, whatever the changes before?
So I understand your question is more on a version management, right? Your question is more on a version management. So that's what I'm saying. That when you package this import export, when you do that, at that point of time, what is the version that is there, that will be captured. It's not when you are developing. So eventually what happens, once you are developed, you say this can go, and we all decide together and all, right? Some tracker and everything we maintain, right? And then somebody or the basis or somebody, your lead or co-lead or anybody who is having elevated access, they go to the transport and they package it. They package it, and that point of packaging, whatever the version is in the system, that will be captured. That is the latest.
Usually, if we do any development or if we are changing any existing data model, do we also check the version between quality production? Or is there any way we can easily identify that what is the older version so that we can revert the changes if not required?
Yeah, I'll come back on the version management. I don't think that is possible. You need to redo it. In the data sphere, version management is prominent. In the data sphere, I'll definitely cover some of the aspect of data sphere. Their version management is very prominent. I will check on the version management here itself. Here I'll get back to you. I know there are 3 questions still pending with me. One is the licensing. Another one is this version management, and there was one more I noted down. I'll check my notebook and I'll get back to you. But definitely your question is very valid. But that has to be, whatever from my experience, that has to be managed. But whether in the roadmap that version management will come for SSE or not, I'll check that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So now if you see, right, I'm in the public folder. So by default, this particular screen will come. In the left side, there are different buttons, right? Something which is owned by me. If you wanted to see, those will be here. here in this my files, this is not only owned by you, but shared with you will also come here. Okay, so shared with me, somebody else shared something with me, that will also come here. Then if you are marking anything favorites, like here trainer 7 was marked in favorite, you can see it here. So instead of going to my file, if you and search, if you have a lot of things created in your my file section, and you have made 7-8 things favorite, you can quickly jump to favorite and get that. Okay. Then featured files, if there are particular files you have uploaded for any purpose in the system, that files will remain here for 7 days. Okay.
One more thing, as we are talking about data model, so we can save, folder, so we can save data models from different source system in one single folder, right?
Right. I'm not into data model yet. I'm just talking about the
folder.
Files,
yeah, that is what folder.
Files.
Yeah,
you
in
can.
files we can save for different source systems folders in one single file. Okay.
Yeah, you can.
You identify this folder or file belongs to that specific source system.
So what you can do, that is your organization, right? Either you have to go into the model and see where it is connected. That's one option. Otherwise, you can organize your folder within here. You can create your folders here and just say that what are the different folders are available, and within that you have to create it.
Do we have any option here? Like here we can see name, description, type, right? Here do we have option to identify if this data model belongs to this source system or something like that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Because we also get sales data from different source system, right? If we
so
wanted to say
type, owner, created on, change by change on, mobile enabled or not, featured or restored default.
This is a folder, right? If you open the folder, then we will have the models, right?
Models, here also models are there.
Yeah, here also models are there. In case if we have a folder name called sales, if we open the sales folder, so we will be having our data models from different source systems which are created on different source systems. Here. If you see, there are 3 different models here. Here, do we have any option that to see this model belongs to which source system? Or
No.
Okay. If we open any model, can we identify if this is what is the source system for this data model?
Yes, you can. It'll get from where you are connected. I will come to that as I move forward. Here it is a standard one, right? It is able to understand where it is connected from.
Yeah, for one model, you can have multiple data sources. It's not like one. It can be a different, it can coming from S4, it can be BW, or also it can do a flat file upload. It can be multiple sources, right? It's not single source.
Yeah, that is what my question was, Vijay. Actually, we will be having one file from 3 or 4 different source systems, right? So is there any way, if you take example, like sales will be uploaded from flat file or source, SAP or from HANA. So in that case,
in this screen you will not be able to see. In this screen, only these columns are supported.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Sure.
So once we get into the data into the model, I don't think you can identify which is the source that data came in. I don't think so, but maybe
it depends on which type of connection we are having. If you are having live connection, then you can identify that. Okay, I'll come to that. I'm just trying to explain the screen. And then if you have deleted any files like recycle bin, it goes here. Okay. If you have deleted recently anything, and you can always restore back. You can from here, you can restore back.
Sorry to interrupt you. So like what are featured files?
Featured files, like I'll tell you. So you can upload some of the files into the system, CSV or .xls file. Like here you can see those are getting expired in 5 days, 4 days. Those files, if you have uploaded anything, that will stay here. Okay. That will come here.
Okay.
And that by default aging of that file is 7 days. Maximum 7 days it can stay. So this file that is being employed, like somebody has uploaded it. This is 5 days. It will get deleted. Okay, that's why it is saying expiration in 5 days. Okay.
If we delete any file, how long will it be available in deleted file?
No, it will not. It will not. The file will automatically will get deleted. Okay.
I mean, if we have deleted anything, this will be available in deleted file.
In the recycle bin, it will be available. File means I'm talking about a CSV file. If you are deleting any artifact, this will stay here. until you are completely clearing it.
So we don't have any archiving, like, I mean, we are not deleting or cleaning up these deleted files, like weekly ones, monthly ones, or something like that.
That is completely depends on you, how you come here and do it. Like you clear your recycle bin in Windows.
Okay, if you are not doing, then the file will be available in deleted.
Yes.
Okay.
The file, don't confuse it with the file. The artifact. These are artifacts. Files by default, whatever you are uploading, that will be 7 days. Files mean .csv file, data, anything data you are uploading into the system. But if you are creating a story out of that data and that story you deleted, that will come by default here. Okay, by default here, provided you have created into the my file section, that will come here and it will stay here until you manually delete that. So this is a story. That story, somebody Achal planning scenario has been created long back. In March 18, it was moved to this here, like deleted on here, March 18. But after that, it is not permanently deleted. If you wanted to permanently delete it, go here and clear your recycle bin. Then it will not be available anymore. If you wanted to restore it back to your my files, just click on the restore. That's it. Okay. So this is the restore button. Sorry. Okay. That you can. It's just like the Windows. Okay.
Yes.
So then I'll go back to the things. I will explain these particular buttons here. It is very important to understand. Once you in the my file sections, then in this plus using this plus button, these are the different artifacts can be created within the system. And this, if you are creating from here, it will get stored into my files. If you go inside the public and create it from there, it will get created into public. If you go inside further into the model, you can create model from here. If you go into a different, so you go inside the folder and then you create your artifact. Okay, that's how it is. Otherwise, cut, copy, paste is also possible. But I'm just telling you that how can you utilize this better. These are the things you can create.
And okay. Files or which formats of files are applicable to be uploaded in SAC in the stories and
.csv and .xls. Mainly .csv.
Format.
Yes.
Okay.
From the data perspective, yes. And then you can see right here, these are the things you can do. Then if you wanted to create a folder within these my files or further, this is the folders you have. So now if you click on a folder, and then you can have also an option to move to. Now if you wanted to publish it to the public folder, just move it here. It's just nothing but cut and paste. Okay, it will do that. I'm not moving it. Then if you create it, there is also an edit button which will allow you to rename the folder. Or if you wanted to rename a particular object, that because it could be also shared with me, if you have created anything, then it will allow you to rename the particular object as well. Okay. Now suppose you have created something, as I was telling you at the very beginning. Either you create everything into public to get the access, whoever have giving the access by default, or you create in your my files and then there is an option to share. Okay. Now here you can share the artifacts to other user within the system or other team members. Okay. The team members are identified like this, multiple people, and single users are identified by one single person. So in a team, I'll talk about team and everything when we talk about roles as well. In a team, multiple people can be assigned. Okay. Right. So if you share it with a team, then all the people under that team will get the access to this or can access. Now, when you are doing that, you also can define what kind of access you wanted to give when you are sharing. Only view, only edit, only full control. Edit means obviously view as well, and full control means it even delete. And otherwise that you can also custom it. Right? You do not want to give delete. You do not want this particular item to be shared by another user whom you are sharing to be shared by that user to another user. Okay, so you can also custom manage it, and once you share it, it will go to their notification and it will come here and show it somebody has shared this object with you. Please check. And if you wanted to additionally send the email to their email box, obviously the email address that will be used for creating these user IDs are your organization email address. So and so, say for example, Amazon.com. If you are working in Amazon or somebody so and so TCS.com. Okay, so you can also get the email from that. So this is how you can share the artifacts from anywhere. And even if you go to the public folder, if you wanted to do it from here, that is also possible, like the artifacts. Okay, you can do it. Okay, right? That can be done. So that's the share button. Then comes any artifact that you are creating here. Say, for example, you can copy it. Copy the same artifact into another location. This will not. So move is something which will delete, which will move completely, delete from the source and take it to the target. Copy is basically it will just create another version with a different in a different location. Okay, that's a copy. If you wanted to anything that is being created by you, say for example, you can also delete it from here. Maybe I'm not sure these users, whatever they have not created, this might be shared with them. Let me check. Yeah, you can see this is being created by this user tenant, so this can be deleted by him. But until the why the other ones are not able to delete? Just a second. Sorry. Yeah, the other ones why it cannot be deleted? The very reason is that it is not the owner is or the change by is not you tenant 00. And until and unless that user 07 has given access to tenant 00 to delete it, they will not be able to delete it. Okay, when they are sharing it here. Clear? Then comes the next button, which is basically change owner. You can change the owner provided you have the access to change it. Okay, because you are the owner, tenant 00 is the login ID for this particular instance. Now where I'm logged in, I can change the owner to any other users as well. Okay, I can change the user to any other users from me to somebody else. Suppose this could be a very generic scenario. I'm just telling you in a very arbitrary scenario. Suppose you are leaving the organizations and you want all your my files, which will be useful by somebody else in future. You wanted to change the owner and give it to them all the rights. You can do that. Okay. Then you can. Then the last button is the draft data. So here, all the data that is being uploaded in the system will be shown and their statuses, right? And these are the expiration. These are the descending sort you can apply, and all the list will come here. Okay. Then comes this is a refresh button. If you wanted to refresh these sections, that will come. Okay. Just a sec. This drop down is not going. Not respond. Yeah. Now, if you wanted to upload a file, this is the button through which you will upload. Okay. Suppose you wanted to upload a CSV file. I don't have a file right now, ready-made. So I'll not upload. I'll show you how can I upload it. Maybe. So this is the button through which you will upload this. Okay. Then this button I have already shown. Whatever you are seeing here, these are the things you can cover. If you wanted to see mobile enabled, another column got added. If you wanted to reduce, say for example, reduce, I don't wanted to see who has created on and who is, I just wanted to see changed by. Mobile owner I don't need. Accordingly, this got adjusted. Okay. Then if you have lot of objects here in this section and you wanted to only see the stories, say for example, yeah, only stories, you can just filter it. Only the stories will be shown wherever stories are there. Okay.
One question regarding mobile enabled. What is the criteria for that one? The system automatically tests for apps, or it's based on the story type, or how it is?
Yes, based on the stories type, because what are the pages you are using in the story, depending on it will be mobile enabled. Okay, I'll come to that when I'll create the stories. There are different type of pages that I can create. Responsive page is only meant for mobile.
Okay, because of the size resolution.
Share adjustment and all these things. Yes. Canvas is not meant for that. I'll discuss all those things in detail. You'll get to
it.
Yeah. So I hope you all are clear till all these buttons. Any question? Now, what is this search button? What is this search button? This is the entire system where it will be searching. This is only the section where you are in. That's where it will search.
Yes.
Okay. So I hope all these sections are understood.
One question. So if there's any story that is kept in the public folder, and since you mentioned that it is accessible by all the users and maybe the developers, so if it is created by me, will the other person be able to edit it or delete it, or it purely, or is it like it's depend on the role what they are assigned to?
They will be able to edit or delete it provided they have the access through their roles.
Yeah.
So if not, they can. They can. If it's a developer, they can. Okay. Now,
and I can copy my story in 2 different folders as well, right? That's possible.
Absolutely, as a backup. That's why that's why I was telling you that when you do not have the QA, there are different mechanisms through which we can only manage the testing in the dev. I can keep a copy of the dev copy of the stories in and model to story specifically into a particular folder. Change the connection if you are using live connection, then change the connections to the QA, test it out to the original stories in public folder, and once it is done, then you just change the connection back. That's it. Your dev will remain dev, your QA will remain QA. There are different strategies which we can discuss later on when we discuss what with. But generally, every client is recommended to be having 3 systems. Okay, generally. Okay.
Yeah.
So that valid question. Yeah.
Can you explain what is draft data?
What is
draft data?
Drop data. Where exactly you are seeing?
Data refresh, like draft data, left side.
This draft data. Draft data is like, there is a features like here you can upload the data, right? In the draft data, you will see these are all draft data that you have uploaded into the system. Draft means what? It's just not finalized. It's a draft. You have uploaded some data, and that will remain into the system for seven days. This is the section which will give you the notification what are the data has been uploaded into the system, and how many days that will be expired, including yours, including others.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Like it is, you can imagine it as a draft folder in your Outlook inbox. Here there is an expiration. In your Outlook inbox, there is no expiration. It will stay until you manually go and delete or you apply any rule. Okay. Here, by default, the rule is it will stay in 7 days. And when I upload the file, I believe, if I recall it correctly, there is a limitation of 2 MB files that can be limited. 2 MB or 20 MB, I'll just check that, and I'll confirm you that is the maximum limit which you can upload in a single file. Okay, because it is taking the space, automatically these jobs are done by SAP itself. They are managing it by themselves. Okay, so I hope everything here is clear.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So these are all the setting stone. Okay, for I'm just setting stone for you to understand. So when you get the access, after this I'll talk to the admin or the support. When you get the access, right, please browse this as much as possible. Like in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, the same option is available in many places. Here also you will see the same thing, and options will be repeated as you go in the context and all. So I'm just talking about the very high level options. Okay. Now the other thing I wanted to touch upon is the workspace management. Okay. So what is workspace? So if you can create your own workspace, right? You were seeing these workspace are here as well. Okay. SAP and all. Now this is nothing but our particular spaces within the SAP Analytics Cloud, which will say, for example, you can create it sales workspace for yourself, workspace for yourself, or finance workspace for yourself. So workspace can be created from here, and then here are the different things that sections are there. First, the general settings, and then assign teams. What are the teams you can assign, right? That workspace can be accessible by everybody, and then the assigned users, right? What are the users assigned? And then assign teams again, like these are the things it's coming. There is workspace admins. These are the people who are admins for that workspace who can manage it. Some of the people are just the user. Okay. So this workspace, if you are assigned with any workspace, that will come here. Okay. Under the workspace section in the all files section. Okay. Getting my point? I'll discuss about
and how it is different. How it is different with the other folder, the public folder, all the the other folders that we could create.
Yes, so that's what I was telling. I'll discuss this. So yeah. So basically, the workspace is that you have public is more generic than workspace. You can, and in a simple word, if I put it, and I'll give you a use. Public is more generic than workspace. Workspace is more restricted because you can manage the workspace, but public is by default to everybody.
But what about other folders that are created under my files?
These folders
so
will not, until you are sharing this, until you this you are sharing, nobody will get
got it.
Okay.
Got it.
So this is your place. This is your desktop.
Yeah.
Okay. This is not average desktop. Okay. So that's what it is. So this is what it is, right? I mean to say, I just gave you a very high level introduction to the tool. Okay. Now each of these sections, lot of theoretical part are there, lot of details I'm going to go. what I'll do, I'll quickly cover the slides in the interest of the time, because I anyway have to cover the slides. So wherever I left there, I will start for the slide coverage, and then onwards we'll start discussing about. First, we'll discuss how data being brought into SSE. That is the first thing that we are going to talk about. Once the data is brought into that, how can we leverage that data to build our story? And before building the story, which will be maybe story will be starting around day 10 or around that, or maybe around before that, little bit earlier than that. What is model? What is data set? Okay, what are those things that are out there? We'll need to understand that. That is the crux of it, and then we'll move to the stories. Okay, so from the slide perspective, sorry, my bad. From the slide perspective, let me go here and open this.
Do we have more detailed documentations on all the areas here available in LMS, or it's just the presentations that we have from documentation point of view?
Yeah, there are some assessment, there are some lab activities are there.
But no detailed documents from SAP that we have?
No, from SAP there is no detailed documentation. Okay, from SAP there is no detail. I think there are some licensing issues that we cannot share those things. Maybe I'll talk to support and understand, but these are all the proprietary material by ZaranTech.
Okay.
So I was talking about these, like, I think these are all covered. I'll just quickly let you know end-to-end analytics, planning, predictive, and all. We have already talked about it. I'll just cover the slides. And this is one of the slides of interest. This has changed over the time, obviously. So you can see that when 2 years back, when SSE was still becoming very, becoming very prominent in the cloud business, this is the theme, intelligent enterprise. And you can see that everything is on cloud. That was the vision for SAP, and it is still the vision, but it has evolved a lot. Okay, so everything C4HANA, business planning, and all these things you can see all are cloud applications, and those cloud applications, Fieldglass, Ariba, and all Concur, that can, for those, whatever analytics we need to do, that can be done through the SAP Analytics Cloud, because the SAP Analytics Cloud is capable of connecting to all these systems at its capacity. Okay, and the best part, another best part, you will see the SAP data sphere you are seeing here. I'll just give you the glimpse of the SAP data sphere. Although this is not a data sphere course, but I'll just give you a glimpse and give you some idea here. So if you see the look and feel of the data sphere, as well as the look and feel in the SSE, right, is more or less similar. Their theme is more similar, so that it is unified across the business. Okay, and that's what it is very important for SAP is maintaining their look and feel and everything very unique. Okay, so this is data connections, which I said I will be connecting, but I'll just set up the very first expectations from class. I'll just set up the very first glimpse of class. So what happens in a typical, first I will cover analytics. Okay, then I'll come to the planning part of it later on. What happens in analytics scenarios? Okay, so definitely, as I said, we have a S4 system, then we have a data warehousing system, data warehousing system, where anything what could be, and then we have this visualization system called SSE. Okay, or you have the S4 directly connected to SSE. So first thing that we have to do between any warehousing system, right, and subsequent system is, what do you need to do to get the data from this S4HANA to SSE, or S4HANA to data warehousing system to the and data warehousing to SSE? We need to establish a connection, communication channel. So if you wanted to talk to, these are all different disparate systems, right? And these systems, like if you wanted to talk to each other, first thing we need to do is that we need to talk about the setting up the connections. Okay, and we'll talk about connections in details, don't worry about it. But in a typical project environment, the connection will be set up by basis. As a SSE developer, you might end up doing that. I'm not saying that it is not possible by you to do it, but generally from the protocol perspective, where there are governed projects, those governed project basis will be doing that for you. And there are a lot of connection parameters and depending on the system you wanted to connect. It could be also success factor. Okay, it could be also field glass. It could be also Google Drive. Okay, it could be also anything else. Like depending on the system, the connection parameters and connection abilities will change. And also it depends on whether the system you wanted to connect to SSE, whether that's an on-premise or a cloud. Okay, depending on that, the connectors will change and connectors configuration will change. Now, having said that, this is the first step. So first step in SSE is creating our connections. Okay. Second step, and this is mostly will be done by basis in your project environment. Second step, once the connection is established, you need to bring some more. Say for example, you have a cube here. That cube data you wanted to bring it here. You have to bring the data into SSE system. Bring the data. Now, when you bring the data, right? If you are physically moving the data, that depends on what type of connections you will do. Okay. In certain system, there are two different types of connections are possible. One is live connection. One is import connection. We'll talk about this in details again. In live connection, no data get transferred, but in import connection, data get transferred. But whatever may be the case, whether data get transferred or not, there is a artifact we need, irrespective, to bring the data into the story. Ultimately, my goal is to create stories, dashboards. Okay, to bring the data into the system, we need something. This is done by the developers. Okay, we need something called model. Okay, model. Both the cases we need model. Okay, we need the model. Now, in case of import connection, we can create the model upfront into the data SSE and then import the data. Import means run some batch job. In case of live connections, we cannot create the model upfront. It is the model that is created in the data warehousing system that will be leveraged, and only the metadata information about that model will be transferred to SSE. And we'll discuss in details about it. I'm just setting up the context. Okay. Then what we do after bringing the data, we create stories around it. Depending on the connections, we can schedule the data loads regularly. In case of live, it will be automatically coming during time. Then we do stories. After the stories, if we are doing SSE planning, then we can carry out SSE planning activities, and we can do that. And we can do it through the story itself. Okay, SSE planning activities, we can do it in the story itself, and then we can, if we want it, you can share. You can create a digital boardroom. Okay, and so on and so forth. You can do. So basically, in a typical environment of a SSE, these are the tasks by general it is done. Having said that, there are many more other tasks we can do within the SSE, but these are the basic tasks we do. Like say, for example, if you are a BW person, you bring the data from S4 to extractor and then do your model and write a BEX query and prepare a report. Similarly, and before even bringing the extractor, you have a RFC connection. Similarly, here as well, to connect to any of the source system, and this is called source system. The systems from which it is getting the data is called source system. That source systems has to be connected to SSE first. Does a create connection? Then bring the data either during the runtime, depending on the type of connection we are creating, or import the data. Then create stories, represent those data into the story format, and then you share, use, and do what is the. These are the
just one question on that lines. So difference between model and stories is, like, model is we are defining a structure and then there could be multiple stories can be created on top of one model. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Correct. Absolutely correct. So one model can be leveraged into multiple stories as well.
In BW, we have one DSO or InfoCube or multi-provider, and we create multiple BEX queries or reports on top of it. Isn't the same way, right?
Yes, it's the same way. And you can also use multiple models into a single story as well. Like composite provided you join everything together, right? When you create the stories, you can bring two different models and join it together. But that is not recommended in this world. I will talk about all those things. But you can do it. Technically, you can do it.
Okay.
Anybody?
Stories.
Yes, sorry.
You can also link two models, like two or more models in SAP stories.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I was talking about. Two models into a same story, more than two models into a same story, and one model into multiple stories is possible.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP Analytics Cloud, SAC? Option A, database management. Option B, business intelligence and analytics platform. Option C, enterprise resource planning. Option D, customer relationship management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to get really good at reporting and dashboards? Our SAP Analytics Cloud course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Analytics Cloud. It's like a smart tool for turning data into easy-to-read reports and charts. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to smart tips and tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're doing. Your teachers are pros who've worked on real SAP projects. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this course super helpful and easy to follow. Best part, it won't cost you much. This great chance to learn comes at a very good price. Ready to become a SAP Analytics Cloud expert? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
And as I said, licensing, right? We'll talk about, thank you for bringing that up. And it also helped me to browse it through and understand. So licensing has changed. Certainly it has changed. It's not only planning and not only BI. Planning has also got versions. Let me share my screen. Yeah. So licensing wise, I'll just cover these things. Like this is the link. I'll upload these Excels also into the link and into the LMS, and you will all be able to see that all the Excels that I have used. So end of the day, I will do that, and support if you are there, I will also update the topic. No worries about that. So this is the link where you will see details around the licensing. This also has an Indian version, which is in terms of INR. So you can check that. So licensing is basically, one is business intelligence and one is planning professional and one is planning standard. So business intelligence, as I said, it does not allow any planning options. It's just the dashboarding and what do you call dashboarding and analytics piece of it. Whereas planning is more of a planning piece of it, and professional mostly include most of the features that is required, and standard is little less features than the professional. And I have got a comparison of the features between professional and standard edition based on the different criteria here. You can see, right? I'll just make it a little better for you to understand. Yeah. Okay. So planning model creation, you can create planning models in the professional, but in the standard, you can just view and execute plan data action, not create them. Okay. So obviously for a development project or for a project for a developer, a professional edition is required, not the standard edition. Maybe for a user, a standard edition can be used. Okay. That depends on how you wanted to configure your licensing. Similarly, in the planning side, because these are all planning related, so mostly planning related talks will come here. Value driver trees and simulation is supported in professional, but it is limitedly supported in standard. User administration and auditing, all the advanced user administration, role management, and everything is an auditing capabilities of who has changed what. That is possible in professional things, but it is limited in standard. Backend connectivity offers stronger connectivity backend system, limited connectivity. So basically, we'll talk about the connections, right, as we discussed. Then you will understand all those will be like what are the different connections possible in the standard versus professional edition. So some more connections would be more in so full-fledged of connections will be available in professional, in other way. Then data action planning features can create and execute, can view and execute here. Planning features includes all full use of BI user in addition to the planning features. So This professional edition is the superset of everything. So everything that you have individually in the business intelligence and the standard edition, everything would be there in the professional edition. So now if your organization do not do planning, they can go for business intelligence. If they do planning, they should definitely go for professional edition, because that has to be developed and all. Planning model restriction. Now the difference can come between the user versus developer. Okay. So if there are 3,000 users, so for those 3,000 users, we can do the standard edition. And if there are developers or who needs to change and do this automation and everything, then we can go for professional for them. So that can be bifurcated. Planning model restrictions, planning content created with professional license can be restricted for other end user if the license are removed. Planning content creation with professional license can be restricted for other user. I think this is model level, whatever restrictions we can give that should be there. Okay. So these are the three different licensing, different cost. Okay. But the licensing methodology is per user. You can see here, you can go to this link as well. You can also find out. You can see this payment method and all those things are mostly per users. Okay. One productive tenant with a per users. Okay. Right. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. I asked. I think this is the answer to the question. So I will go through this link. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. Awesome. The second thing that I have prepared for all of you is that, so I think it was, you asked what is the difference between SSE workspace and public folder, and I gave you a very short answer that public folder has more wider access, workspace is more concise access. I mean to say, what do you call, more confined access than public comparatively. So I've given a comparative study here as much as possible I could found to prepare. SSE workspace, the purpose is for teams to collaborate, okay, and manage their specific content and promoting better organizational security. So whatever workspace you create, if you share it with across the workspace, as I said, sorry, I'll go to the SSE. If you go there and try to, what do you call, go to the workspaces, right? Whatever workspace is allocated to you, in that workspace you can work. Okay. So when we do the workspace management, we can create workspaces as well, name and descriptions required. And once you create, you will get to see this kind of screen right here, where somebody is the general information, then which are the teams assigned and who was the workspace admin. If you create, you by default become the admin, and you can make others also admin and assign team, like team or members you can assign. Okay, it's not required. It is not always the team. Oh, sorry, it is always the team, not the assigned individual member. Admin can be individual, but here it has to be team. So this mostly comes under the teams. Like if you have a group of people under the same team, for them you can create the workspace. For example, all the sales team, the sales team can create their own workspace. It will more collaborative between the sales people. Okay, a finance team, it will more collaborative like that. But in case of public folder, if I go here, it is a central repository for everyone, irrespective of whether you give access or not. I mean to say, they can go inside it for everyone, but this is much more restricted in terms of like a particular team. Within the multiple teams, there are one team. Now in the public folder, you can still restrict, but that needs a folder level security. But if you create a workspace, the security is imbibed by the team's access. Okay, the same thing I talked about the access just now. Benefits: SSE workspace gives you a small chunk of places where you can work together, and this is a centralized repository. As I said, it's everywhere, everything is there.
Yeah, Shubha, like the workspaces are for particular teams.
Yes.
And public folder is for all.
Yes, absolutely. Easy enhanced security in the workspace, because outside your team nobody has access. Easy sharing, here you can do easy sharing and just give the access and all. Examples, I am given an example. A workspace could be created for the sales department to manage their dashboard reports and data models. A public folder could be used to store company-wide dashboards, standard reports and data models. Okay, this is the difference between SSE workspace and the public folder. Hope this clears your doubt.
Thanks, you.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. I'll just rename it. Okay, all right. Now we are going to talk about connections. Okay, and connections we are going to talk about. So as I said, I was setting up the expectations like for any source system. So first let me define the source system. What is source system? Okay, I touched upon, but today I will be writing it out down so that you guys can later follow it. Okay, the source system is any system from which you are consuming the data is source system, right? So it could be for SSE. For SSE, it could be S4 HANA, VW4 HANA, BPC. It could be success factor. It could be file. Okay. It could be Google Drive. Okay. It could be DataSphere and so on. There are dot list. There are no dots of the list. Okay. Now this is the source system. Now for each of these source system, based on the type of the source system and the configuration, there are type of connection that we can do. What are the type of connections? Connections. One is import connections, and one is patch live connection. Okay. So now each of these source that I have listed, I mean to say there could be many, as I said, can support both import and live, or may only support import, not the other way around. Okay. So say for example, import and live connection both is being supported by I'll just write it down. Both is being so BW4 HANA can support both. Okay. Similarly, S4 HANA can support both. DataSphere can also support both. Rather, the DataSphere concept is changing. I will talk about that. It can support both. Okay. But if you talk about, say, for example, file, it is only, okay, getting my point? Or if you talk about Google Drive, it is only import. Now, what is the difference between import and and live connection? We'll talk about that. But this is how, depending on the source systems, the connections, the connections that you are seeing here can differ. I just given some example. This example could be as many as possible based on the source system that is supported by this. And for all of these type of connection, there are standard connectors being provided by SAP. And depending on the connectors, the configuration can be different. And the configuration can also be different. Okay, let me write it in better way for your understanding, that the standard connector being provided by SAP, and depending on the type of connector, I will write it in this way, depending on type of connectors / type of connections, which is import / live, the configuration may differ. Getting my point? Are we aligned on the connections, right?
Yeah, sure. And also, like, you're going with module 2, I think, in the curriculum.
Yeah, could be, yes. I'm not worried about the module. I'll cover everything. Then later on, I'll mark them green as I move forward. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll write the definition of connections as well. Okay, in my simple English, connection is the configuration. It is the configuration to bring the data from source system to target system. I have given a generic name. In this case, it is SSE. Okay, it is the configuration that makes it a connection. Now, type of connections are import and these, and other point is the standard connector is being provided by SAP. Okay, and depending on the type of connection and depending on the type of connectors, the configuration would be different. Okay, right? Now let's talk about theoretically what is the difference between import and live connection. Okay, see, import and live. I'll keep on writing side by side. Maybe okay. As the name suggests, import, it imports the data into the SSE platform. Okay. So if you are connecting to a BW4 HANA system, all the data from the BW4 HANA system will be imported here. Okay, but in case of it imports, in case of live connection, it imports the metadata. When I say metadata, what does that mean? It just takes the data type, length, any specific properties of the fields and all those things. It does not brings the data into the SSE platform. It imports the metadata, does not bring the data in SSE platform. Okay, getting my point? So this is the first important things to know. For getting the data for the import connection, you need a placeholder to hold the data already created into the SSE platform, in the SSE platform. Okay, you need to have that placeholder created. In case of live connection, the placeholder will be created when you get the data first time. Get the data first time, that doesn't mean that data will be replicated, data will be copied. It will eventually get the data, but it is a run through. So the data here passes to the stories during runtime. But here the data get already stored in data is already stored in SSE itself. SSE itself in the model. When we talk about model, we'll see about that. Okay. So here we need to schedule jobs to regularly get the data from source system. Okay. We do not in this case we do not need any jobs to get the data into SSE, but a active connection should be present during the runtime. Okay, does that make sense to all of you? I'm typing a lot. Maybe pause me if you have any question. Okay, any these are the main important points.
Like what is the placeholder like in data?
Yeah, this placeholder is nothing but the model. The model.
Okay, the data model.
Data model. That is where you will get the data. Okay.
Yeah, that is where we store the data from the source.
Right.
Yes.
One of the other things, can anybody tell me like what is good according to you here?
Depends on situation. Also, like I think going with the live connection, it is more better.
Yes, but for the analytics piece, it is going with the live connection, because I'll tell you what, in the majority of the analytics project, most of the massaging of the data, most of the preparation of the data is done in the data warehousing system already. Okay, it is not done mostly in the SSE side unless it is required very much. So that's where analytics piece can run on the live things, and as everything is being prepared, you can bring everything live from the data warehousing system. But there is a catch here for planning. That right now SAP is only supporting import. Your model has to be there in SSE itself. Understood? Live connection is not supported for planning activity. Is that clear, guys? It's very important.
Yeah.
So for the planning piece, we definitely need to import the data. So if you are having a BW4 HANA system, even if you have a live connection and you wanted to do a planning on top of the BW4 HANA, you still need to have the import connection set up. And that's why I said some of these systems supports both import and live. Getting the context right now, why I said that and why it is required. This is the context.
Also, like from DataSphere, like we can only go with the live connection, I think, from SAP DataSphere.
Right. So that's what I was telling at DataSphere. I was tell you later. So in the DataSphere, what is happening? SAP is under the progress. There is a concept called seamless spanning coming into picture very soon from SAP, where they are saying if you are using DataSphere, you don't have to import the data. That is called seamless spanning. And that's why BDC is going to be a game changer in upcoming days, because if a client is going for BDC, they already have DataSphere, SSE, and Databricks, as I said on the first class. All these features will be do that. And on top of that, you have PAPM cloud and everything. If you wanted to do like from the FP&A perspective, if you wanted to do allocations also, that is also in cloud, it is possible. Okay. So yeah, this is what it is, right? I mean to say, this is what the difference. Are we good here? Any question before I jump into the system?
This is clear.
Okay, fantastic. Let's go to the jump.
One quick question. Is there was a limitation to connect to the ERP systems? Anything got changed over there?
ERP in the sense you said the number of
ERP means the ECC system, not the S4HANA, the backend system. There was a limitation from SAP was not supporting the native integration to SEC.
I don't think that. I will have to check that. That's again a very good question. I'll have to check that whether the native ECC is still supported or not, because ECC they are anyway doing the end of life, right? 2030. I don't think they will be focusing on that. But if they have interim, they have done anything, I will have to check that. Because honestly speaking, for the last 7 years, also in my career, last 7 years when the SSC came, I have been using S4 only till that time. ECC, I have a very less client where I've dealt with. Before SSC came in, we dealt with, but I have not answered ready with that. But I can come back to you.
Okay. There was a restriction. We did the investigation because we are trying to connect to ECC system.
All right.
In the environment, we have ECC, and first was trying to connect the data to ECC. And then we found out that it is not supported with the native integration, this cloud connectors. And then we moved to S4 connection. So there was a thread where SAP was moving improvement thread. There were they saying that it may come up, but not sure about the latest status.
Yeah, I need to check that. I also need to check that. And you brought up a very good point, like cloud connector. I mean to say that is very important to understand. Like there are 3 things we need to understand. Okay, let's talk about that before we go on to jump into the system. One is cloud connector. I'll give you a helicopter view of it. Even the details view within that, what is there and not there, I'm not going into there. I'm just giving a helicopter view for you to understand. And there is something called cloud agent. Okay. In SAP data, I'm touching also DataSphere side of it, just to note, because that's also cloud product piece. One is called, here also cloud connector is there. Connector is there, and there it is called DP agent. Okay. Data provisioning agent in case of DataSphere, because you will come to know why I'm saying that sphere and this is SSE. So for any on-premise system in the world, if you wanted to connect to cloud, you need a cloud connector. As simple as that. Okay. So if a BW4 HANA on-premise system you wanted to connect to SSE, you definitely need a cloud connector. Okay. Getting my point? The cloud connector, what is the function of the cloud connector? The cloud connector enables you to connect to the BW4 HANA not bypassing, I would say, by a communication methodologies of opening the firewall. Okay. Because your on-premise will have a firewall and your cloud is a private cloud or public cloud, mostly private cloud. It would be configured for you only, not public, but still it needs that authentication from both participating systems to do that. And that's where the cloud connector is important. So whenever you are seeing these native connectors of BW4 HANA, S4 HANA, in the background, cloud connectors is still working, which we do not able to see when we go inside the system, right? We'll not be able to understand that how it is, the mechanism, how it is bringing, the cloud connector is that. In case of DataSphere, these cloud connectors are nothing but when you are connecting to the S4 HANA or any other source system to get the data. Okay. Now, what does cloud agent do and DP agent do? If you are making a live connection, then you are basically, although you are connecting to the on-premise, but you are not getting the data transferred or anything. In the runtime to bring the data remotely, this agent is required. That agent is the catalyst, I would say, to bring the data on the runtime to your reporting output. In case of SSE, and in case of DataSphere, to bring the data into the DataSphere. Okay, this is the helicopter view of it. If you want me to go to details, I can go in details. I can prepare myself with some of the other slides and or pictures. Then I can explain it to you. Let me know if you wanted to go into detail on that. Okay, but this is mostly a topic for the basis people, but it is good to know. Only thing you have to know as an analytics consultant is that when a cloud connector required and when a cloud agent is required or an agent is required, in other words. Okay, clear on this topic? Yeah.
Yes.
Now
And it's not required for me to go to the details because I did myself already. But other participants, Priyanka, please, up to you.
Let me know. Let me know. I can, if required, I can go. Maybe I can cover that in details. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now if I go to the system, right, I will first go to the connections. Okay. So here, this is the place where all your connections, provided it is not hidden, you can hide the connections as well. All your connection will be seen. Lot of people have done connection on this system in their Google Drive. You can see with their Gmail address. Okay. But let me first, even going there before showing any connections or anything. So if you see connection tab, there is a schedule status tab, like status tab. If you are having an import connection with Google Drive, the schedule status come, and you can update the file with the refresh thing here. If you click on this refresh, it will start refreshing. You can see maybe the login is not possible and all those things that's happening. That's why it is not doing that. Then the subscription overview. I'll tell you about what is subscription overview. Let it come. So if you are subscribed to any particular source system, that will come here as a details. Okay. But these two in this system, that is nothing is there. And these two are not very important from the setting of the connection perspective, but the connection tab is very important. And you may or may not have authorization to this tab depending on your access in the project. Okay. Right now here we were seeing that because I have the authorization. Now, once we click the plus button at the top, you will see different way of connecting the data. Yeah, I think I have missed the API. I'll cover the API as well. So this is connect to live data. That means live connection will be done. And acquired data is nothing but the import. I would pass this here as well so that nobody confused later. Acquired. So now if you open these up, these are the systems which are supported for live connection, nothing else. Okay, so what are those? BPC, BW, cloud application, DataSphere, HANA, integrated business planning, S4 HANA, Universe. These are the SAP products which support the live connection. Nothing else supports live connection. Okay, now I'll come to that. Then go to Acquire. The same connections you have seen here over here is repeating. BPC, BW4 HANA, Cloud for Customer and Analytics and all, SAP HANA, S4 HANA, all. So that's why I said in my earlier conversation that the same system can support both live and import. To facilitate, if you ask me what was the need, probably the need was to support planning using that data. Okay, everything else like field, success factor, SAP Universe, SQL database, PAPM API, all those things are supported import. Okay, import connection, right? Now these connection in the right side, what you are seeing, what are these? These are only for filtering purpose. If you wanted to see only cloud, these are all cloud. If you wanted to, these are all cloud, right? All the cloud. If you wanted to see only SAP connection, then that will be here. If you only wanted to know Google, it will only show Google BigQuery, Google Drive. Okay, all these things. So this is for just for filtering purpose. This is the entire list of connection that is possible. Okay. Now, having said that, this is a very important concept to understand. Open connectors. I'll come to that just a minute in just a minute. But any questions on this connection list? If not, then let's take a look at the configuration that it asks. So suppose you wanted to connect for a BW system. I clicked there in the BW. So new BW live connection. So you need to give a name to the connections. Say for example, connection 1. I have given the name. Then you have to give the descriptions. A connection. I think if there, I think the numeric number it is not supporting. Only the alphabetical technical name can be supported. This is the technical name. Okay. Connection is the description. Here you can give numeric, I believe. Yes, here it is taking. So the numeric number cannot be given. Okay. Then connection type, there are two different ways. And that's where I was telling you, if you wanted to know about all these things, direct and tunnel, I need to go in details about the cloud connector and cloud agent. So I'm not going it. For now, I'm saying that whether you wanted to directly connect or You wanted to set up a tunnel connection. What is those direct and tunnel? We can discuss if you need. But just for now, you can just, this is our connection type we need to do. And then we have to give the host details. Okay, right? You have to give the host details. And depending on the choice here you are making here, the subsequent section changes. So here you have to give the host details. If there is a port, you have to give. Generally for the cloud connection, it is port 443. Okay, and then the client ID, preferred language, default language of the connections. All the different languages are there. And then if there is a username and password required for the connection to go on, right? It could be single sign-on as well. Okay, it could be single sign-on if you are setting up the single sign-on and the BTP platform. What is BTP platform? I'll come as then this username password has to be prepared. And if there are additional features like let user set up schedule and publishing stories and all this, these are mostly ignored for the time being. So here the picture is there, right? You can see, right? This is SSE. This is the on-premise systems with the live connection. Okay, and this is the cloud connector that comes into picture. It just gives a glimpse, but understand that. So all these parameters has to be given. Now the moment I go to another piece, say for example, if I go to, say for example, I'll just go to success factor. Maybe you can see that it changes. It changes. If I go to something else as well, say for example, I go to live connection for SAP HANA, it remains more or less same. Okay, for the live connection. If I go to data sphere, let's see how does it looks. Okay, it changes. So depending on the system that you connect, the details will change. Data sphere being the most easiest piece to connect with SSE as on date now, because they are making, SAP is making all the effort in making those connection more seamless. Okay, and single sign-on is by default, you can see here. Just click on this setup single sign-on. It will take you to the help portal and it will give you what are the way you can set up the single sign. Okay, so but obviously that the basis people will take care of this and you don't have to worry about it. Are we clear still this point about the connections? Any question?
Like in the connections, there are two types of connections, right? Like direct and tunnel. So what are those direct and tunnel connections?
Yeah, then that's what I'm saying. Like if you wanted to know that, I need to cover it. I'll bring a lot of pictures and all. Then you will understand. So I'll cover it if you want.
Yeah. Okay then. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll do that. Okay. Just give me a minute. Just bring a glass of water. Yeah. So these are the connectors. The other thing that I wanted to cover here is very important to know. This is being the recent addition. Okay. By the way, this is being the recent addition. Recent means maybe probably a year. API. Okay. So API is nothing but some like if you go to data sphere, like I will try to show you how does our API look. I'm just showing it for your purpose, nothing else. Okay, I'm just showing it to try to show it to you for your understanding. It's a kind of a link, okay, for a particular object. Okay, just give me a minute. I'll go to any of this space and try to show you how the API looks like. For example, I'll just go here, generate or not. This object is not supported. Just a sec. This object is not supported. I will have to go consumable use. So say for example, this is a model that is being created in DataSphere. Okay, and you wanted to connect through API. So if you click on this, you will get an API like this. Okay, it's a HTTPS because everything is hosted in cloud, right? Most of the applications these days. So if this looks like this. Okay. The system and details, and then it will give you, I mean to say, let me paste it in the Excel so that you understand the entire thing. Then it gives you that this is the API. So you can connect to cloud any web-based application through a API as well. So if you go here in the SSE, so you just give the HTTP API, click on this, it will give you correction, name, description, and the URL it is required to connect to the API. Now this API could be a placeholder in which multiple objects are there. You can browse that. Okay, is not needed to be created for each particular object. I need to create a separate API. No, that's not required. And there could be two different kind of authentication. One is basic authentication and one is OAuth authentication. So wherever you are trying to get the data from, in that particular web services, you have to create this OAuth client credential. If you make that, it will ask you for the client and the secret. Okay. In case of DataSphere, let me try to show you if you can do that. If you go to the system administration.
Sorry for interruption. One question: is the API and OData is same or it's different?
Different. This is API. OData is completely different. OData is a different mechanism, and here it is a different mechanism. It is the OAuth verification. OData is mostly like a framework. Okay. So yeah. So if you go to authentication, these URL you can see that has to be generated, and there would be a secret key. Upon you generate this URL for the OAuth, then the secret key will be available to you, and you can share it across. So whenever you are connecting to the OAuth credential to the third-party app, basically not DataSphere. I'm just showing you the DataSphere example. It's a third-party app mostly, right? Then that credential has to be put it here. One is the ID, which is in this case I'm just showing for the purpose of showing. I'm showing you what is authorization URL, token URL, and this ID, and then you have to show the like what do you call this secret. Okay, token URL also you saw that there. So all these things has to be given to the API. So this is another way of connecting, which I have not covered here apart from import and live. There is an API connection also possible. Okay, understood, everybody? Another flavor of connection. I will just
if possible, I just want to know a little bit more about difference between OData and API. So not
sure.
Now.
I'll make that available.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. This helps in conversating. When you say thank you for bringing this up, because this is a very important thing to understand to clear your theoretical part of it. Because although you will not be handling these things daily basis, and these setups are all one, not multiple times in your exact entire project life cycle, you will be doing for one time. Okay, and that is what basis will take care. Now I'm going to touch upon another type of connections, which is being very recently launched by SAP. Very recently means a year, not that. Open connectors. Okay, all these gray out things that you were seeing here. Nobody asked me that question, right? When we were seeing earlier, there was gray out, Dropbox, Ignite, Insightly, Microsoft OneDrive, SFTP element, all this. Even Amazon S3 bucket, okay, and all this. Maybe in future it will be also supported with Facebook, Twitter, and everything, unstructured data as well. But that depends on SAP's decision. Why these are gray out? Can anybody tell me?
It won't support.
Then why has SAP given this?
No idea, to be honest.
Currently, it won't support. Okay. So when you go to the cloud, if you go to cloud or on-premises also, certain sources won't support.
But there is a reason, right? I mean to say, Vijay, I think, again, I'm forget about my naming whoever is saying. I mean to say, there is a reason why they have listed it here. If that doesn't support, why they?
We don't have authorization right now. We have to contact with the
No. Give it a try if you can. If you're not, then I will explain definitely. Okay, let me explain that. So this is an example of API. I will keep it here. Sorry. See, I was mentioning something about business technology platform, right? Maybe in the first class, if you remember, right? What is business technology platform? It's a wider platform. I'll color it here for your understanding. It's a wider platform, right? Here, maybe a different color. Wider platform, little bit more lighter color. Okay, wider platform. This is called BTP. Entire thing you can call it as BTP, business technology platform. It's a platform in which can host multiple applications. Okay, software as a services like SSE, like DataSphere, like RAP. Okay, then say for example integration suite. Okay, suite, and different other like different applications. Like I will just write it randomly. I'll not place it in the same line. So okay, I'll just place it randomly. Okay. So that those are the different application. Some application one. You can find out lot of list in what is BTP hosting if you Google it, application 2 and all. Now, whenever these particular apps are hosted in BTP, right? Say for example SSE and DataSphere. I'm talking from the SSE and DataSphere perspective. You have two choices of licensing. Whether you have a BTP platform and you host your DataSphere and SSE within that BTP configuration, or you wanted to take it outside of the BTP as a standalone. Okay, as a standalone. You have a choice as a project team. You can do that. A lot of people do not need BTP. They have a BW4 HANA system, and they just wanted to connect to SSE. They don't go for BTP. BTP is in the BTP also. S4 Rise is also there, and S4 HANA could be also be one of the applications. Okay, so all these things are there. So now, if your SSE box is hosted in a BTP platform, then this comes into picture through something called open connectors. Okay. Now, what is that? What does that mean? Let me explain. That means your BTP platform has some applications, and I will name it. I've written it here, called integration suites, which is capable. Integration suite is meant only for integrating multiple systems. So obviously, compared to your standalone SSE application and data sphere, integration suite have multiple other connectors available. Okay, for every other tool. And I'll show you integration suite connection list. Maybe if it opens up properly. No, not this one. The discovery center. So you can see 80 plus standard adapters are there in case of integration suite. Okay, that's one picture to add. I was trying to show you something. Let me see if that can be shown. Yeah, you can see all these, but there is a picture. No, these are not the one. So I'll show you 80 plus different standard connectors are available within the integration suite. Those connectors can be utilized to connect in those source system, and that is what is listed here. So these are the connectors available into the BTP platform through integration suite, and through the open connector mechanism, you will actually maintain the connection in the BTP platform. But utilizing the BTP platform through open connector, you can connect to these systems. That is what is the mechanism. Are you getting it or not? Let me know. It's a very important concept.
Yeah, sure. Once repeat that.
Yeah, I'll repeat it. So if your SSE is hosted on an integrated BTP platform has an app called Integration Suite, which has much more list of connection to be connected to the system. So if your SSE is hosted in BTP, automatically it has access to the integration suite connectors, right? So instead of using any native connector in the SSE, you can use the integration suite connectors by creating an open connector between these two to get to the source system that you wanted to connect. There would be an open connector in between.
So it means the data connections goes via the integration suite.
Right. PI or BT configuration.
Okay, got it. So instead of using the native connect, for example, if you want to connect to S4 HANA, instead of using native OData connections, we go via integration suite. Then we have to connect via these open connectors.
Right.
And then between S4 and integration suite, but again that connection has to be
right. So S4 is not a good example. Let's take anything. S4 is a metaphor. It's a metaphor. So Amazon S3, let's take about Amazon S3. You wanted to connect Amazon S3. There is no native connector in SSE, but you need to connect to this system. What you will do if your SSE is BTP hosted, right? Then you will use the Amazon S3 connector available in integration suite. Through that, you you have original connector done here, and from integration suite to here, you will have an open connector, which will in turn will leverage directly to the S3. So basically, it's a dotted arrow from here to here. It's a dotted arrow.
Like earlier, back in bank used to have host to host instead of host to host. Now in between middleware, the integration suite is coming to picture.
Right. If you are in BTP, if you are BTP hosted.
But it is chargeable, right? BTP, all the clients can't go.
Yeah, it is chargeable.
It's chargeable. That is also issues.
Chargeable, right? So generally, as part of S4 Rise implementation, Rise is one of a particular type of implementation in S4 world, which I'm not getting into the details of that. So generally, by that implementation, people generally host it in BTP. Okay, in my client, it is hosted in BTP itself. But there are also prerequisites there. I'll tell you about the prerequisite. It's not that simple. Okay, so your BTP account and sub account has to be hosted into the same region and same zone. Now, this is a cloud concept. If you are asking me what is zone and region, if you are not clear, I can touch upon. But just right now know that that has to be into the same region and zone. So if your servers, I mean to say the clusters of servers are hosted in US, right? If it is hosted in US, then your sub account has to be also hosted in US, the same zone. So those are prerequisites are there, but possibility is there. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why you are seeing these as grayed out, but these are the, but again, you have to be very careful that not all the 80 standards are supported as on date through open connectors as well. Only the listed ones here are supported. Okay, these are very important piece to understand. Now I cannot show these further because I think this is a standalone instance. We cannot go to the BTP instance. I don't have a BTP access for this. It's a standalone instance for the training purpose. So I just want to touch upon all these things. This is all about connections. Like these connections will be already ready for you, for us. So if you see here, the DataSphere connection here already being done. And once the DataSphere connection is done, if you wanted to change it, you can change it later on. The same cloud connector with port 443, as I said. So this is nothing but, if I copy this, it'll take you to the DataSphere. So you can see that the DataSphere already came. Okay, it'll take you to the DataSphere. It's not, yeah. You see, this is what it is. So they are making more of it more seamless and do that. So this is all about connections. Any questions on these connections? Import live is very important to understand. Very important to know as on date. Import for planning. Import is only connector. Any other question on this? All right.
If there is any chances in future it supports live will support for planning? Or
yes, that's what I said. That's what I said. If you remember, if you listen to me, when you start using SAP DataSphere, there is a seamless planning concept coming. Seamless planning concept where the connection would be seamless planning coming in our way. Their DataSphere models can be directly connected through live connection for planning purposes. And to be very precise here, if you have a DataSphere, your model doesn't get replicated into SSE itself. There is no model concept in SSE. You will just directly access the models from the DataSphere itself. Getting my point? So right now, say for example, if you're connecting live from a BW, right? Still there would be a structure. I don't know if I can show you here. There would be a structure like these probably. Let me see. This is not the right example. I don't know if any other system is live connected or not. Let me see if I can find any standard. No, these are all import model. Live model is not here. Let me see if there is any other system connected, any BW system, S4HANA live. Yeah, I think.
It means to say like real-time replication is available between S4HANA to DataSphere. That will be there. Because I am confused.
But see, that is in the DataSphere side, but in the SSE, there will be no model definition.
Not about SSE, I am about source system to DataSphere, whether it is live. That's my question.
It is live. It is live. Yes, it is live. It is live. Okay. So all I'm trying to say, in case of DataSphere, when you are connecting SSE with the DataSphere, the model does not need to be residing in SSE. It can reside within the DataSphere itself. Okay. So that's why it is coming as a seamless planning. Okay, getting my point. Even for analytics purpose as well. Even for analytics purpose, the model will not reside into SSE when you connect to DataSphere. But if you connect to the BW4 HANA, there will be a corresponding live model will be created in the. Getting my point?
Yeah.
I was trying to show you an example. Let me try to see if there is anything being created through this. Let me see.
So SSE will serve just as a front end then.
Just as a front end, yes, absolutely. You took it away, yeah, absolutely. It's just a front end. Your model still resides in the DataSphere instance. You just do a live connection and everything you do in SSE. Here you don't need to create any model.
So like S4HANA front end, Fury is front end, but still the database back end.
Yes, exactly.
But if I want to do customization, what to do then?
The customization you will have to do it in DataSphere. In DataSphere, in a model.
If it's not supporting what?
That if it is not supporting any particular DataSphere is mostly will support everything that you. As I said on the first day, they are making DataSphere as the amalgamation of CDS view, export Enterprise HANA and BW. It will in coming years it will support everything. That is the only thing. Mostly it will support, and that's where this concept of seamless planning is coming here.
What we face is like clients have different requirements. Whatever
Right.
SAP given in the demo, right? It won't support. At that time, we want to do some calculated measures or some calculations to bring the new measure. So normally
at
we
your
do
story level
through scripting. In SAC, we do through scripting. In the same way, in DataSphere also, is there any scripting available for our customization?
Yes, you can do SQL scripting, you can do Python scripting there. And with the Databricks coming into the BDC umbrella, you can do even AI ML. So scripting is always there. If you anything do, so all I'm trying to say, going forward, if you start using DataSphere, your model will still decide in that. Your front-end story will decide in SSE, and in the front-end story, you can still do calculated measure, restricted measure, or you can also do it in the backend model. Okay, wherever you want it to do. Okay, getting my point, or not?
Which language we use in DataSphere? Currently, we are using JavaScript in SSE.
SQL, Python, not Python everything, but to an extent, not in every object. Few objects. Okay. Now the next point, I'm moving ahead in the interest of time, right? So what I will touch upon of the certain SAP source systems and what are the artifacts you can bring into SSE. That's what I'm going to talk. Okay, right? So one, from S4HANA you can get the CDS views into SSE. CDS views. Prerequisite. These are the things nobody will tell you until you have the project experience and all. Artifact, okay, that you can bring in. Prerequisite, basic requisite, consumption annotation should be there. Consumption, it is meant for consumption. Basically, it is meant for consumption. Okay, and API state should be released. Okay, these are the two prerequisites. Now, if you are using a standard CDS view from S4HANA, then make sure that standard CDS views the API state is released. Otherwise, you will not be able to see that. BW for HANA, only BEX queries are supported. Okay. Someone who is from the BW background, they can relate to it. Only BEX queries can be supported in SSE. There is no prerequisite. You have to have BEX query properly done. But obviously, from the BEX query conditions, exception aggregations, basically conditions, and there was one more thing that will give you the color. Was that anybody from the BW background who can remind me that it gives the color, right? If you Kalpana is not here. So anything, conditions will not be conditions and things like exception aggregation. There is another thing, I do not recall the name. Condition and other things will not be supported. So those things can be done already in the SSE. That's why this is not supported. From the data sphere, you can consume graphical view, and analytical model. And there is one more thing called perspective. These business builder objects. These are data builder objects. And from the business builder, it is perspective. These are the artifacts builder. And from Enterprise HANA calculation. These are the artifacts supported. Okay, aligned so far. So if you're connecting to these systems, these are the artifacts which you will be able to see. Okay, getting my point? Is that clear, everyone? Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the artifacts you will get to connect. Now, apart from connection, again, like I am only left with 20 more minutes for the day. I'll have to think about what I will cover. So if connections is clear, then workspace management we talked about. Okay, you all can try to create your own workspace in the system, and connections you can browse through. Don't create anything as such into the system, and just browse through if you want to, but do not change any of these, at least these two anymore. Okay, do not change anymore. So these two are very careful about these two. Okay, apart from that, let's talk about the content network. Okay, I'll not go into the details of the modeling right now because that needs a little bigger discussion. So content network, we'll talk about this content network. this is a topic that I wanted to cover. This is also good to know in terms of like, let's talk about that. What is content network? And mind me, like these are very thoughtfully being called out. Content means any content that is there, and if you get it through a network, that is called content network. Okay. If you talk about it, what does it mean? So if you see here in the SSC, this particular tab, content networks, give you 3 different options. One is sample, one is business content, one is third-party business content. So once you click on samples, right, you will get. So it is basically business content in terms of somebody who is from BW or somebody who from S4HANA. Standard contents are being available here. Whatever standard content is being provided by SAP, you will get to see it here in the content network place. Okay. In BW world, we used to call it as business content. In S4 world, we call it as a standard content, like standard configuration, standard content, and things like that. And in SSC world, we call this content network. Even in DataSphere also, we called it as content network. Like I'll show you in DataSphere, for instance. Here also it is the content network. Okay, so I'll just go here. So in the content, while it is opening, I'll just cover that. So in the content network, there are, as its name suggests, pre-built industry and line of business content. These are basically available to us for ready-made use, being provided by SAP. Okay, you can install it and start using it. So you just click on this, and then you can just install or import it as you need. Okay. So these are the contents. There are many contents, 1, 2, 3 pages are there. You will just double click on it. Okay. You will be able to see what are the content available within that particular package, and you can do it. It is just coming up. You can see all these content that is give the overview around it and the versions. Just a second, I'm getting a call. Just give me. I'm getting a call from continuously. Give me a minute. I was having a call. Sorry. So coming back, content network is something that you will be getting the standard things. And here, if you see that any package that you wanted to install, it will give you the overview in the overview tab. You will be able to see everything here and get along with that. And what is the module, line of business, asset management, say for example, this one, and then gives you all the details, things, and all around that if you wanted to read through this. And then import option. So if it is already imported, what would be, you wanted to override that, override the data. Some data, standard data will be also be available. But for getting the data, so now question may come up, oh, I install a content network, there is already a data, some connection would be also there as part of these. Maybe some stories and connections and models are already there. How come we get rid of this data and do connect my own data? And mostly you will see that these data are basically, models are basically model hosted in SSE. Okay, so then you have to change the connection, you have to change the job settings, and all those we can show you in couple of days probably. But this is how you can do it. And for installing any of the content network objects, you have these options. Okay. One is don't override the object and data. So then it will create another version with these names. These are all technical names. And then if you override the data only, all the data will be rewritten first again, that the model will remain same. And if you override the object and data, then it will be both the object and data will be from the beginning, it will get installed. And suppose you installed it earlier and you wanted to somebody install it again, and they click the remove permission, all the permission will be gone. Okay. If you click on this, all the permission will be gone. It is asking for the confirmation. So better not to click this. Okay. So this is how you can install all the content network object. Now, not all the standard contents always suffices your requirement. So for financial planning, you will see, right, if you go to the content network for financial planning, you will have some package called financial planning. Right here, I will probably somebody sample content for planning. Okay. All right. Those things are there. That is being provided by SAP already. So anything that is provided by SAP will be there in business content folder or briefcase as a sign symbol. What is this third-party content? Now, along with whatever being built by SAP, there are a lot of other organizations like yours, TCS, Infosys, Accenture, Capgemini, and all those people like Bristlecone, Cleft Technology, PwC, and all. They are also building their own content and they are hosting it into this cloud with a minimal subscription cost that you need to pay if you wanted to take their content. So those third-party business content that is being created by somebody else apart from SAP, that has to be purchased and installed. Okay, right? So some of them you can see you are not authorized to import this package. That means you have not purchased this, purchased the license. Something which you are authorized. That means those are readily available. These are not. There is no cost associated with it. Okay, even for the third party. And you can wherever you are importing, you can be it the standard content, be it the non-standard content, you can always choose the folder from where you want to import this. Okay, wherever you wanted to choose this. Clear on this, everyone? Business content and content network.
Yes.
Yes, sure. Clear to me.
Okay, so this is so for the next couple of weeks, I will not be showing any business content right away. I'll show you all custom, but as I move on, and in one or the two of the classes, I will show you once we import the business content, how does it looks like. And mind me, for planning, basically the standard planning content is the starting point. Could be a good starting point to go ahead. Okay, standard planning for anything. So those standard contents can be very helpful. Okay, so there are a lot of planning and a lot of things you can just browse to it. If you wanted to learn more about it, you can go here and read it, as well as you can go to SAP Help and know about it. Okay, there are a lot of links and documentation information. You can get it here further. Okay, so this is about the content network. I covered the connections. Okay, what I will do, I will talk about now starting. I will start around on the data set first, and then the data analyzer, data set, data analyzer, and model. These three things. Start on this, and we'll take it forward from there. So I was talking about the session. Let's cover that session PPTs quickly. Yeah. So we talked about the data connections yesterday, right? This is a pictorial representation of different data that is supported and connectors. Basically live and the import connections are possible. Okay. Cloud, on-premise, and hybrid, we already covered that. What is cloud and on-premise and hybrid, that we have already covered. Okay. So these are the different source system which we can live connect. The BW4 HANA, SAP HANA, SAP S4 HANA, and so on. Business planning shoots and into business intelligence platform, that we already seen that what are the live connectors possible and what are the non-live connector are possible. Benefits and core functionalities, I think this slide is already covered. I don't need to explain it further. It is a software as a service. These are the SSE first fundamental things that is continuing. Data accessing, again, there are two ways we can access the data. One is live connection and one is data acquisition. We already talked about acquired connection and live connections. So we have done that. Then again, SAP Analytics Cloud offers core capability to connect to data and all. These are all there. Some standard visualizations are there. We'll see all those things as we go forward. These slides are all covered. It's self-explanatory. Again, the same thing, mobile analytics hub. We have already talked about this planning, predictive, and all on the very first class itself. Embedded solution. Some of the embedded solution, that's what I wanted to show you. Showed you. Like through Business Connected, the embedded solution can be easily installed, and we can start reusing that. Connect by changing the connections by ourselves to our data, not that is being provided by us. Okay. Preparation, sharing, and collaboration. We talked about these prepare, sharing, and collaboration. So prepare means we need to create connection, we need to create data model, we need to create stories, and that stories will be collaborated. Like I said, that there are 4 or 5 steps up in doing that. So this is the data preparation. This is the visualization preparation. Then you can share in different way. Okay, sharing could be comment through mobile, export data set, and all these things are possible, right? And we'll show you in the story when we cover the stories. Ways to get the data into the things. One is again replication and live connection. Again, the same thing we We have already covered this. Data acquisition, where data model has to be created beforehand before acquiring the data, and the data model will hold the data, as I said, and we can use those. And these are the different acquired connection that is supported, that we already shown in the live system. So these are some of them are listed here. Collaboration of the stories. If you wanted to discuss anything around the stories, that's why I started on the discussion point in the SSE itself. Right? If you wanted to discuss anything, you can discuss here. That is one of the collaboration features that already I have covered. Already I've covered, so we can always do that. And then commenting, also the comments. If you have a chart, when we go to the chart and prepare charts, we can write comments there. I'll show you how to comment that. That is the features that SSE and ways of sharing the stories. You will show also that when you talk about the stories, how you can share the stories, and that we'll talk. Then lastly, the analytics catalog. I think this is something needs a broader license. A component license is required. This is available in the home page. So it's analytics hub. You can see this catalog homepage. I was showing you here. You can publish your analytics stories and everything. Okay. So that's it. That's it from the first day slide perspective. I just wanted to make sure these slides are all covered. A few of the things that we have talked about here, the comments and everything would be, I will show in the subsequent section in the system itself. Okay. I think with that, I'm good to conclude. We'll start on the data builder journey. And as you say, that I will touch upon on the cloud connectors and things like that and in detail. And what are the other asks, if I remember it correctly? One is cloud connector, for sure. I think you asked something, right, to cover the ECC, right?
Yeah.
ECC connections.
Just maybe quick date is enough. We don't need to go in detail if required.
And anyways, is there anything else that you requested?
Cloud connector I didn't request. Swaroop and others.
I requested that.
I already did myself all the basis related things in the current project. So I know in and out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, regarding the connection type, like this direct and tunnel types, like we want to know.
Direct and tunnel.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
With the help of images.
That is what I will do. Okay.
I wanted to cover what is dimension and what is measure. Okay. So can anybody tell me what is dimension and what is measure?
Dimension is nothing but it tells about the data. It is nothing but it tells about the quality of the data or what type of data it is. And it gives a brief introduction about measure so that the user can understand. And also measure is a quantitative data.
Right. Absolutely. And absolutely bang on. So measure is basically more quantitative. Okay. It gives you the value, like say for example, amount, quantity, right, and all those. And it is more quantitative, where dimension is more qualitative. Okay, which allows you to analyze the data and allows you to analyze measures. Analyze the measures here. Analyze the measures. Okay, that's what dimension does, and it allows you to analyze the measures. And second other thing is that it can also allow you to do drill down. Okay. So drill down is a features like where you can go to from the higher level to the lower level data. More denormalized data to normalized data. That's where you can move on with dimensions. Okay. And dimensions are examples of dimensions are typically like cost centers, GL account,
like a master data in nature, right?
Right. It always did not to be master data, but obviously master data is included in that. And I will talk about master data and transaction data as well. Okay. GL accounts and say, for example, company code. These are the simple example I'm giving, company codes. Okay. Whereas measures are basically examples of measures as I have given it here. I have given it already here. I'll just write it down examples, right? Amount, quantity, and also on. So these are examples of
like sales and profit.
Revenue could be also sales revenue. Okay, sales revenue, profit. Okay, all these are kind of measures. Okay, so these are the difference between dimensions and measures. Now, as the name suggests, measures allow you to measure or understand the volume of it. When I talk about amount, okay, whether it's a billion or it's a million or it's a thousands, that's what you calculate. So obviously that has a unit. So every measure is has a associated unit. Associated unit. Okay. Similarly, in quantity, it is kg, a liter, or each. Okay. Those are the things are always there. Always has a associated units. That examples of units. Examples of units. I will write it here. Examples of units are kilogram, kilogram, USD, INR. Okay, currency. Okay, currency. In other words, you can say currency. Okay, and then say for example each and all. Right. These are the examples of measures. Now these measures are basically nothing but measured against a dimension. That is what is analytics. In other words, what is your total sales revenue at a company code level, or what is your total sales value for a sales organization, right? Those are the dimensions. Sales organization is the dimension, and you measure the sales value or the revenue, that is the measure. Now, having said that, in case of dimension, there are obviously dimensions can be also two types. One is master data and one which is not master data, and one which is not master data. In terms of SSE, I am describing this master data. Okay, master data. So master data is what? Data that will not change over a time. Say for example, a particular customer is there. That customer is basically, like having a phone number, email address, name, age, and so on. Those are the master information of the customer. The name of the customer will not change. Phone number, email address will hardly change. Okay, address will hardly change. PIN code will hardly change. Those are the attributes of the master data. Okay, so master data, if it is a master data, every master data has attributes. Okay, attributes. It can have also text, and it can also have hierarchy. What is text? Generally in SAP systems, the value of a master data is being identified by a alphanumeric number or a character or numeric number, numeric characters. Okay, so but they have a corresponding description. So for example, I am an employee ID EMP1 or customer ID C1 whose name is Sue. Right? That's the text part of it. Okay. In an organization, I belong into some hierarchy. On top of me, there would be boss. On below me, there would be people subordinates. So I will be represented in a hierarchical manner. So that is a hierarchy. Okay. That's the example of hierarchy. Okay. So every master data has attribute, text, and hierarchy, right? And these hierarchies are an optional piece. Okay. It may have, it may not have. So suppose, say for example, I would say if there is no hierarchy related to any vendor, then there is no hierarchy. If there is no hierarchy related to, say for example, document type, there is no hierarchy. So hierarchy is not a mandatory piece that it has to have. Hierarchy could be there for certain master data like GL account, say for example, cost centers and profit centers and things like those. Okay. So and there are some particular dimensions would be there which are not master data, which are those, say for example, document numbers. Okay. This does not have any attribute. It's a document number and the line number of the document. Okay. So those does not have any attribute, and those should not be classified as master data. Okay. Now, is there any questions on this? Anybody?
We can proceed.
Okay, fair enough. So these are the master data and non-master data. Now, imagine I am giving you a scenario. A customer master data is there, and that customer master data is basically buying something from Amazon. Then what exactly happens with Amazon with the customer? Transactions. Wherever a money, generally in worlds of finance, whenever money being exchanged, that's called a transaction. Now, it could be in an ERP organization, ERP-based organization. It is not always money. It could be similar things like that. But most of the cases, it has a money or quantity associated with it. Okay. So whenever a master data involves, say I'm giving you an example again, a customer buys something, say for example, an iPhone from Amazon, that's a transactions happen. And those transactions are called facts. Whenever a particular transaction like that, I have taken example happens, that is represented through facts in SSE, and facts is being classified through measure. Okay, it's classified through measure, right? Through measure. All right. This much is enough for me to proceed. So dimension, measures, master data, non-master data, and facts. These are the things I wanted to cover. Okay. Now moving on, we were talking about model.
Yeah, in chart I have given source. I have query. See, in the dimension we'll use as account as well as centric also. So can you tell in detail what is the benefits and cons of going out as well as generic dimension?
Of using account dimension instead of. Yeah, I'll come to that. When I go to the dimension and when we go to the model, I'll talk about that. Okay, I'll come to that. Please hold on to till that point. Okay, I'm just setting up that and then we'll talk about that. Okay, so model, I'll touch upon that. Don't worry. Model is like there are 3 ways you can create model in SSE. One is by directly uploading a flat file. Okay, and second is create a model from scratch. Okay, and the third is like connecting to a live model. In case of DataSphere, these 3 the models will reside in DataSphere. Okay, will not be copied over. The metadata will not get copied over. The metadata will not copied over SSE.
Is it metadata that is not copied or data is not copied?
Data will also not copied, and the model will reside inside that. It's just a live connection it will make. Okay, so let's
work like a views. It works like a views that.
Sorry.
Does it work like views? Like
So I covered that. If you see that from DataSphere, it can only connect to views and analytical model.
Okay.
I covered it here. Okay, and perspective from business builder. It's just the views, graphical view and analytical model. Those are the data builder object, and on the business builder, it is the perspective. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that this will not be copied over. Now let's go into the system and start looking each of these one by one. Okay, so first, if you wanted to create a live model, we'll leverage the DataSphere. I'll show you that. When you wanted to create a model, you have to go to the modeler. Okay, if you wanted to create a live model, which I'll show you later, but I will start from here. Okay, once you click on the model, it gives you 2 options. Okay, 2 options are you can start with the data. Like I said, you can directly upload a flat file and your model will be created. Okay, and otherwise you can start with the empty model and you can start defining the dimension, measures, and everything out there. All right, those are the things you can.
One quick question: the flat file load only creates the analytical model, right? Not the planning model, right?
No, that by default every model is planning. I'll come to that. I'll show you.
Okay.
In the next screen itself you will be able to see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The next screen itself you will be able to see. So start with data and start with empty model is possible. Now empty model is where you are starting from scratch. Okay, starting from scratch. Now with data you can upload a file and accordingly it will come. Then there is a last option. Want to create a classic model. So this was earlier accounts only model that was there. Right now, this is not recommended to be used. If you click on that, it will take you with another dialog box, and there it will allow you to again the same thing. Okay, but these are classical model. This is not recommended right now by SAP. SAP is recommended that's what you can see here. SAP is recommending to create the new model type, and new model type allows you to create measures instead of accounting dimension. Beside that, what is the accounting dimension? I will come to that. Apart from the accounting dimension, it can allow you to create calculated measures and measures within the model. Okay, I'll show you in the next screen itself. Now, if I start with the data, it will ask to get a data from me. So I have prepared a data set here. If you have made it, I prepared a data set here. Okay. So this is a Superstore data set. It is basically a SAP provided data set that I have taken. That data set I have taken. You can use this. There are 3 tabs. The first is basically the fact, which we can leverage to upload the data. So I can go here and select the source file, right? And browse it and give the data. Here there are tabs you can select which tab you wanted to upload and use first row as a column header. So here in that file, the first row is a header. So if that is the header, you can keep it tick and you can upload the file. Okay. And then you can say import. Okay. Now we talked about dimension. One of the important thing that we need to keep in dimension in SSE, there are 2 types of dimension. Can anybody tell me what are the 2 types of dimension in SSE?
Public and private.
Yes. What is public and private? Can anybody tell me?
Public ones can be across the model. Private ones are specific to model.
Fantastic. The public one is specific to, it is globally accessible. In anybody in the SSE box can access this, globally accessible, and private are private to your model. Nobody else can change it, and it has a mechanism to lock it. Okay, I mean, there's a mechanism to lock in the sense if you define it as a public, it will automatically lock and nobody can change it. Okay. Now, in a typical project, what do? We go by the combination of both of these depending on the scenario. Public model, as it is globally accessible, we have to be very careful. Like when we create the public model, then nobody touches it, and they're very careful when changing. So in development box, there will be multiple rounds of change that may happen in public model. But in case of private model, there is no need to, that cannot be done until you give the authorization. So I'll come to that. So now if you see, right, these are the 2 different types of dimensions. Now you can come, now these are the dimension that you can see here, and this below side is giving you a data preview. So if you see, these are the dimension in the new model that got created, and you can see someone was asking that whether it's a when you upload the file, is it an analytical model or planning model? Planning model by default is clicked here. Okay, by default it is a planning model always in SSE. If you change it, it will change. Okay, but if you activate it once and then you cannot change it back. Ideally, you cannot be change it back. Now, if you see here, this model got created. There are 2 sections here. One is measure and one is dimension. Okay. So these are the dimension that got created. System is clever enough when you upload the file to decide which one is dimension and which one is not dimension, but not always. If you see here, the postal code is a decimal data type, but it took it into measure. So you have to reclassify it as a dimension. How can you do that? In such cases, if you upload a file, you can go into 3 dot and change it to convert to dimension. Okay. If you wanted to change the data types, you can change the data types as well. These are the 2 different types of data types supported in case of measure. One is decimal and one is integer. So measure supports 2 decimal point. I'm writing it down here as well because you will be able to refer to. Supports 2 types of data type. One is decimal and one is integer. Okay, all right. So these are the 2 different things are supported. Now I'll change these dimensions to dimensions. I'll convert to the dimension. It will come here. Okay, below. Yeah, you can see it got added here at the beginning. So these many dimensions are there in the data sets, and these many measures. Now here on top you will see lot of buttons. One is save, then model preferences, then share the model with somebody else or publish to catalog, and undo and redo button. And then there is edit, add dimension or add measures. You can do it from here as well. You can do it from here as well for that, or you can do it from here as well. Then there is a variables. If you wanted to add any variables to that model, that you can do, and I'll talk about this little later. And then there is something called configure data logs, delete facts, and all those things will come to that. Okay. So these are the buttons. Now this is a new model that I've created. In the same time, I will create old model. Okay. Now you will see the differences between old and new in the same way, in the sense side by side. Yeah.
When the option that you have showed where we can create a new dimension and measure, we can add the plus bubble.
Yes.
So is it something that we create a new characteristic or something that will define at runtime, or does it then that?
No.
So basically, where the data will come from that in that?
I'll try to show you something, then I'll delete it. So if you wanted to decide to add a dimension, say for example, you need to add a dimension. Okay. There are different types of dimension available. That's what someone was asking: generic, account, date, version, and organization. I'll talk about those in details. Before I even go into that, I just wanted to touch upon the overall availability. So here you can name the dimension. Say for example, I will just say the test dimension, and then I am keeping it as a generic dimension, and I would say this is how you do that. And if you wanted to make that dimension as public, you can click on that. It will get public. That means this dimension when get created, it will be accessible by others also. So someone in future, right, going to create a blank model, this particular dimension, if they wanted to use, they can pull it into their model. Okay, getting my point? Is it clear?
Yes.
So whenever you are creating a dimension, you can directly create the dimension here. There is another option to create the dimension, which I will show you again. So you can directly create it within the model and then make it generic, or if you can choose the type. Okay, and I'll talk about the types, and you can make it public or private. So if it is not public, it is private. That means this particular test dimension will be only available within this model, and only the owner of that model or the editor of the model can change, no one else. Okay, but if you make it public, it is available globally by other models as well. And if person X or Y wants to access this particular model and a particular dimension in their model, they can do it. Another way of understanding it, if an existing global model is there, you can also use by clicking here and browsing the global dimensions. You can see these are the all global dimension already available in the system. Okay. So in a typical project, most of the cases will create a public dimension so that it can be leveraged and the multiple dimensions are not getting created across the models. That's the standard action that we should take. Okay, there should not be any there should be project standards. I would say naming convention standards. Okay, I should not have two cost centers dimension for me, right? The cost center is cost centered across the company. Or GL accounts, set of GL accounts is always set of GL accounts across the company, right? So it doesn't change. So why to create two dimensions? So we need to be very, as a project team, we need to decide these standards and naming convention so that it doesn't get duplicated. So mostly in more project environment, you will see these dimensions are publicly available. But in cases, there are certain specific pieces where security is required and all these things are required for a given dimension. There you can make it private. Okay. Am I clear?
Yes. Just one question on it. So when we use already existing dimension, so assuming like you said an example of anything like company code or something, so does that mean that it uses the existing master data that is there for the company code and we are reusing it?
Right.
And if you need to, so if it is not something which is the standard one, when you create a new dimension, how do we fill data in it then?
Yeah, data filling will come. Hold on. I have not got to that part. Data filling, upload the data, how to schedule that. All we'll talk about it. Okay, don't worry.
So if you're using, so if you are using the existing one, it means it is more like a reusing the existing master data.
Right. And somebody might have already scheduled the data load in that as a project team, when you go, somebody will already, there should be jobs.
Correct. Okay.
In the system, there should be jobs, and that jobs can be scheduled to calendar as well. We'll come to that. Obviously, those will talk. But the crux of the things to take away from this dialog box and this discussion is that you can access a globally public dimension, and that your model will leverage that property and data. Okay, right?
And the third option is different from don't add a dimension table.
So it's like just text and timestamp. If you wanted to add, it will not create it will not. It's just for the text for a dimension or something like that. So
Okay.
for example, how can I tell you here? Yeah, product ID and product name. The product name could be a text dimension table. In my point here, if you see product name, if you wanted to timestamp, it will give you the timestamp by default at the time of load. Obviously, at the time of load, right?
Okay.
Lot of table when you upload, then you wanted to keep a timestamp by default added to it. So this user gives you that features. And if you wanted to upload any text for which you don't want it to maintain a separate like longer attributes and all, as I said in a dimension, if it's a master data, only I said it right here. If you see right, it's basically 3 types: text, hierarchy, and attributes. Right? If you do not have an attribute to cover, then you can make it text or timestamp as you go. Okay, this is the example: product ID versus product name.
Can we add some fields for this type of fields just to see how it works?
Yeah. So if you wanted to add it here, you just click on add. Okay. So this is a new dimension I have created, right? If you see, and it comes under the generic dimensions. I'll come to these generics and accounts and all these things. I'll come in a minute. So you can add a generate a time that dimension tables also can be done, and we can do that, and we can define hierarchy. I'll come to that, but you can see here you get the data. Like here you get the column added. Okay, you see the column added because now the data is not supplied. My flat file does not have that column, right? I do not have that column at the end like called test. So that data is not there, but you need to upload. Okay, getting my point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is how the first glance of the new model looks. Now I will go to every detail of it. Don't worry about it. What exactly each button does, what is this list and graph, what is details button, okay, all these, how we'll upload the data, what is switch calculation management, all these we'll talk about in detail. First, I'm giving you a glimpse of the model, how you can create a model, okay? And these models, again, very vital thing, this model has to be created only when you are doing an acquired dimension. Acquired data set. That means import connection. If you're acquiring the data. Okay. Now, this is a new type of model that we create. I was telling you that the same thing I will upload, and I started from a data that is readily available. I could have started from the empty model as well. I will bring that also in the picture. First, I will show you the differences, and then we'll go into the details. Okay. If I create a classic model instead of the new model, how does it look? I go with the same option, start with the data, and I'll say I'll upload the file. Same thing I'm going to do. Okay, I'll take the first column as row, import. This is the difference. You are seeing what is the difference it is coming in. Your data was successfully uploaded because there are a large number of rows in your data set. We have selected to a sample to work with you. Any work done on the sample data will be applied to the full data set and creation. So by default, it is 2000 rows that being imported while you are creating the model. But if you have, say, for example, 20 million records and you wanted to import that, then you have to schedule the job. And job scheduling, as I said, I will cover it. Don't worry. Right now, when you create a new model, it directly creates the model and shows you the data output here. Okay. Whereas here in this case, in case of the classical model approach, it first gives you an option to validate the data and then create the model. Okay.
One quick question. Is there any limitation for Excel upload, number of records to be uploaded?
Yeah, there is some limitation. I do not recall the number, but for the number, definitely there are some GB files, just some MB. I think it was 25 MB, if I'm not mistaken. That limitation is there. But if it's a scheduled job from a source system, there is no limitation. If it is a file, then you have a limitation. Okay.
Excel file. Okay.
Excel manual upload has a limitation.
Okay, I would like to know what is the exact limitation.
Yes, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you. So here, if you see, right, this is what is the first screen comes. And in the classical model, obviously, in your going forward project, you might not be doing that if you are doing a new development. But I feel that this is not needs to be covered as well, because you may be in a project, you end up being in a project where already some model is being created in this way. And how will you tackle that? So that's why I'm covering both side by side. Okay, covering both side by side so that you understand the differences as well. So here in the first screen, unlike here in the first screen that you see the all the dimensions and things are covered properly, here in the first screen what comes is the data validation. If you see, it is causing a one issue. Okay, and the issues are here basically highlighted here. Okay, so the format of date here is not correct. Okay, the format of dates are not correct. So we have to correct this format before we move on. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, then enable planning, the same option like enable planning here was there with the model. If you go to the model, enable planning, right? That's what it is. The same thing here also, and enable planning option. Okay, is there. Okay, right. So now you can correct the data by the format. So in the format is, if you hold the column, right? If you hold the column, you can correct the format with MMDDYY. If I'm not mistaken, that is the format. MMDDYY. Now, just a second, why I mistakenly did something. Just a second. Let me type it, or I will do go back. I'll do a go back here, right? Yeah. So now it's asking for, if you see the utilization of this button, then okay, you can just go back one step. It is giving MMYY should be as format is not giving. Yes, this is the format. Yes. Now you see it got corrected. You can correct at the run at the before even you create the model. So that's got corrected. Now here, couple of other things we need to talk about. And these options that you are seeing, it is also available in the new model, but where I will come to that. Okay, I'll come to that where it is available. Okay, but in case of classical model or the old model, you will get it at the very first. Okay, now if you see here, there is something called smart transformation in SSE. Can anybody tell what is smart transformation?
Conversion.
You can change the data.
Data massaging.
Data massaging, yes. Data massaging, right. Fantastic. Data massaging in SSE. So what it does, it gives you an option to massage the data according to your need by itself. And if you click on this, you can see there is a smart option it is giving. The system is proposing. This transformation of the data is called smart transformations. SAP SSE is clever enough to give you that. Other than that, it will also give you some options to create transformation. When you create transformation, these are the 4 options comes. What are those 4 options and what are the action items that we can do? This is also available in new model. I'll show you where exactly it is available. So what are the smart options that you have? Create transformation, concatenate, split, extract, replace. Split, extract, replace. Okay, replace. What is concatenate? If you wanted to, concatenate is a very simple thing. If you wanted to, like class 2 columns, okay, two or more columns. Okay, just merge 2 columns. Okay, merge 2 or more columns. Then split. If you wanted to split a one column based on certain characteristic or certain rule, you can do that. Split particular column based on rule. Okay, extract. If you wanted to extract a piece of it, so suppose if you wanted to extract, right, you can see the formula that you write here. Number after first 2 from this. Okay, right here it is blank, so it is taking the first 2. Okay, so you just an example. If you wanted to change it here, first 3, okay, it will change. Okay, the transformation will change. I'll show you all this transformation in the system. So it basically extract extract piece of data from a column. Okay, then replace. So if you wanted to replace all M with N, that kind of activity can be done. And lastly, there is one more option was there, right? Create in the case term is change. Change is nothing but the casing change, small case to uppercase and all. Okay, are we aligned? These are the smart. So in certification, this question comes. Okay, what are the smart transformation facilities available with this? Or they will give an example. Which one is applicable here? What is being taken? Okay, that kind of question may come. All right. Yes.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature allows users to explore data interactively in SAC? Option A, Smart Insights. Option B, Data Actions. Option C, Search to Insight. Option D, Planning Functions. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at reporting and dashboards? Our SAP Analytics Cloud course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Analytics Cloud. It's like a smart tool for turning data into easy-to-read reports and charts. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to smart tips and tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're doing. Your teachers are pros who've worked on real SAP projects. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this course super helpful and easy to follow. Best part, it won't cost you much. This great chance to learn comes at a very good price. Ready to become a SAP Analytics Cloud expert? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We discussed about, like how a classical model and a new model being created. The major differences that we have seen here is that, like in the classical model, you will be able to, get to the details of it, like I mean to say loading or data wrangling part earlier, and you can set the rule. Where in the new model, you will get the data wrangling piece towards the end while you are setting up the job. Okay, that's the change. Second thing, we have seen that that means that the model gets generated first, and secondly, the load takes place. Here in the classical model, we basically get the standard data uploaded, do the data wrangling, and based on the data wrangling things, the dimensions and measures are decided, and we can create those model in the classical side, and then we can definitely subsequently schedule the load. We are going to talk about different things, like we talked about dimension. We talked about the dimensions from the perspective of while we are creating the model inside, and there we can create a dimension. We showed that how can you do that. Apart from that, you can also do the dimensions. Like if it is a public dimension that you are creating, that public dimension can be created into the from here as well. And as the name suggested, right? If you remember, the public dimensions are nothing but the dimension which can be shared across different models. So that's why this opportunity here it is being given to create the public dimension outside of the model itself. But in case of private dimension, you cannot create those outside. Okay. So all these dimensions that you are seeing in the system, 1, 2, 3, and different pages are there. Okay. All these model that you can see, right? These are the public dimension. It can be utilized in any of the things, any of the model for that. And here, you have the specific options of deleting and copying and all these things. And then there is an option to import the data into the dimensions as well, either through file or through a data source, which is import type. Okay, so these options are here, and once you do that, it will directly go to the file and go to the scheduler. Okay, now when you start on the dimension, let's talk about this dimension, public dimension. There are 3 types of basically public dimensions are possible. One is organizational dimension. Someone was asking me to explain this. I said I will do that. first let me give you the overview of the model, and then we'll talk about that. So this is the description. So the one is organizational dimension, one is account dimension, one is generic dimension. Okay, what are the three different type of public dimensions? One is organizational. The organizational means it represents the organization structure. What could be the example of organizational structure? Company code, cost center, profit center. These are the organizational structure. And generally that specifically it represents the company code of a legal entity in terms of planning. It is basically representing legal entity, or every company code or cost center, there would be a person who will be doing that. That is what we can have as a default currency or company code. So suppose a company code which is based out of India, so they will definitely have a default currency as INR or something like that. Something based out of US, then it will be USD. Something based out of Canada, it will be Canada, and so on. And the person responsible for that company code. Okay, that's where, I mean, say this could be, in practical term, it could be the head of the company code or something like that, or another who manages the entire profit center segment. Like, so these are the default property. This has to be included while you are creating an organizational dimension. Okay, and there are hierarchical levels. You can make the hierarchical level if it is required. So profit center hierarchy or cost center hierarchy, things like that. And optional setting is and data access control and hierarchy, hide hierarchy nodes. So this is also available in some of the other dimensions. But what are these? Just let us explain. So suppose you are basically enhancing a data access control in SAP. What does that mean? That means you are basically saying that my US company code will not be able to see India company code's data or what is their financial standing. If such scenarios and data access control, then the optional setting data access control can be turned on, and we can make sure that this data access control is applicable to that organizational. Now a user does not have access to the INR company code or IN company code or CA company code, they will not be able to see that. If they have all the access, they will be able to see that, or whatever access they have, they will be able to see. Similarly, it can be also applicable at the hierarchy node level. So to how much level you can go. Okay, so whether you can expand all the hierarchy nodes and go to the granular level of the hierarchy, or you have to go to the highest level. Say, for example, highest level could be, I'm just giving an arbitrary example, or an example like a highest level could be, like your, say you can say, right, profit. Inside profit, I'm just giving an example, right, just to let you understand. Profit is the highest level example, and profit is nothing but your net income. It can be also called net income, right? So net income is equals to gross income. Okay, then you have another node called tax, then you have another node called COGS, then another node called something like that. So how far down you can go, whether you are all, now COGS can be different, like cost of material, cost of things, like whether you can drill down to those levels or not, that is what hide hierarchy nodes controls. Okay, so organizational dimension has these are the things. Okay, so I'll go to the system. I'll show you. When you click on this dimension, you can choose the different type of dimension from here, whether it's the account, generic, or organization. So if I choose the organization, you can see these two are by default. As I said, currency, default properties currency, and person responsible is by default. Okay, enable.
One quick question. So if when we have like company code center and profit center in the dimension, so what will be the criteria to decide? Because we'll have only one organization type, right? So which one will choose as an organization type? What will be the criteria?
It is basically the planning at the level at which you wanted to do the planning. Okay, generally it's the legal entity that's been considered.
Yeah, but basically most all these levels, right? For example, if you take cost center, profit center, and company code, 3 are planning levels.
Okay.
So, but yeah, company code is a legal entity, but is there any criteria other than is the general practice followed to define the organization structure?
So one criteria I can say in a given model, there is only one organization dimension and one account dimension possible. Rest can be generic. So other dimension.
That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
That's the reason I'm asking, because it's only one type, one organization type is possible. How do we choose whether it should be company code or cost center or profit center? What is the crucial decision factors here?
I think I think it's the highest level that we generally choose, that is the legal entity, but it depends on the financial accounting setup. Like mostly I have seen in my experience is the entity level where we do that. Legal entity is the company code. Yes.
Company code.
Legal entity. Yeah. Because ultimately, if you roll up, profit center, cost center are all rolled up to company code. Even sales organization, everything rolls up to company code. Okay.
You're correct. Ultimately, that is the reporting entity.
That is the reporting entity. Yes. So generally, I have seen the company code is being most of the places I have seen company code or the legal entity is being termed as organization. Now, if you have something else like the profit center, cost center, which is also sounding like organization, but that has to be defined in the model as a generic dimension. Okay, I'll come to the generic dimension in a bit here. Like everything else has to be generic. So this is, if you see right on the organization dimension, if you see it here, enable data access control or hide hierarchy nodes for the organization. So the one I said how far you can drill down, that you can choose. By default, these are the two things. So I'll just give a arbitrary name and description, say for organization, say entity. I'll give and then I'll create. So once you create this, you can see the currency and the person responsible by default comes. Okay. Even if you do not include this in there, you can also include it here as well, data access control. Okay. Read, write option to two columns based on the user that we are having in the systems. That system, whatever authorization that they will have, based on that they can read or write once the person responsible comes. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Now you can save it to save the dimension publicly, and then you have you can add rows to add data, and you can delete rows to delete data. You can manually enter the data as well. Okay, so I'll just remove the data access control. The moment you enter the data access control, these two columns will come based on the so that the settings remains there. Okay. Then here in the right side, in the property side, if you see it, if you wanted to create a hierarchy, right, a parent-child hierarchy, that you can give that HID. I'll just give a name, hierarchy, HID, right? You can create a hierarchy also. Okay. Okay. So you can create hierarchy. Now, if you come here, then you can edit. Sorry, you can give a hierarchy node details here. Accordingly, the hierarchy of the organization will be set up. So basically, there is a way of defining the dimension, like root node, and then like hierarchical node, that has to be called out properly here. Okay, I'll show you one of the dimension, but I will create one of the dimension. I think I have an example. Let me see in this itself we have or not. This is not the data. Just give me a minute. I'll just bring the details and show it to you. Okay, so this is the formula. So this is one of the sales organization data. So you can see how it has been called out, root, total, and all. So how does it goes into the and then thereafter entity along the sales organization dimension has been called out. So this is one of the attributes. Okay, this is one of the attributes. Okay, so that's how the hierarchy node, if what we are saying here, that has to be brought in here. It's not a organizational dimension. It's just a generic dimension. But I just wanted to show you how you can set the hierarchy. So if you are filling up the data during the creation, you have to fill it in the same form. Okay. So there is some this, and then if this particular dimension or organization things is been used in any model, that will be shown here for your quick reference. Okay, all right. And if you click on this hierarchy, if you have the data, right, it can based on your definition, it will show you the hierarchy here as well. So right now I have not given any data, so it will not show you. But if you wanted to see the hierarchy, how does the hierarchy looks like? Once you enable the hierarchy, then it will show you in there. Okay, yeah. So those are the things here we can see. Now, one of the other thing in the currency, you can make the currency value as mandatory while you are enabling as currency, right? So by default, it's optional in the organization dimension, but you can make it mandatory, and you can see by default it is dollar is the default currency. You can change this currency as you need. Okay, and how can you do that? That goes to the currency conversion. I will talk about the currency conversion as I make progress. Okay, so this is what about the organization dimension. Any question? Then I'll move to the account dimension.
Nothing from my side.
Okay, I'm discarding this. I'm not saving it. Similarly, if I go to the dimension table again, and if I choose the account dimensions, then I'll just give a name, say account test. Well, now I'm just giving this name. Okay. Now here also, like if I go to the theoretical part of it, it is very important dimension for financial plan. Okay. For the perspective of the account dimension holds all the things that is required, like all the financial KPIs and measures it holds. Okay. It has properties. I think I will be talking about the properties here, right? And we'll go there. So account dimension includes all the financial accounts and measure. Properties are accounting types, hierarchical relationship. You will see here all these things. I'll talk about this. And setting like currency conversion responsibility are not applicable. So why currency conversion is not applicable? Because currency conversion goes by the organization. As I said, every organization or the company legal entity code is basically tagged to a particular region, and they have their particular currency. Canada have Canadian dollar and US have US dollar. India are INR. Japan has yen. So based on that, it will be done. And if we have to do any currency conversion, that we have to do it in the model. So this account dimension is very crucial, and there has a lot of properties are out there. Almost you can see here 14 properties are there for the account dimensions. First is the unique ID that gives you the member ID, then the descriptions of the account dimension. So unique ID is nothing but the one I have created here, account test. Okay, and you can do the descriptions. And here you can see the difference between organization and account is that these two entity are not like choosable. You cannot choose this. This is only applicable for organization, and by default this has been added. But here these other two you can do that. Okay, the other two you can do that. So if you are not meant to see the plan data, then if you have a data access control not to see the plan data, then enable this and then apply a data access control, you will not be able to see the plan data. So similarly, like all these settings are there that you can use. The same settings are for hierarchy as well. Now, if I go here inside again and say, for example, I give just a description account, okay, and create. The moment you create it, it will take you the similar page. And here you can see that data access control, it can be enabled from here as well. Then there are multiple properties. The default properties are these for account dimension. Okay, the default properties. Now, account type is by default has to be within this. The account type is income, expense, asset, liquid, liabilities and equity, and non-financials. So these are the different account type under which a P&L, these are nothing but a P&L account type comes under picture. So these are the account types are possible: income, expense, asset, liabilities and equity, and non-financials. Okay, so these are the broader classification of the financial accounting dimensions. Under this it comes. So that's what it is saying here. If you see here, account types here in these particular things I'm talking about used to differentiate between the types of account: income, expense, asset, liabilities, and non-financials. Okay, then hierarchy. There is an attribute called hierarchy here. This hierarchy is nothing but the first is member, description, and the hierarchy. The hierarchy defines the parent node under which the member falls. So even like, say, for example, an account, the financial accounts has a hierarchy, right? Gross income cannot fall under COGS, right? If we wanted to define such hierarchy, that can be defined here, and it will be the similar format that I have given here. So you have to call out in the root and format under that. Okay. Then the formula node is there. If a member has to be applied through a formula, right? Calculation and predefined formulas can be used for any value of the account dimension. So that can be entered here. So if you click on this formula bar, it will give you the option to write the formula. And on the left side, you can see there are different functions are possible to add. If, then, else, and date time, conversion, like mathematical grand total and planning and all inverse if and all these things are there. Okay. And you have the operator, conditional operators and plus minus operators there. You can write formulas here. Then comes the account type I already explained and calculated on. So here, if you see whether it will be calculated on the details or if you keep it as a blank, it will be calculated at the aggregated. The column is still available, but it is not of much use. SAP recommend to use exception aggregation instead. What is exception aggregation? I will explain it to you. In exception aggregation can be done in story as well as model. Okay, we'll see that in the story. Basically, it is generally recommended to do it in the story at the final level. Okay, so this column can be ignored. Then the aggregation type, you can see these are the type are available. So by default, it has to be now sum. If you wanted to sum up the values of the account. Okay, so generally all the amounts will be summed up. Okay, so that's what it is saying. For the account, the parameters aggregation type determines how the values accumulate. Sum, none, or label. So basically, sum is the one that we use. Exception aggregation type, exception aggregation dimension. These two are there, but as I said, they are so these are the alternative to do the calculated on. So here, exception aggregation is a specific feature, right? That is by like here you can see generally by default it's a sum. So other than that, if you wanted to calculate the exception aggregation is whatever the default aggregation type, which is the sum. If you wanted to do something else, okay. So that's where these are the options come. Then the scaling of the account dimension, whether 1,000, million, billion, or percent, and all these things are there. And the decimal places at which you wanted to see the account dimensions. Lastly, the unit and currency, whether this is a currency dimension, currency account. Okay, most everything most visible in the story. The visibility you can set here. So these are the properties of the account dimensions. Okay, and once the root hierarchy is defined here, you can see the hierarchy management. You can go to the hierarchy and you will be able to see parent, and then after that it will show you. Okay, I'll show you some of these as I move forward. So this is how you. So if you see that these are the properties of the things, and on the top again save button, undo button, plus minus value of the member, and copy and delete, and all those things are there. Delete all the selected members you can select and delete and one go else. Okay. Then there is a validation, right? Account test. If you wanted to put a validation, I think this validation can also be given in the model as a dimension level. It is not always required because dimension level is too granular, so it is not required. But if you wanted to put a validation before you load the account dimension, that you can define here. I think if you give a member detail, then it will show you. So these are the account dimension, and this account dimension is very widely used in the activity of the SSC. Okay. Any question on this account dimension? Anybody?
This formula, whether it is recommendable to do at the model here or in like in stories, it is suggestible for account dimension.
So generally, if you have a very, because this is you are going to public, right? Generally, if you are pretty sure this formula is basically across the organization, it is going to be used, then you can put it here. Otherwise, from the practical purpose, it is better to do it with the, because if the formula gets changed based on the different scenario, you have to do it in the stream. Otherwise, if it is a global formula, no harm in putting it here. Okay.
As private dimension also we can use is any some cases, exceptional cases, like in some specific models, we can use it in private. I think private.
No, these are all private. You wanted to use a private dimension instead of the formula?
No. See, this account, like instead of public, I will see in some cases in the model I can use as a private. Means I want due to like other persons, like not as a private, I can use specific cases.
Then you can write it in the model itself. Yeah. Yeah, but if you are creating it as a public dimension and applicable to other model, then it is, you have to be cross-check that it should not affect the other models. Okay. Anything, another thing I just wanted to touch
About
upon
the performance wise, because it's a
performance wise, I think model will be better performance, right? Because it will be loaded and ready, but compared to story. But on the applicability perspective, story is more preferable.
Then why they are giving these options here? Because that's my query.
They just give the another option, like even say for example, you will see, right, in the model upload of the data, they have given, I wrote a formula, option to write formula, but half of the project doesn't use those. So there would be, they definitely from the tool perspective, they have given the things. Applicability is that what you have to decide. Okay. So right, say for example, I can do a model in case of BW4 HANA, like if you are BW4 HANA, I can do the same modeling in HANA database as well as the application layer. Choice is mine, and we need to take the decision. Okay, right. So these are the some. These are the some like properties. I will pass on these Excels. I'll all these Excel that I have covered. Okay, and you will be able to understand. So any other question on the account dimension? It is a very crucial dimension for the reporting purpose.
And what is the criteria to decide again for which dimension we tag it as account type? What is your experience, Akshva, on this? What kind of the dimension we should tag it in this category?
So basically, the GL accounts or those are basically the account type in Indian organization, like which is defining this income expense asset liquidity. That's the one. I'll not say GL account. The account type which gives you these 5 figures. Okay. So basically GL accounts and all. Like that is the account type. Account means nothing but the GL account itself. Okay. So there are income accounts.
Is it mandatory to tag GL account as a account dimension? Is it mandatory?
It's mostly, I have seen that is the only case. I cannot comment on that because if there is any other scenarios, but I have seen mostly the GL account is the considered account, because that is the plus minus accounts, right, for us. Like whether the expenses are always posted under a particular account, incomes are series of accounts. Yes.
But if we see the standard business content, if we maybe open parallelly the standard business content.
Okay. I do not know if in this system the standard business content is installed or not.
The integrated IFP, integrated financial planning business content. If you see that one, you can search IFP, I think, or S4. You can just search S4. I don't think so. If you search S4, yeah, it is there, I think.
Oh.
No, it's not there.
You search with financial. I think
it's not installed. But I will tell you, in the standard business content which they have
this one. Right? This one. Integrated financial planning. That's what you're talking.
Yes, correct, that one. Sorry, your screen, there is a lag. That one is correct. Integrated financial planning.
So here, these are all stories. Dimension.
It's a test system. I think you can import it. So
let me try to import it.
So in this, you can also go to the standard dimension. If you go to the dimension table,
okay.
So they have not defined GL account as the account type. So if you take the standard dimension, SAP _IFP.
Yeah. That's member IDs. So that's not yet installed. I think nobody installed this. You can see I'm not seeing that underscore is the dimension and
yeah, but the confusion is in the SAP delivered that business content. They have all these 5 planning areas: OPEX, CAPEX, financial statements, and then workforce planning, all these things. So in all these models, they're using all are generic account type, means the dimension type. They have not defined any dimension as an account type. They have organizational dimension type, which is they're linked to company code. That's correct. But I'm surprising why they didn't do anything for account type.
Okay, I'll research on that and I'll get back to you maybe. So I'll just take the topics. Just a second. I think now it's writing.
Other than organization type, they only use generic type.
Why generic type? Dimension is used in standard content instead of
code.
Okay.
And also we need like benefits of using account as generic, which will be beneficial. Also, if we can expand it on it.
Yes. So obviously the comparison in the next round itself, you will see it is flexible. Generic is more flexible and we create, but account has a standard given properties. Okay, but let's go through the generic ones, right? I'll create a one generic and you will see all the 4 possible properties can be enabled. Okay, for the generic, it's completely customizable. And if you see right here, I'll write it generic, and all. And if I can create my properties right here as you go, create property as many I want. So if you create property, you just give the property name text, whether what is the what is the or data type of the property, and you can define those properties as you move forward. But for the account type, there are default properties are always there. So if you do not, one of the criteria could be if you do not need those particular default properties, then you have to go for the generic. Okay, but in the financial planning, mostly I've seen like GL accounts are although I do not belong to a FP&A background, honestly speaking, but whatever I have seen, right, mostly the GL accounts, which is basically relating to a set of account, like 6 series accounts could be for expense, 4 series accounts for all revenue, like that it is being defined. So they generally go for the account, but I will research on it. I'll get back to you. But yeah, the difference between, if you see right here, the generic is completely in your hand.
By your hand, a generic one.
You can control the properties, right? How many properties you wanted to do, right? Say for example, you are creating a sales organization property things. So if you see here, the sales organization, if you see here, I have sales organization definition, hierarchy, currency, and entity. I can have a location as I can have a thing that. But there is no default property, right? As you can see, like if you see in the account dimension, there was a default property. These properties are default, formula, account time, and all. These properties are default. You have to have that. Then if on top of that, if you wanted to create any other property, that you can create. But here in the generic property, you have just the member ID and description. Then you have to define all the property manually.
But in the model, in any model, if for example, if we don't define any dimension as account type, will that create any problem in later point of time in the implementations?
I don't think so. In terms of analytics, it will not. Planning, I will confirm. In terms of analytics, it will not.
Okay. And I was also wondering why SAP.
The most important. Sorry to cut you. The most important one would be there is the version, whether the value you are putting, and as long as your measures are defined, the value you are putting, whether that the actual forecast or budget or rolling forecast and so on. Okay, and that is by default comes, right? Whenever you make these are dimension, when you go to the model and you make it planning enabled, then automatically the version will come, and the default version would be actual first. And then when you go back to the story and you create the, you create the, what do you call? You copy the story actual version, and then you can define whether it's a rolling forecast and all. So model by default, it is the actual. So I'll show you as I move forward. Okay, because I have not come through the model everything yet. So these are the dimensions for. Yeah. Is that any other doubt?
No, so not for me. Generic one I don't have doubt, but only the account one is.
So your question, why they have not done, I'll get back to the standard content what form they have done that. I'll get back.
Yeah, and
is there any restriction for account dimension, like maximum how many we can create as account? Is there any restrictions as organization is
in a model? One organization, one account dimension can be there.
Yeah.
Okay. In a given model, one account dimension, organization dimension is allowed. Everything else has to be generic. Yeah. Can I move on then? Does that answer your question? The restrictions from the model perspective?
Yeah, it's clear, for at least to me. The only account type is the one that can not clear why SAP also not defined it. And the new model type. Anyways, classic model type, account type is mandatory, right? Because it's a whole classic one is based on the
classic one. It is mandatory. Absolutely. Okay.
The new model type, they say it's optional.
There are measures. That is not mandatory. There are measures. That's what I'm saying. In the classic one, only one is absolutely required. In the new one, you can manage it through measures as long as your version is defined. Version is the most important thing in the new model. And by default will be coming. We don't have any control to that. Okay. The other type of dimension I was talking about the date dimension. So like can anybody give it a try? Why date dimension is always a private dimension? Why not public?
Not very sure, to be honest.
So my assumption, but my interpretation is that if we create multiple types of date in the system, right, and that being used as a public dimension, then it creates problem. So within the model, there is a specified type to which you can do the date dimension. That's why it is private. So you cannot.
Maybe the format as required in the model.
Right.
Because some people will say DDMM, some people use MMDD, some people use DDDDMM, something. Okay, different. It can be specific to that particular way of reporting.
Yeah, and model to model, like specifically in the fiscal generations also. That is one of the things that is very important, because I hope rest of the folks that were there, fiscal versus calendar relationship, right? I just give an example. For in India, the fiscal year is April to March, whereas the calendar is January to December. Okay, so generally that is being represented by a fiscal variant in SAP world, which is called K4. Apart from K4, K1, and any other fiscal variant can be defined. And these are all, I'll tell you one thing. These are all basically driven through the S4 configuration or ECC configuration. And these configuration are maintained at the organization level when the organization structure is being set and the date and the fiscals and everything is being defined into the system. Okay, it's just not that I wanted to do something and I will do it in SSE. So you need to be in tandem with the source system from which you are getting the data, and accordingly you have to build all these things. This entire build is, I think, is still exploring, takes time. The entire thing doesn't come through the fact that the way I want it, I will do. You have to keep your parity with the SE DOCA, SE DOCP, all the financial piece in the S4 as well. Okay, so that's why the date dimension is very private, and fiscal has to be properly defined there, and that's why it is that. I was talking about the version dimension. In a planning model, version dimension always come. The default values of the version, of the version is actual. But apart from that, when you go to the story and copy out the versions and everything into the layout, and then you define, then different version can be generated to forecast, rolling forecast, and so on and so forth. Okay. A default property category for the version is variance analysis. Variance analysis is nothing but the actual versus forecast, or budget versus forecast actuals, like that. The other one, measured dimension. Measured dimension is nothing but the measure, or any dimension, not measure, like any dimension which is type of measure. Okay. So for example, I can give you an example from the S4 side. Material, right? Material, I'm just giving a different example, not from the financial perspective. Material can have a dimension, right? 5 feet long, 10 feet width. So 10 is a number, numerical representation of the width, length, and height. Okay. So those are the, or say, for example, for the financial example, I can give credit limit. A lot of time I've seen, like you might be seeing what is credit limit of a customer. So that's a value. It doesn't change. It doesn't get generated out of the transactions. It generated out of the master data dimension, which is credit limit, probably. Against the customer, it gets stored. So this customer has this credit limit based on these payment terms. Okay. So those are the things like you will be seeing here as a measured dimension. Okay. So these are the private dimension. Private dimension only comes into the picture when you are creating the model, and within the model it stays. Okay. Now moving on, I just wanted to give you a comparative study, and this will help you to understand probably better between the classical model and the new model. So here, as said, account-based structure with column key figure, right? And it is a key figure based structure. Okay. So here the default account is basically the all the measures. Here it will define all the measures. Here the measure itself define the measure. So the modeling structure gets changed from the classical and the In the new model, you will not have an account dimension. It will be all measures. Okay. Now, in the classical model, account dimension or the organizational dimension could be there. Then flexibility of adding measure, you can add further measures. One is as you want, like by creating a accounting account in the new account in the dimension. Okay. So you have to define your custom account apart from the default ones like income, expense, liability, and all. Here you can define with the different units. Okay, you don't have a problem here. Data volume and performance wise, new model is far better compared to the classical model. And why it is better? That's because it leverages, because it's a column-based storage, right? If you see here, it uses the full potential of HANA. HANA Cloud is beneath that. Okay, so that's the technical piece of it. Currency handling, multiple currencies can be handled in the new model, and then calculation and usability, calculated measures can be done, and lot of new formulas, new capabilities are there. Okay, here if you see account dimension requirement in the classical model is mandatory, but in this case it is optional because it is counterfeiting with the key figure or the measure that we define. Even if you do not have account model, it is fine. Okay. Then other thing is that best for straightforward account-based reporting, suitable for complex scenario requiring flexibility. Okay. Limitation performance issue with high data volume. As I said, this uses this new model specifically uses the entire capacity of the HANA, so it is very, very good in performance. Okay. A migration to new model, like in case of classical model, it can be migrated. I think it got toggled. It got toggled. Yeah, sorry, got toggled. It should be this. So any old model can be migrated to the new model, and new model there is no migration, right? And the other way around, it is not thing. And where you can do that, I will show you. So if you have say, for example, I was creating a model which is classical, right? Let me see. I think this one. So here, if you see, once the model is created, right here, this is the migrate to new model type is there. So once you click that, it will give you an option that migrate the classical model to a new model type could affect dependent objects. So this is what dependent objects mean. This is what it is called out here. So if you change this, your existing stories and other things or data actions or data currency conversion, whatever being applied, those can be get affected because if you change it. So that is what is the warning here it gives. This action cannot be undone. So once you do that, if there are problems, you have to go to that story or currency conversion and everything, and there you have to manage it. Okay. So once you click on the migrate, it will go through its own journey and it will migrate to the new model. I'm not doing it because I will keep it as a reference, and I will show you. So now, so far clear whatever I have discussed, everyone?
Yeah, it's clear to me.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I will be definitely model is I have not touched further. I will
see in the new model if we use account dimension. Again, like how it will store column storage or row storage? Row only, right?
No, it will be not like row storage. It will be still column storage. It will be still column storage. This storage type is not based on whether you have the account dimension or not. Classical model by default is a row storage in HANA, but new model by default is a column storage. It's a default. It's not depending on the account dimension. So this particular dimension doesn't have anything to do with where it is getting stored, how it is getting stored. So that's the improvement that SAP has done over the time, and that's why SAP is recommending. And along with that, other improvement also came. That's why SAP is recommending to do it new model.
Currencies also it will support.
Sorry?
Dimension different currencies also it will support the dimension which we are using account, right?
Yeah, that won't be an issue. It's a currency conversion, the conversion through which you can manage it. So in the new model, there is a conversion through which you can manage it. If you have defined the conversion, it will take care of. I'll show you all these things probably in the next preference screen only. You will see this. But your concept, like forget about that concept that if I define the account dimension, then it will turn into row model. No. In the new model, it is by default column stored, column based, to use the potential of the HANA. In case of row, in case of a classical, it is row based. So the performance here is a little lagging. Performance is that's why it is coming, because HANA is much more performant. In HANA, you can do both row-based and column-based storage. So here earlier, the classical model is used to have everything in the row-based, not the column-based. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So now account dimension doesn't have anything to do with where exactly it is stored. So now going forward, like now what we'll do, right? I'll open a new model. Okay. Even you can see it in the old model as well, but doesn't matter. Like I'll go into the files. Yeah. So I just whichever I have created. Okay. Couple of other things I wanted to show you here before I go into the deep dive further. We saw how it is getting created and the classical model how it is getting created, and we jumped into the. I'm coming back to the model again. Okay, dimension I just covered in the as a bypass. Okay, as a cover in the bypass, and those dimension can be used there, and the property of the public dimension will be inherited here. Okay, and now a couple of other things in this panel. If you see, if you wanted to, there are many dimensions out there. Then you can search it here. Or if you wanted to change the view, how you wanted to see it, it will show you in this manner as it's a star schema kind of view where you can see it. Okay. Now on the top we said there are different sections: model structure, calculation, and data management. So now let's talk about the model function. This first button is save. Second button, I'll come to that. Share the model or publish to catalog. We are all clear about the sharing this model to somebody else. Okay. And then undo, do, redo, then plus, add plus, add minus dimensions. Okay, then delete any dimensions if you want. Okay, that's what you can do. And then there is variable. So you can define variable. These variable particular features of the model, I will show you when I start story, so that you can correlate to that. Okay, I'll do that. Then locking, configure the data locks. Please enable data locking in this model preference. So that will come here. Once we talk about that, this model preference will take a lot of time to understand. This is the crux of the model. Okay, preferences. And then delete facts. If you wanted to delete the data inside a model, like after the loading, this is the button you should use to delete the data. Okay, so these are the different buttons are out there. And if you click on the details pane, it will give you the details pane of the model. Okay, by default it is panning capable. If you wanted to change it for analytical purpose, you can change. Okay, right? And because I loaded the data, so it is showing that what is the source. Okay, in the first class, if you remember, if you go back to the video when I was covering the model, the class before, this was empty. Okay, this was empty. So these are the model structure level, like settings. Any questions on this model structure level settings, except the preference? The sharing, undo, do, plus minus dimension, variable I said I will cover. This particular piece will delete the facts. I meant to say delete the data. Again, you have to delete the load the data. And then this plus this graphical view. And apart from that, if you wanted to create plus minus dimensions and measures, you have to click on this like this. And here also you can create the same dimension that I showed outside. And then lastly, these dots, convert property dimension, delete and convert to measure, convert to dimension. That's what you can do. If you click on each of these dimension, it will give you the property at high level. Okay.
Calculations are you going to explain in the future or no?
Yes, I'll going to switch to calculation management. I'll come like calculation.
Yeah, Shubha. Yeah, what is that is properties? Can you explain the properties
here in this?
In the three dots, like when we click on. So
yeah. So here, if you see, right, change the dimension type. If you wanted to change the dimension type to measure or anything or things, that's that. Then like you can also, one thing you can do here, I'll show you probably, because these are not private. These are all private dimension, right? So that's why these properties are not coming. If you are using a public dimension, change the dimension type. It will open you allow you to open the dimension, and then there you can change it. Convert to measures is nothing but it will convert it measures. I showed you that example.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually like in the case of dimensions, or like what is the context of properties actually? What is the use of properties in the context of dimensions? Can I explain that?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like these are the properties, right? Here, if you see, these are the properties. You can delete. So property would be like if when you created a dimension, right? Generic dimension, like if you create a generic dimension, right? So these are the properties. Create property means I showed you, right? If you wanted to, these are the attributes, right? That's it. And these are the type of basic the type of data type it supports. So suppose you wanted to say customer. I'll just keep here then custom. Okay. By default, it will have member ID and all. So it's not a customer, right? So for example, imagine this member ID, nothing but this is a customer dimension. Here I have said generic, right? Let's come back. I'll explain it to you. So when I create a generic dimension, say type, say called customer, I'll create this. Now this is what? This is customer ID C001. Now if you go here, create the property, what it will do, it will start creating attributes of that customer. So for example, telephone, right? You can see the telephone column got added here. Okay.
Yes.
So this is the property. This is nothing but the property. Okay. Property of the customer, because it's a customer dimension. And by default, it will be done. It will be identified through a member ID, and then it's the description. Now you can define it's an integer, value is mandatory or not while you are filling up the data to this create. Similarly, you can create another property. These are the properties you can create.
So like you have given, for example, the proper telephone, you have defined the type as integer, right? So we have to give only integer values only. It will take only integer inputs, I think. Other than
no, it will take all these. So if you wanted to keep email, right? Say for example, just give email. You can give the text and length. You can define how much length you wanted to define. If you wanted to make it change and all this, whether the value is mandatory, create it. It will create email. So these are the property.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So any type of data type is supported, which is listed here.
Yes, and like my actual note is like if we like define the type as an integer, but if we give characters normal like alphabets, will it take input or not?
No. This will fail.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, but in the case of text, it will take, I think.
It will take. Text is alphanumeric. Alphanumeric.
Yes.
Yeah, that will take. So these are the properties in the dimension. So here in this, I cannot define those properties because these are private dimension. In the public dimension, we can define those private properties. Okay, getting my point?
Yes.
Otherwise, what you can do here, you go to the order date, you can click here, it will take you to the dimension. This is what I was looking for here. So here you can see these are the dimension of order date. Date is not a good dimension to look at that. I'll show you another dimension of it. For example, country. Because whenever date dimension is being done, so it is basically referring to the date, standard date. Rest of the things you can see it is asking for, it's not allowing you to, like these are all private property. It is asking you to generate the dimension table. If you generate the dimension table, okay, so make it public or not. So it is asking for property right now here. And from here, you can create all these. It is allowing to show. So I'll not create here. I'll say if you are making any this is category, this order ID, right? Just a second. It is because you have started from the model itself, right? It is only allowing you to choose the category as the dimension that is available within the model. It will not allow to define your own. So if you have to define your own, you have to do it outside and then use it in the model. Otherwise, the model, the one that you have, it will be only allowing you those columns to be added here. You can see it got added, and then order ID become kind of a conjoined thing here. If you see, you're getting my point. The hierarchy is becoming like hierarchy, which is not correct in this case. It is not correct. So anytime if you wanted to use the property of the dimension, you have to go outside and define it as a public dimension. Otherwise, in the private, it is not possible. Okay.
Also, the properties are only available for the dimensions only, not for measures, I think.
Yes.
Like why so? Why? What is the reason for that?
The properties here are different. If you see, these are the measure does not have a property, right? The measure is not a master data, right? Measure is just a value.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and here the property, I would not say property, the things are different, like aggregation type sum. You can define the exception aggregation, like I said, anything by default, the aggregation type is sum. Even if it is blank, by default, it is sum. Okay, if you wanted to exceptionally address that we can do. Then unit and currencies, if you go to the unit, you can give a fixed unit, USD, all these things are coming. If you are defining currency conversion, then this unit cannot be fixed. You can also derive the unit of the dimension from the measure from a dimension. So as I said, organization dimension has a currency as default, right? That currency can be used. So then here you can say like, here it is, there is no currency dimension defined. So if our entity dimension would have been there, then you can mention the entity. So whatever the entity currency is there, by default, that currency will be taken. So that's the property of from dimension. Getting my point? So you can basically company code, whatever, if company code INR, then INR is the IN, then INR would be the default currency. If it is US, then it will be USD, like that. Then some of the other options for measures are scaling, how you wanted to see. These were all there in the account dimension. So you can relate now account dimension and the measures. Are you able to relate to an extent? And the decimal places,
Yes.
right? So that's what I'm saying. In the new model, everything is measured. There is no account dimension required as such. Okay.
Also, the account dimension also can be used as a measure, I think, in case of the
Yes. Absolutely. Now these. So I hope in the model structure tab, you guys are all clear about what is being in the model structure tab, except the preference and the variable, right? So if I go to the preference, it will take you to a dialog box. Okay. And there are a lot of tabs are out there, and each tab, each preferences are very important to know, and it's not possible to remember. Okay, always, until and unless you day in and day out create models thousands and thousands model. Well, not thousands. Every day you create model and you do something. Okay. The first thing is that general settings, whether it's a planning or not. Okay. If you go to the general settings, first is the name and the description, and then the model type, and it is just the general setting that is called out. Okay. Then I'll first go through here. So first is the model preference overview. Model preference drive functionalities, currency conversion, planning, security, performance. How the model will all go through these kind of things: conversion, planning, security, performance, and all. Access preferences through the set model preference icon. So we'll come to that. This is the set model preferences. Okay. This action from here we can do this. Now general settings, like if you see the general settings here, it is nothing but it is talking about set model name, description, model type, and action. Then access and privacy. What is the access and privacy? If you go to the next tab, there are many options. Okay. By default, you can see as it is the public model, it is giving you read, update, maintain, delete. And because you are the owner, it is nothing to do with the planning model. Because you are the owner, it is giving you these options. Now, these models, whether data audit will be carried out or not. If that is the case, if it is said here, right, and it is a very good exemplary thing that SAP has done, if it is enabled, then audit of the data changes in this will be captured into the system. Okay. The log can be accessed via security of data changes. Okay. So here in the system level, they will capture the log. Who has changed the data? And why it is important? Can anybody tell me the audit log contains?
Tracking the different changes.
Specifically for the planning. If somebody changes the number by mistake. In case of analytical, it is not that much problem, because analytical mostly will upload the data, or will do, it is only reporting. It will go for life. In planning, if your plan data is mistakenly changed, your entire level will change. Okay. That's the reason for data audit. Sometimes it is very important based on your requirement. Then comes the validation rules. So it is basically nothing but if you are defining any rule into the model before uploading the data. So like say, for example, there are rules, right? In case of make sure your master data is present before the transaction loads. I'm just giving an example. Maybe that particular validation rule is not possible to apply here. Any such validation rule, or make sure the number is in this format. First 4 characters are always in this format. Those kind of validation rules, if you are having, you have to enable that validation rule against the model. That is where this particular picture comes into. Right? The validation rules is enabled. And then the moment if you say, okay, here is another tab comes in, validation rule. Okay. The moment you save it, it was disabled, right? The moment you save it, that it will become active. And if you go inside the validation rules, and you can create your own rules. Okay. So for example, create with member. What is here you can do, you can just give, if for example, I don't recall a rule one, say for example, I say description. Member should be separated and all right. This now here you can define such validation rules. Okay, so here you can define some validation rules. I will show you some example as I move forward. Okay, let's first finish the preferences. Here you can define all the validations rules once you are okay with that. Okay, now I'll come back. So I'll come back to the preference. I'll come to the validation. I'll show you some validation examples as I move forward. Okay, so now preference. This is where the validation rule comes into picture. Yeah. Then comes, I'll toggle it off, data locking. If enabled, data of the model can be locked with the data locking tool. Okay. So it is self-explanatory. So in case of planning, we have to lock the data. That has to be enabled. Data lock state, if you enable it, then it will give you the state open and lock to different state. When open, somebody can write into the planning model. When locked, nobody can write. It is only readable. Okay. Allow export to export and API access. It means the data of the model can be exported into CSV, and you can generate an API. Like I showed you the API, right? How in DataSphere it got generated. You can export the data through the API into an external system. Okay, that's the property is all about. Data access, model privacy. If you enable this, what is that? The model and the owner of the model and the user with roles are granted access, security, can access the data. Nobody else will be able to do that. So if somebody is only given access to this particular model, and the owner by default will be able to access the data, but other users will only be able to access the data only when you give the access to them. Otherwise, they will not. And you based on the and you can manage the data access control as well. Okay, data access control manage can be done. Okay, and based on the versions also you can maintain the data access control. That and data access control is applicable to the user profile. Okay, that's where it will come, and you can apply that. So these are the access and privacy properties. Okay, any question on this? Important one: validation rules, data audit. Okay. Question make, see, I'm telling you, if you guys are planning for certification, definitely from the model preference questions will come. Definitely. So you have to know about the properties, and one or two could be from the access privacy property as well. Okay. Yeah. Then moving on to the data settings, right? Enable week-based data pattern. So basically, it is by default. You can see here this planning and time range is basically give you the timeline. So here, this week-based date pattern is something like week numbers keeps on coming. Okay, that's the week-based date pattern. Now, period name level, it could be period number or the prefix period number with prefix. That means prefix, if you give, like you can see January, Feb and all. So month-wise it is given. If you period number, if you give P01, P02. If you give period number with prefix 01, 02, 03, 04. Okay. You can also define the prefix. You can see additional 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0. So that you can define. Then comes the fiscal. Not sure why these are not enabled. Could be some reason. Date dimension. Okay. It is okay. I know. I'll tell you. So as I said, fiscal is nothing but April to March in case of India. So until and unless you define a dimension through which the fiscal will be derived, which is again a date dimension. So in your model, whatever date dimensions are there, those will be listed here. So now generally the fiscals in accounting world, and again give accounting example, because fiscals are already defined through accounting only in case of finance. So posting date is something like which is defined the fiscal. So here this one posting date is not there. So any of the date through which you want to define the fiscal, that has to be enabled. And once that is enabled, then you can starting month you can define. For me, the starting month is April in India. And denote the fiscal year by year in which it ends or by year in which it starts. So basically, you can this is by default you can keep that denote the fiscal year. So basically, whether the fiscal, see, for a fiscal could be across 2 years, right? 2 different years, right? So when I said April to March, so if next 3rd March, right? This particular fiscal year is particularly stretched across 2024 and 25. So this means whether you wanted to denote the fiscal by the 25, which ends, or with the starts. Getting my point? So that's the property of it. If you give it 20 start, then entire April 2024 to March 2025 will be denoted as fiscal 24. And then the period number format, as I said here at the top. So this is what is the date settings for a given model. Okay. Any question on the date settings?
No, not.
So automatically, one thing that I wanted to add, automatically when the fiscal is being derived here, when you use this model into the story, fiscal dimension will be seen. Okay. Then comes the planning tab. By default, as I said, the planning is by default is the model is planning enabled. That means it can accept the planning date. Second thing is the date dimension used for planning. One dimension has to be, by default it is defined, has to be defined, and then planning area. How many database record? So here you can see planning on a large version can affect performance. You can set a parameter on initial planning area. If a user exceeds the piece parameter while creating the private version or starting to edit a public version, then they will get a warning. So that you can set it here. 5 million database records is the standard. Okay. Then recommended planning area based on the data access control and model privacy based on the data locking. So basically, this is what we keep, because all the planners should not have access to all the data. If a company code, because these particular applications will be rolled out globally, right, in a global organization. A company code level planning that is happening, entity code level, they should not look at the planning of US should not look at the planning of Japan and they modify it. So that's why it is basically choose with the data access control. Okay. And otherwise you can do it through the based on locking, whether the data is locked or not. That's what we can do. Data disaggregation, right? When the plan
is set auto generated, what is it like? Okay, it is preferable or we should not use?
Sorry, I missed that. This feature can reduce the size of your planning area to improve performance. Okay. So set auto generate based on table context or as default. So if you choose this set to features as the default, you can still enable or disable when it is working at the individual table. So whenever we create a planning table into the story, right, these auto generate based on the table context, whatever the table data is being used, frequently used, based on that it will be giving you that. But generally we do not keep that. We basically go by this. Okay, getting my point? So these features can reduce the size of the planning area. So planning area was by default was 5 million data. That's what it was here, right? Now, if you wanted to reduce the initial data, like planning area at the very beginning, that you can choose this, and the context of the table through which it is represented, that it will only consider those data at the beginning to start set up the planning when you are copying data and all. Okay, does that answer?
Yes, because I never saw by using this, so I asked.
That's what I'm saying. By default, we generally use this. We generally do not use this. This doesn't help much. Okay, so generally we use this particular feature, data access control and model, because data access control is what is give you the more secure and easier way to manage the data planning area. Then disaggregation is a concept in the planning. So we do the maybe I will explain it to you in a different way, maybe next class, because we are all time. But in one level, I can say one sentence I can say, right, it is nothing but after you planned on the aggregated data and it rolls down, that's the disaggregate. In other words, get more control over the data entity by restricting how values spread in the list members. So it rolls down the list members. These options also affect editing the data and mass data entry. Okay, this impacts the performance on speed. So based on the validation rule or based on the data locking, these are the two options are there. By default, both are ticked. Okay. So it controls how the data will spread across the leaf nodes. If you are, say, for example, if you are giving the highest level of hierarchy of plan value, and then you want to disaggregate it, that's where these two are comes. So if based on locking data, so if already our data has been locked, then the locked values will remain fixed. This means that the value entered on the parent level and top level in a hierarchy, so for example, will be disaggregated and distributed to the only unlocked child. Getting my point? Where the data is not locked previously. What is locking? Locking means you are finalizing the planning. So somebody has planned.
Cannot be
Say, for
changed.
example, sorry.
It cannot be changed, I think.
It cannot be changed. Yes. Yes. It will not change. The disaggregation will not change. So otherwise, what will happen? Somebody planned in week 1 and somebody comes in week 4 and he did that. Week 1 plan is already changed or will get changed. And we don't want to do across quarter and years, right? So that's the reason. Then the second thing is that based on the validation rule, if enabled restricted values will remain. There is a validation rules we can enable based on if the rule is satisfied, then only it will update. Otherwise, no. This is the two different disaggregation methodology through that. By default, both are ticked on a safer side in a planning. Okay. Unless and until you are very sure to manage it by yourself, don't unchange it. Okay.
Suppose if there is a conflict, say I am defined the validation rule, but again I have it's locking also I did it. Then how my validation rule works here?
Both together. So we
If it's
will
not
check whether
matching, how it will. Suppose
I'll tell you.
validation rule, the locking like field should be get done as per my validation rule, but I have locked. At that time, this validation, if we enable also, it won't work, right?
It won't work. That's what I'm saying. It will both work together. That means it will both work together. If the data is locked, no way the validation rules will be checked. If the data is unlocked, then it will go for the validation rule and check. If there is no validation rule enabled, then whether the data is, it will already work on the data lock. If none of the data lock has happened, then only the validation rule will be applied. So this work together.
Means that if it's primarily data locking only works apart from the validation rule. If my validation rule also there, but if it is locked,
for the first time, validation rule still works. It's not only data lock. For the first time, when you are doing the when you are copying the data for the entire financial year, and if you are doing a quarterly planning or monthly planning, right? Say depending on the organizations, right? Then first time both are applicable. Second time maybe the data lock take the precedence.
This is 250 MB. In case of .csv equal to 250 MB. Okay. And if it is .xls, then it's 100 MB. So that's how it is. Where this one we have already discussed. Okay, why generic? Then okay, this is a standard content perspective. I think I have the answer, but I wanted to double check further and then get back to you. But I'll get back to you on this. ECC connections, I was talking. If it is just ECC on HANA, connection is possible to the HANA database. But if it is an application is having a lot of prerequisite as well as limitations. So all those I'm preparing documentation. I will send it to you. Okay, I'll show it to you as I move forward. But I will not focus on this doubt clearance. I'll focus on the model as we were continuing. Let's talk about the model. So last time, if you remember, I was discussing the preferences. Any questions on the preferences, like the model preferences?
Not from me.
Okay. So let's continue there. We were covering each and every tab of the preferences. I think we were in the planning tab and we talked about the planning, right? This locking and things. Then the next tab is a conversion. Now, conversion is basically where you will set the preferences for the model to say like whether the conversion can be done or not. If you switch it on, right, you can switch it on. Then it asks you something very important. So what is that? It is asking for this model, what is the currency table I should be using for conversion from one currency to another currency. Then comes another important thing, which is what is the date dimension. And can anybody tell me why the date dimension is required for conversion?
That is the date to be applied, right? When validity date for the conversion.
So this is the date on which from which the rate has to be considered. Okay, rate means the exchange rate. Getting my point? So that's why this conversion is asking for the date. Okay. So whenever we do the currency conversion, a date is must. Okay. I'll show you further where exactly. Now, can anybody tell where this currency table is coming from?
Not sure whether we have to load or
yes.
Load it
We'll have to load. We'll have to load, and I will show you where exactly the currency table has to be loaded so that it is accessible to across every model, and we'll show that. Okay. Then comes the
question. There are multiple. If you drop down, there are multiple tables. So is it like those many currency tables are created in the system?
Yes. Okay. In this particular system, these many currency tables are there. Actually, there would not be those many. There would be standards, right? Standard ones has to be taken into account.
And is there any automatic data service like to load from the S4HANA system?
Not really. I don't think so, because if I go to the currency conversion, let me show you. So if you go to modeler, here there are currency conversion. We can import it from the BPC if you are connected to the BPC, but I don't think you can schedule this. So if you here you have to create a class. So if you give the name currency, the table name we need to provide. Okay, conversion T.
But the SAC is more of like an advanced replacement coming up for BPC, right?
Right.
But then why most of us say if we are implementing SAC, we'll delete the BPC, right? I don't think why SAP gave connection to BCP instead of S4HANA.
So that was primarily given earlier, right? It was not from. It was given earlier, like if you wanted to connect to BPC, that provision was given, but nothing to do with, like it's a replacement with BPC. See, when we started this journey, right? SAP started this journey. It was basically a very nascent stage. Now it has improved that this table has not been removed out. This option has not been removed out, and we can load it from BPC as well. So if you go here, just a second, I'll come back to this as well. If you go here, then it will allow you to import from the BPC. I don't think I have a BPC connection. A location must be created to connect to the on-premise data source. So the connection is not there. So that's why it is not giving. So generally here the currency tables has to be loaded from here. So again, I'll give the name currency. So if I go here, so these are the source currency, target currency, valid from, exchange rate, category, rate version, rate type. These are the things that we need to mention. Now, in the model, like when I was saying, I was giving a date dimension. That date dimension will correspond to this. Okay. So basically, if a row is there, say for example, if a row is there, which is basically, I'll give an example from the system. So then you will understand.
So it's same as we have in Tker table and BW, right?
Right.
So this also gets updated on daily basis with some jobs?
No, it is not through jobs. It is by default. You need to maintain this. But I think calendar schedule can be done. Okay. I think.
But then for daily exchange rates.
So that's why if you see, like mostly the average exchange rate will be used here.
Okay.
Because once in a month. And if you see
not even once in a month. For planning, always once in a year they do. It's called budget and planning rate period in the back end.
Okay.
So they use only once in a year usually.
But then for regular analytics reports, for planning I understand, but for regular analytics reports, we do require conversion.
We need to mention. Otherwise, from the source system where exactly you are doing, there has to be currency conversion has to happen. I mean, the source system mean DataSphere, BW.
Okay.
So now here, how does it works? Like just understand this. See, any date that is so suppose for example AUD to CAD, we are doing Australian dollar to probably Canadian dollar. We are converting, right? Any transaction that is coming between this date and this date will follow this exchange rate. Okay, 2007 January 8 to 2018 January 1st. In between,
there's no valid to date?
No, it's a valid from date.
But then these are two different entries, right? And the latest one will be applicable than 2018 one.
No, if your transaction date falls in the range I'm talking about. If you have a transaction,
range, we need valid to and valid from, right?
Wrong. So if your transaction has a date, say for example, 2017 August.
Yeah.
Okay. So then that range is basically this, between these two. And the exchange rate that falls in between is 0.971.
Okay.
So you can read it like this. So for example, I'll show you. This is your date, starting date. This is your starting date, 1/18/27, and this is your ending date. Between that, any transaction comes in, this is the exchange rate, it will fall. Now here, this is basically less than.
Yeah, or maybe 30th or 31st of.
Less than.
Yeah.
And from greater than equal to again this range, this date.
Okay.
Less than. Then that is the next above one will be applicable, 9.86, 0.986.
Okay.
So that's how it is. Sorry. That's how it takes 0.986. So now, say for example, in your transactions, the date you mentioned, like if you remember here, I'm mentioning an order date, right? It could be a posting date in case of financial transactions. If you are posting date, then if whatever range it is falling in, that particular line will be picked up as an exchange rate.
Yep.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. If while I was reading this in terms of row, if there are a transaction between these 2 days, this is the one it will take. Okay. So that's how it is being maintained. So that's why you will see, because date is also a key column, you will see multiple different entries for a same conversion type. It's just
so that's a standard template for date. There's no to, there's always valid from, and that row wise it works.
This is yes. This is the standard columns. We cannot add any columns. Yeah. We can only add rows. Okay, in the conversion table. The conversion table that we do, that will only be allowed to add the rows, not the columns. Okay.
Yeah. Shubha, one basic question on similar lines. Like in BW, we cannot edit any data in production, right? If it is transaction data. Does the same rule applies here in SSC data as well in models? Same, right?
Through security, it will be all controlled.
But then,
security, it will be all controlled, because not everybody, like for the planning, I think it will not frequently change. So there will be open periods when that access will be given, and then it will be applied. And in case of analytics, mostly I've seen everything comes out of the source system. If it is a live connection, if it is non-live connection, then we need to have an agreement that when to load or upload every day. So some manual activity would be there.
And how about master data? Because in BW, we can edit master data, right? Or at least not edit, but we can maintain manual master data when there are no flow or connections are done.
Here, basically, when you upload the data into a model, right? When you upload the data into a model, then master data again, it will be scheduled into the model. Okay, every day. Or if you, so like what happens, like in BW, what happens if you do not have a master data and you have a transaction related to a transaction related, and that in that transaction the master data entry comes, right? A lot of time we have seen all the attributes become banned. Here also the same, the master data entry will be created in the master data dimension table.
Right.
The same thing here as well.
So if I do not have any frequent job schedule for any master data, like we can maintain master data in BW, can I also maintain a master data here without creating a data flow or setting up a connection to extract? So if I create, let's say, any table, and then I would like to maintain some master data manually, I can do that, right? The way we can do.
You have to maintain it into a dimension. So last time, I think, I don't know if you were there.
I missed,
You missed the class probably. So we have an option to create dimensions. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes.
Public dimensions and all. So through in the dimension we can maintain.
We can maintain.
Dimension we can maintain, but generally it is advisable to do it through jobs. Okay.
Yeah, but then for job, the data needs to be there in source, right?
If it is one time, if that is not there in the source, yes, definitely you can maintain.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how the currency conversion table. I think the buttons I don't wanted to explain. This is a self-explanatory. This is nothing but the preferences. Preferences are nothing but the name and description here. There is no separate preferences, unlike the models. Okay. And then you can add new row, add missing rates, and all those things that can be there. Add row means there will be a row will be added at the bottom. Okay.
But then one more thing, in the workplace, there is no data management tab. So means we cannot also load, right?
Here you have to maintain. Here you have to maintain. That's what I'm trying to say. Here you have to maintain.
So when you say maintain, it means manual entry.
Manual entries, yes.
So if there are hundreds of records, we have to manually copy it. Really?
That is what is the option. Yes. And I think when I go, I'll check it. When the calendar comes, calendar can push it, but I have seen so far the manual entries has to be done.
So as a flat file load, we cannot use it?
So you can, it's not a load. You just have to copy the flat file in the same format and then just paste it.
Upload. Okay.
Paste it, not upload.
So means calculation always Excel upload.
Yeah, just like this is copy and then you just paste it. So like this.
Okay, one very basic question. We can load data from Excel here with the source system with the connection as a local Excel. If I have a data of this currency exchange rates maintained in my local Excel file, can I not use that file and
that's what I'm saying. You have to copy paste. You have to copy paste it. That's what I said. You have to. So you have an Excel in this format.
But one thing
I understood.
One second. If you go back, we just go one step back. So if you select the currency here, we see the data.
Okay, sorry, my man. I think here you can do that.
Here I see both the Excel
file and data. So you can do it. Sorry, I missed it.
Okay.
So here,
maybe
you can upload the currency table from here. Okay.
Yeah.
But the format has to be same. And same. Yeah. If you go to the data source, these are the data source support. I missed that. This was earlier not there. It came. This option was earlier not there. So you can get it from Google Drive or anything. I'm just giving you. Then you have to just give that details. Or if you wanted to upload it from BW, HANA, S4 HANA, you can see S4 HANA is also there. Then you can do that here based on the connections you have. You can do that. Sorry.
But it's not working. Maybe we need to little bit explore more.
Let me download and try right away. Give me a.
Excel is working, but the data source automatically it's not working. I don't know. Is there anything specific to be done?
Let me try one of these standard. In the connection is not there. That's why
I'm just trying it in my own system, customer system. There we have connections.
If any of the connections is available, I don't think the connections are available in this system. No, I cannot show it, but definitely it will work. Once the connection is there, it will work. You need to point to the table. It will work. It will work. This option has been given. This is the newly come. So this option can file. So definitely it will work. Okay. So if I download a file, if I say for example these two records only, right? I just copy and prepare Excel for now. Okay. Sorry, Excel. Okay. Import. It will get imported. You can see it is no issues or no. Finish mapping. Just give the mapping. Okay. So. Okay, so I don't have this. We need to give this mapping. So which column is what? So it's taking an header 0. Okay. Source currency is header 0, header 1, category. I think header 4 is category. Header 3, I think exchange rate is rate version. Just give me a minute. I need to check the format. So that's why this format is important. So valid from exchange rate, exchange rate. Okay. If it is an exchange rate. So as I have not given the header, so we need to give these things, okay. 2, okay. And rate type 9 was exchange rate, which is nothing but this rate type. I think rate type. Okay. So then finish mapping and then you can upload. Data is successfully imported. If you go here, you see the data being overwritten again. So these are 2 records that same table I have uploaded. So you can upload it from file for sure. And the same way you can upload it from the data sources as well that is being given here. But we need to make sure sequence and the structure of the file and data type are same. Okay, that we have to do. Make sure. That's it. It could be any view or it could be any output of any BEX query also would be possible to upload if it is a BW connection. And then if you wanted to delete a table, you can delete it and copy it. You can copy it. No problem. Okay. Are we all clear on this then?
Yeah.
So now coming to the preferences here I was talking. So now this, as I said, like in the currency conversion, like when you switch it on, then the currency con table has to be maintained. Whatever table you create on the currency side, that table has to be maintained to give it option that this is the one I wanted to do. I mean to say I wanted to refer for converting my data. And the date on which you wanted to convert, that date has to be given because as I said, the date is very important. Then you can create a currency variable as well for the model, right? And you can see like a target value, you can default it, okay? Otherwise, if you do not give, it will ask you, is this variable will ask you like, what is the target currency you wanted to do, okay? And if the exchange rate is maintained, accordingly, it will pick it up and from the exchange rate and it will convert. From the source currency should be always there in the model. The target currency will be defined to the variable if you wanted to mention that. Like in Bex queries or reports, we do that, right? Well, at the runtime, we give the currency. This is what it is. Okay. Moving on, structure priority. I'll just switch off the currency right now so that this error warning goes away. Okay. Then comes the structure priority. This is an important one, right? Can anybody tell me what is this means? See here why it is grayed out as well. That is also important to understand why it is not active. So last time when I was taking the class, somebody was asking me, how can I identify whether in a new model, account will take precedence or measures will take precedence, right? Can a model have an account and measures both in the new model? I said yes. Then the question of conflict definitely comes, right? Whether the measures will get priority or account dimension will get priority. So obviously that prioritization can be set here. In this model that I have created, I don't have an account dimension. That's why it is not active. If the account dimension would have been there, then obviously like it will ask you to choose between these two. So you can prioritize the between the dimensions and the account. Okay, clear?
No, it's not clear. I'm
Okay.
not sure. This is something new to me. I'm not sure what exactly.
Okay.
Maybe if you explain a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm trying to add. Let's see, it's get added or not. Yeah, it got added here, right? Okay. So if you see, I have created a dimension called added a account dimension, and this is the account dimension, right? And I have added it. Now let's see. I'm assuming this is the account dimension by the name. I have not checked that, but let's see. Now you can see it got activated. So in your model, there is an account dimension and there are measures, right? In the classical model, account dimension itself is driving every calculation, right? If you remember, like income, expense, and all those things, if you remember, right? That got replaced in the new model with the measures, right? Now here you can define which one will for this model, because in the new measure, both the new model, both the measures and account dimension, both can stay. Here you can define what is your prioritization. Both cannot be prioritized because both is reflecting the same. Otherwise, that is the formula collision will happen. So that's why it is, you can define it here. If you wanted to drive the entire model through account dimension, then here you can mention it. Or if the drive the entire model with a measure, that you can mention. Getting my point? That is what we need to do. The structure priority.
Okay, if you say measure is the priority, what will be the difference? And
so whenever the conflicting if there is any conflicting calculation that comes between the account dimensions and the measures will take precedence. It's like in BW there is something called formula collision. So if there is a formula collision, you are basically defining in this particular settings that if a formula collision occurs between the dependent formulas, then measures will take first precedence. So that's what it is saying, prioritize. Okay? So here it is saying model with both measures and account can have conflicting properties. For example, if measures and accounts have different settings for aggregation, formatting, or unit handling, setting a structure priority helps you to define whether measure or account setting should take precedence. So here you will define that precedence. Okay.
Yes.
Is it clear?
I may need to do some examples, then I will come back with.
Okay, sure. So this is what it is. Then custom priority for calculation. If you wanted to click on that, if there is any priority, if enabled, calculations can be organized with priorities defined independently. You can specify which calculation should be prioritized in the calculation workspace. When you go in the calculation workspace, there you can prioritize that if you tick that. But to prioritize in the calculation workspace,
right? Here, model structure and calculation. If you wanted to do that, you have to have this tick first. Without this, you will not be able to prioritize the calculation there. Generally, this much complexity doesn't come in a model. Okay. Even if you create a new model, we do not create. Generally, we avoid creating the account dimensions into the model, so that there is no conflicting. But in case there, it could be possible, right? Where this case becomes very prominent. Can anybody tell me where in this particular case become prominent that I need to define a priority?
No idea.
Calculations.
Anybody want to give it a try? So I'll tell you. Sorry.
Like when we perform calculations in the story, maybe it will be used.
No. So whenever you are migrating the old model into the new model, then the account dimension stays, right? This migration button I said. So whenever they're done, right? Then that conversion takes it to the new model. Right? There you need to define it. If you are adding in the new model further measures and all anything. Okay. In case of migration, it becomes very prominent. Then comes the data and performance. These are all the buttons. You can see there are multiple buttons are out there. Let's talk about each of these. Optimize story building performance. When you switch it on, what happens? Switch on this option to performance load the system. It will stop automatic update of the happens when the changes are made in a chart or a table. So in case of planning, whenever you are changing something, this way, if you switch it on, it will optimize the like automatic updates into the table, and it will make sure that at a regular interval or whenever there is a situation to update that situation based on your data input into the table, that's when it will take place. Okay. Then comments, use this option to view detailed statistics of the comments. So suppose right now it is disabled because against this model there is no comment from the stories or anything. Once it is there, you will be able to see, and then from view comment statistics, you can maintain the comments and you can manage it as well. Okay, so that's where the comment statistics comes into picture. Then enable legacy export. Switch on this option to enable export to other applications. So if the model data has to be exported back to S4HANA or BPC or through any OData services to another system, this has to be ticked on. So whenever, like in the planning case, in case of planning, when we are connecting to the S4HANA and we need to write it back to the SE DocP table, right? That's where it comes into picture, where we'd have to enable it. Obviously, the connections and everything is a separate part where you need to keep the connections ready. But this option has to be ticked on so that the model model allows itself to write it back into the S4HANA system or SAP Business Integrated Planning, whatever system you wanted to run through OData services as well. Okay, right? Is that fine? Sorry?
Is it laid out? Can we enable it?
Yeah, we can enable it.
Yes.
Then this is the option redeploy model. So you can
one
generate
question regarding the EC.P. This is for export. There is also option to, this is like push from SSA to backend. This for another system,
right.
There is also option to pull the data from backend to the with Fury apps, etc. But if you use the pull option, is it required to be enabled here?
Pull means where? In the S4 system or SSE?
In S4. So there are two options to get the data back to SC.P. One is using the Fury apps, where you can go to Fury apps and pull the data from SAP.
No. That mechanism will be controlled through SAP. S4. Here it is not required. It is only for export. As long as your system is connecting S4, if S4 is able to read the SSE, then you don't need this export option there. It is only for when you are enabling it to send it to the schedule of the data here. There is a schedule option where export will be there. If you wanted to export to our target system, then there has to be enabled. Now, next option, next option, this redeploy model. Okay, what do you think this redeploy model is? Has anybody worked on remodel tool? What was that in BW? Remodeling tool. It is similar here.
So you mean the step-by-step process?
No.
No?
So if you wanted to say, for example, what was exactly that name? Remodeling tools in BW.
What does in 7.5.
7.5 kind of thing. This is the same concept here. What does we do, right, in the remodeling tool? That without disturbing the existing data, right? Without disturbing the existing data,
we kind of modify the structure or redeploy it, right? So it's not here. If you wanted to see, depending on this model, there could be multiple things, stories, there could be data actions, there could be multi actions and things like that, depending on this model. Okay, so if something gets corrupted or something you feel like it's not working as expected, right? Then if you wanted to redeploy it without disturbing the existing model, that is where it will come into picture. Okay, that is where this will become. So this right now is not there because this model is now standalone. Okay, it's not even, data is not properly loaded and all. So once this is come, then these options will come. You have to click on this. It will read it. It will check all the dependencies and start deploying into the systems. Okay, without disturbing any of the existing things. Is it clear?
Like it will retrieve the remaining like data into the model, insert into the stories or what. Without
right. So there will be no. So basically, bottom line of the option is that there will be no disturbance to the existing artifacts, and it will redeploy it everything properly so that nothing gets broken. Similar things has been done in here also, right? BW modeling tools. If you have a cube and you wanted to clear or reread the dimension table one more, or you want to add another dimension, these kind of things you used to do. Like it's a similar concept, but not exactly same. Similar concept without if there is any corruption or performance issues and you feel like it is not working, you can redeploy it one more time without disturbing anything. That's what are the settings. Okay, so these are the different settings. I started from the conversion, but I think everyone else like who has not joined the earlier classes, please make sure like you go through the videos. I have explained all the other settings as well, all the model preferences as well. This is very important property of the model, and this concludes the model preferences. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Nothing from my side.
Okay. So now moving on, right? If you wanted to, so now all the different buttons has been explained last time. Now moving on, if you wanted to create a variable for the model. So what is variable? Variable is basically when you wanted to run the model, it will give you an option to see, like it will give you a prompt, as simple as that. Bex query is a variable, right? In the Bex query, we create the variable to get the prompts key. Here you can add the variables as well.
For input parameters.
Input, it can be treated as input parameter as well, in terms of HANA. So if you click on this, then it will ask, you can click a variable. So you will have to give the name, say for example, customer. Okay. Then you have to give the variable descriptions. Okay. And the value or data type. Okay. Now you from here you can define which particular, if I don't know like whether I have which particular dimension it will be applicable to, right? Customer.id.id. Okay. Now default value, if you wanted to define any default value that you can give from the list. Okay. So that I'm not giving any default value. So whenever you consume this particular model, right, into a story, then this variable will come as the prompt. Okay. Getting my point? So this is the functionality of the variable. This is the functionality of the variable. So this is what in the model structure pane, all the buttons are there.
Can we also write some logics here to to calculate on runtime? Some dates or something?
Very simple.
No?
No. Then very simple. You can see this is what is possible.
Okay. So either default or some
customer exits and all.
Yeah, it's something that needs to be calculated at runtime, like year to date, month to date. No?
No, year to date, month to date is in the story. It is having a features itself to automatic. If you have a date dimension, it will automatically give you that year to date, quarter to date. That's the beauty of the SSE.
Okay.
You don't need to calculate separately. So this is what is the model structure pane, and this is where exactly you will see everything out here. These are the details on this. Apart from that, then we have calculation. So if you wanted to do calculations, right? Here you can define calculated measure, conversion measures, and these are the best measure that we have. Okay. Now, so here you can, through this you can open the calculation measure grid. You can name, define, and all. If you have anything that you have ready in an Excel, you can copy paste it here. Okay, no problem in that.
So basically nothing but your preference pens is nothing but that grid. Okay, I'll show you. Okay, so yeah, so if you go to calculation, okay, so whatever you are seeing here, the preference pen, that you can open through the grid and you can fill that, and in one shot it will be created. Otherwise, you will have to create a plus button and keep on defining these things. So for example, here discount and quantity and sales are there, right? So let's say price without discount, say for example, price without discount. I just wanted to have that another column, and it doesn't allow spaces. Okay. Now here you can give the same description here, and then say price without discount is sales into quantity. Sales multiplied by quantity.
And can we use in formulas some other calculated measure?
That we can check. When I have not used this much. So here also I'll come to that. Just give me a minute. Let's create this first one, and then we can see if in the drop down that comes or not. Yeah. So here, if you see if this is a straightforward plus minus I have done. If you wanted to do any other things, there are a lot of formulas here available. Okay. Now it came here. Now if you wanted to create like to answer your question, so let's name ABC. Okay, and I wanted to see price. Yes, it comes. Calculator can be used into another calculator.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, one thing I need to mention it here, like very, very, very important, that these are all runtime. When the model is being executed in a story, that time it gets calculated. It doesn't store the data. The base measure will get stored. But in case of if you are doing a planning, I'm just telling you from planning perspective, not analytics. It is recommended that every measure is stamped within the model. Getting my point? Is this point clear? What I meant? Very important one. So these calculated measures are on the fly. It is get calculated when in the runtime of the model. Suppose this model is been exposed to a story. When the story pulls out this particular calculated measure, then only it will be calculated. It will be calculated on the fly.
In the database, it will not be there. It will always calculate on the fly.
Right. Exactly.
Means like when we present the story, it will be running.
So, for example, if I need to take this data, this field data back to AC.P, we will not get it.
Yes, you will not. You will not. No, you will not get it. Yes, it is on the fly. Yes. So now the thing is that's why in the planning model it is not suggestible. It's not a best practice to create calculated measures because it takes a lot of resource, performance issues, as well as on the fly calculations is not very much recommended in case of planning. In case of analytical purpose, you can do this. But again, analytical purpose, I will say not to do it into the model. My recommendation, it is let's do the calculated measures in the story. That's it on the calculated measures. Okay. Here you can also similarly you can
even analytical one. If we do one calculation on the story level on the fly, when we export this data to Excel, that will come, right?
That will have from the story. If you are exporting, that it will have. And why I'm recommending that to be done it in the higher level rather than the model level. Model is more or less granular data. Story is like aggregated data. That's what I'll give you an example itself. I was telling you like division and calculation, why not in model? Let's talk about that because this is an important topic to understand because this particular discussion coming back again and again to us. Like, let's discuss that. I'll give you an example. So I will always suggest you to do it at the story level as plus minus. Specifically, plus minus is fine. I mean to say it will not disrupt your value. Division and multiplication will disrupt your value. And why I will show you in a minute. But even for plus minus also, it is suggested to do it at the tail end. Okay.
But this is very basic requirement, no, that we do in model. I mean, doing some calculations and creating new measures, and then you create multiple stories on top of one model using the. So creating every time in a story, then it will increase your efforts and a lot of calculation rather than having everything on the base model.
So that's where you need to take a call. Like if this measure is being used in 200 odd dashboard, then you can take a call to create it here.
Yeah, then depending upon the usability of a particular
usability also is one of the factor. Now, having said that, as you brought up the question very rightly, that most of the see, most of the analytical dashboard that you will create, you will not go through this Excel upload. Very rarely. Every organization these days has data warehousing system. They will connect to data warehousing system and you will do that calculation in the data warehousing system. Very rarely in one of the, maybe 2 or 3 files come somewhere, there you need to join it together. But for the planning purpose, it is not recommended. It should be calculated it should be a separate field. Okay.
We're going to take a separate proper understanding of planning, because I have no clue about planning, but I'm just trying to relate and imagine when we talk about planning and all that.
Yes.
What actually we do.
See, the model topic, whatever I'm covering, is absolutely common to planning. Only thing that you need to make sure you are understanding, if it is a planning model, you have to tick it here.
Yeah.
And the date dimension you have to give for the planning. Everything by default, model-wise, it is absolutely good. Now, when I go to the story, after this, what I will do, I will, after this modeling topic and the data set and data analyzer has been discussed, then I'll go to the story. I'll talk about all analytical aspects first, and then I will specifically go to the planning topics.
Yeah, because I can imagine and relate things from analytics point of view, everything that you are saying. But with planning, because I have no background about planning, it's difficult for me to relate. But I assume that we'll take it.
I'm also not from a planning background, but I have technical knowledge around it. Then you can the functional knowledge. I have very limited functional knowledge around the planning.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will cover that planning topic separately. So whatever right now you are seeing, although I am mentioning the planning, but it is applicable also by default analytical. Planning is on top of the analytics. Additional features. Okay.
So planning is on top of analytics.
Analytics in the sense, whatever features you are seeing in the model, that is available for every analytics.
Yeah.
On top of that, some other features being added and some other callouts I am making for planning specifics.
Okay.
Okay.
But these are two separate entities, right? When we talk about analytics and we talk about planning, these can go in parallel. I mean, there's no dependency of planning on analytics, and there's no dependency of analytics on planning, right? These are two separate models.
No. Here your lens of looking at it from the very technical point of view, because the same model can be used for planning and as well as analytics.
Okay, got it.
Because you will have a story at the end of the dashboard, actual versus planning. All the data stored into the same model, actual data and planned data.
So, okay, again, I'm maybe redirecting this conversation. So when I imagine of planning, I imagine it like entering some planning data, maybe sometimes manually, and making, making ready planning. That is what we do in planning, right?
That will show you in the story when we go to the story. Here we are not entering. Here first we'll upload the actuals. Then we'll copy the actual and then make the plan data. In a planning cycle, so what do you do, right? Say, for example, you have a planning cube. I'm giving you a basic examples of PW only. You have a planning cube. You first load the load mode you can change, right? You can change the mode.
Yes.
So first you load the actuals. That actuals being taken and then the plan mode switch on, right? And when the plan mode switch on, you can edit the data and write it back into the cube. Here also the same thing. You are first at the model, you upload the actual data. By default, the version is actual. Okay. Then you copy the version into the, and for copying the version, you cannot do it in the model. For that, you have to have a table layout in the story, and there you can copy the version, and then you can generate all those plan, budget, forecast, rolling forecast, and all those things.
Okay.
And once you create that and there you save it, it will return back into this model as a different version.
And it's editable all the time? The planning node, they also freezes based on
the... There's a lock feature. There's a lock feature. It can be locked. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like these are the things. You can imagine this particular model right now as a planning cube.
Okay.
Okay. So the same model can be used for measures as well as planning as well. Okay. All right. So moving on, any other questions anybody has? So this is all the, like model features. Then this is the model tab. Because I have, why can anybody tell why these two got again grayed out?
Maybe not yet saved. Because you did some changes and not saved.
Yes, I created a new model. Once I save it, it will stay. It will show. Similarly, your calculated measure, you can create a calculated unit conversion measure as well. So you can, suppose you wanted to convert a particular measures into a different measure and you wanted to show it as a different column. That is where it will come. So here you will have to give, say for example, sales in INR. Okay, sales in INR. I'll just give this INR. So you have to give sales, which base measure you wanted to convert, from dimensions. If you have a dimension, and then you can mention the dimension. If you have a company code, right, then you can mention it here. Otherwise, fixed. If you give the fixed, because I'm doing a INR. Oh, this is a unit conversion. Sorry. So this is a unit conversion. This is not a currency conversion. Okay. So this is a unit conversion. If you have a unit, then you can do this. So here you can do that. But if you have a currency conversion to be done, then the currency conversion has to be ticked in the model preference. I think I have not ticked it. That's why it's not allowing me. Getting my point how it is correlated. Now, if I come here, it will give you the currency conversion. Okay. So here you can mention the currency converted or unit converted field as well. I'll just delete this. If you wanted to create a conversion calculated measure called sales in INR, you can do that. Yeah, that's it. And date on which you wanted to do that, booking date -1 or a fixed date or dynamic, that you can do. Booking date means what is the date is being mentioned here. In the preferences, whatever date you have mentioned, that is nothing but the booking date. Okay. This order date is nothing but the booking date. Yeah. So this is our booking date. Okay. That's all. So you can create all these things in the calculated measures, calculations. Once you save this, it will stay here and it will be calculated on the fly. Then, as I said, that then comes the data management tab. Before I go to the data management tab, data management will take little time because I have to explain you a few scenarios. Okay. I wanted to discuss this. Okay. Let us discuss this. Why I have been saying this, because this has came it multiple times into the conversation. So let's consider some data, right? Say for example, I have company code, then I have date, I have amount. I'm just taking 3 dimensions, probably will help. So for example, CC1, 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 CC2, CC3, CC1. These are the records are there. And then you have calculating a calculated column is there. And here you're doing a quantity, a per unit price, total price. Okay. Now say for example, I give date, say for example, 30/03/2025. And I give maybe this and then 01/04/2020 per unit price, say 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Quantity 5, 6, 5. Then you can 6. Then 9, you can 2, 6, 5. Okay. And then total price is a formula 20 multiplied by 5. Okay. Now this is my data set. Okay. In this data set, I am basically company code and date level. We are basically calculating this together. Okay. Now, if you wanted to find the data for only CC1 for 30th March, say for example, right? Then, okay, I think I have given the wrong date. That's fine. Like for the so for these dates, say for example, I'm not let me change. Okay. Yeah. So if we have to find out, then what is the value it is coming? 100 plus 180 plus 360, right? Total is 460 plus 560 plus 80, 640, right? Are you following? I'm just totally,
Yeah.
I have done a line by line calculation and then I'm summing it up. Okay. It's 640. Now, if I sum it up separately, that means when you do this in your, this is line by line. That means you are doing this in model. Okay. This particular scenario. If you are doing it here in the story, okay, in the story, if you do that, right, this is 90 and this is the value, total price. Which one is correct? This one is correct, right? Maybe I gave a long example. Hold on. I'm just thinking because this is per unit price per line. Yeah. So at the CC1 level, like at this level, not the date level, at this level, what is the total price? 1800. Is that correct?
Or it should be 640, no?
No, it's Incorrect, because you are not considering the quantity company. Oh, okay, it's
Company
CC1
code.
only.
Yeah, I'm considering only CC1.
Yeah.
But the other prices are applied to other quantities, right? So
Yeah.
it's becoming the average price. So it should
Correct.
be.
So it's like average out, the prices average out and
Yeah.
then got
Average
applied on all.
I think I have
Which
given
is-
a wrong example. So
No, I think example is fine. Only the way we are considering it
example
for
is fine.
analysis
Just
is
toggle it with
wrong.
the toggle. So basically, I wanted to show you the differences of between these two. I think you toggle instead of multiplication, like even if you toggle with the multiplication,
More
also.
calculated column is what you an additional column.
Yes.
So it depends at what kind of dashboards are we preparing. Is it aggregated dashboard? Then it is fine to do it on the story where we have a total price at the runtime.
All I'm trying to say is that my point, my message is that this line by line calculations of multiplication still may hold good, but division will not at all. If I wanted to toggle the formula, right? Say for example, let's say total price is this. Just copy this. Okay. So now if I per unit price, if I divide this total price divided by 5, right? Here it is coming correct. But at the company code level, it will be all different. That's what I'm trying to say. Basically, what I'm trying to say, you should not do, maybe I'll find out a better example. I think the per unit price calculation is not a good calculation.
But then what is the intention here to check? Is it that it is not good to do?
I'm trying to tell you, avoid calculating any multiplication and division in the row level.
Correct. But then is it right? So is it because it depletes the performance and
differs obviously,
or is it because it gives wrong result? Because I don't think it will give wrong results.
Wrong results, exactly.
It will give wrong results.
No, in this case it is giving wrong results, but the other side it is I probably have not got the right examples here, but because it's per unit price and quantity is basically a multiplication, it's a state multiplication of the line by line, right?
Yeah.
I need to probably bring in the material as well into picture. Say for example, look at the material. Okay, maybe I'll have to find out a good example for you to understand. M3 like this or M. Okay, at the difference. So M2 and
I think we cannot aggregate when you have different prices involved with quantity. So
exactly. So I think I will change this. Just give me a minute. I will keep M2 and M30. Right now, that's what I have not found.
No, if it has the same price, then only you will get the similar answer. If it has different price associated with it, then you are going to get a wrong calculation only. So if you have all three prices as 20, 20, 20, then only you'll get, I believe.
So here is 20 into 5, right? 20 into 5, 100 and 20 into 6, 120. Now I've got the right examples. Now, if you see, this 20 into 5 is equal to 100 and 20 into 6 is 120. Let's find out. Let's concentrate on this particular row. These two rows. Okay, I wanted to find out the total price or per unit price, either way. Per unit price is a division calculation and total price is a multiplication calculation. Okay. Then you can now if this is what happens, right? In my part, if I do at the line level, then my total would be for 240. Okay. Now, if I take these two data and aggregate it into a same line, right? Then it will be first I will apply the aggregation. Here, this will not get aggregated, right? Because it's a per unit price I am calculating. It will remain 20. Okay. And this will become 11. It will become one line and 11. Okay. Okay. So now if you multiply this, your value would be around 20 into 11. Now the differences you are able to see, right? 220. So this is the difference it will create. That's why I was trying to say, avoid calculating at the line level. Okay. Rather you take it not per unit price as amount. Okay. So here in this case, what will happen? Like you can see if you calculate it here, it is 100 plus 20, 120. So sorry, here also 220 is coming. I'm confusing somewhere. I'll give you an example later on, probably.
Yeah, because if the amount is same, you're going to get same answers, whichever way you will try to do it.
Yes. There is an example where I'm trying to say that we avoid the calculation at the line level.
Yeah, we'll see that then example probably because
I'll find out an example.
I think it depends on the context and case, right?
Right. Right. And also, so usually if I say from BW point of view, we avoid doing much of the calculations in, in AFO or in BEX queries is because it impacts the performance, but we don't assume it that we don't do it because it will give wrong answers. So that is not we have. So that is why I wanted to understand that we avoid doing these calculations in model is because it will impact the performance or whether it will give wrong answers.
It will give wrong answers. It is always advisable in analytics world after the aggregation you do the calculation.
Yeah. Okay. So why is that advice is what I wanted to understand. Is it due to performance or is it due to wrong calculation?
Performance is a different thing, but it's a wrong answer first of all. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to establish. And I don't have maybe I'm not forming the numbers correctly. That's why I'm not able to give you the answer.
We'll take another example whenever you
another
ready,
example. I will give you some another example, prepare it, but it will definitely give wrong answer in many cases.
Okay.
Basically, I'll form an example. Percentage calculation will be for a very particular ones which will fall behind. Okay.
So tell me one thing in that case, Shubha, if we are calculating everything during the story creation and when someone runs the dashboard or if we have, because the dashboards I assume would be on very aggregated form. And when we are doing these, core calculations during the runtime, is it advisable then to do these calculations during that time, assuming that the audience that would be using the dashboards would be huge?
No, it is possible. It is not. I will not say. I'll not go into that route or advisable or best practices. I'm talking about only plus minus is fine, not a problem.
Okay.
Only division and multiplication that will inflate your value for sure.
No, whatever be the calculations, be it multiplication and division, that also is it like from the usage point of view, because there would be wide audience using these stories and dashboards.
Right,
is it okay to run these complex calculations?
It is okay. Because why I'm saying that if you compare with your BW world, BEX query is powerful tool. Similarly, the aggregation engines are there in the SSE. Which will aggregate your data properly. That's why in the SSE you will see exception aggregation, count, all these calculations are there.
And these calculations is at, can you help me again, at which level? At model level or at story? At story level. Okay, got it.
At story level.
Okay.
I'll give you a better example. I think percentages would have been a better example. I took it. I'll prepare that example. I'll show you. Okay.
Yeah.
How it will be different. The calculation will toss up. I'm 200% sure the calculation will toss up. Okay, so that's why I'm saying specifically division and multiplication should be carried out after the aggregation, not before that. Plus minus is fine. Plus minus will not cause any problem. Division and multiplication. Okay. All right. And one more thing also you will find. I think that is irrelevant. What come to my mind. Leave it as I'll say. Now I'll go to the data management. I'll not start it because it will take some time for you to let you understand through simulation, like what happened, in what particular choice. Okay, so that's where I will end it. Validation tools also I'll have to prepare. I'll start on a very simple thing which could be helpful for you guys, and I have to cover that as well. Data analyzer. Okay, now that we have created model, any user comes or before even going to the story, if you wanted to analyze the data of your model, okay, how will you do that? Into the story. Probably these features will go away in couple of releases, probably. That's what I'm hearing. Still, it is there, data analyzer feature, because they brought it in between, SAP brought it in between, but it is not of much use help. Okay. So if you have a model and you wanted to analyze the data of that model without even going into a story, without even creating anything, the data analyzer give you that options. So right now I'm doing it from a flat file, say for example. So, okay. So it's not flat file. It allows it on from a data source or the existing model. These are the two options we have. So when you go for a data source, you will have to give a connection details here. You can understand, right? Say for example, you don't have an Excel where you or analysis for Office license or something like that. You don't have any tool to analyze your data. You just give the connections here and browse. I don't think I have this BW password and all. You browse through the details, and one more thing you guys have observed here, I mean to say, DataSphere is nowhere coming here. Okay, nowhere DataSphere is coming for these options. You have understood that. Even whenever we are doing the currency things, right here also conversion. Whenever I was doing the currency things, like when I was trying to export, there is no DataSphere option. Why?
Yes.
Why can anybody investigate and let me know? I can let you know right away, because data, as I said, in the data sphere, the model does not come into SSE.
Yeah, directly it will be
Direct pool in the data sphere itself. On the data sphere itself. So every currency conversion, everything, if you wanted to do at the model level, you have to go back to data sphere and there you have to do. Getting my point?
Yes, yes.
So that's why it is not coming. But if you are on a legacy system, not a data sphere cloud system, and you wanted to analyze the data from a data source and an existing model, that you can do. And whenever you click on the data source, it will, whatever the connection, active connection is available, that it will give BW, S4 HANA and all. So now say, for example, you wanted to analyze the data output of a Bex query designer into the SSE. Quick analysis, you can do it through by connecting to the Bex query designer. Okay. Or if you have a model where the import data got imported before you wanted to release it to the user, or before you start doing something, and if you wanted to find the anomaly, you can go to the existing model where the data has been loaded. I think I'll take up this if the data is loaded. So if you see here, it's nothing but an analysis for office kind of features. Okay. So here are all the measures. You can add a calculation by yourself on the fly. Okay. And then dimensions, whatever, or all the dimensions available. And if you see, someone was asking that what to do month to date and all, right? You can see that whenever a date dimension is defined, by default system creates all this. Automatically, you will be seeing the hierarchies also, date hierarchies also into the SSE story when we do that. So now you bring up, like, say, for example, I wanted to bring by customer name, I wanted to see the sales. Just drag and drop. You will be able to see that. Okay. Now you need, say, for example, city as well. And you change that order. Okay. These kind of things can be done. Then there are options, swap axis. If you swap the axis, the pivot will swap the axis. You can see, right? Let's talk to one of each of these options. So like rows, swap the axis, suppress nulls and zeros. I'll just come back. So if you have any zeros here, any line, and if you wanted to suppress into the results, then suppress zeros or nulls will be applicable. Okay. So then arrange totals. So now at the very tail end, I will remove the customer name for your understanding. At the very tail end, you will see when the city is pretty granular. Maybe I'll bring country. At the tail end, if you wanted to add another column called totals, that you can see it here. Here it doesn't make sense. Let me something very, yeah. So you can see, right, if you wanted to add these totals here, show totals, right? You can see the total line. And whether the total will be shown at the top or the below, that you can arrange through here, at the top and below both, or only at the above. That is also possible. Okay. So this kind of analysis you can do. These are ad hoc analysis on the, even building anything from the in the system. Then you can, if you wanted to apply a filter on a dimensions, right? Here you can apply the filter. I wanted to only see this data. It's a quick analysis tool, basically, where you can play around with all these things in the data analyzer. If a model data is there, or if you wanted to get the data from one or other things, and you just quickly analyze that. So this is a very quick possible tool. Okay. And you can also create some sorting mechanism of the things, right? If you wanted to sort in a descending, the order will change. Okay, the order will change, and it will sort in the descending order, and so on and so forth. If you wanted to add a calculations, the calculation pane comes. Grand total, percentage. These are somebody who is familiar with the BW grand total and percentage grand total can be very well understood. It's the percent ampersand A and A, right? So those are the things. If you wanted to now, if you see dimension, whatever this model basically gives you all the dimension that is available. And if you wanted to calculate anything, that options are coming here. Okay, max, mean, and then any calculation that you wanted to do to the operator. So this is particular features. Data analyzer is a particular feature which gives you to do any ad hoc analysis on the model data, as well as any acquired connection or any connection which is likely apart from data sphere which you are in. If you wanted to, then if you wanted to export the result into an Excel, CSV, or PDF, can be done. Okay, and then you can save this as for the future reference. And these are called, the output of these particular things called is insight, as you are getting the insight of the data using data analyzer. So it's called insight. Okay, it's called insight. So I wanted to see this. Then if you wanted to like add another model here, so for example, another new thing that you wanted to create. So from here you can go to the new. without even coming out. Okay. And all these things can be done using this, and then you can share the link also to someone else, and you can publish this also, schedule this publication, like this analyzer publication can also be done. Getting my point? And once you go here, you can see this is the insight. This is the icon of the insights. Whatever you create in data analyzer, if you click on this, it will stay. You can open it, and then these are the small things that you can do, but it is very beneficial even before you start working. You can publish, schedule publish also. Then it will give you all the options to publications opening up. Yeah. You can see, you can write an email, give the new insights as on date. Attachment can be CSV, PDF, and Excel. And then recurrence you can give, and it will give you the user or the team details you can add. And then you can just schedule it.
Is it something more like a backend detail report created for a dashboard and then can be broadcasted for a detailed analysis?
Could be for anything. I mean to say, could be for anything. I'll not give you a specific use case here. Could be for a simple planner also, or a simple user who even we wanted to check the data of the data model by his calculation. During testing, it can also be used.
But this is static. This is static, not something that user can add more fields, and it's not something that it's not dynamic.
Can also do that. The user can come in, and if they know the model on which your story dashboard is created, they can come and they can do the ad hoc analysis and close it.
Okay. But once saved, it's saved. So if you give authorization, they can change it.
They can change it. Yes.
Okay.
Changing is always given by authorization.
Yeah.
And how you are sharing with
and which. Yeah.
Okay. Another thing that you can imagine this as an analysis for Office tool.
Yeah.
And this tool is also available in DataSphere. Okay. So that's why DataSphere, in case of DataSphere, you are not getting that option to get the model from the DataSphere. This tool is also available in DataSphere. I will show you in the analytical model. But you can imagine this as a tool which is the online version of analysis for Office. Not with that extended features, but whichever is bare minimum required. Okay. So if you really need to do a quick analysis of the data, this is the tool Data Analyzer. The name, as the name suggests, an output of this called is new insights. Basically. Okay.
Can I link two stories? So if there's a story with some level of data, let's say any sales story on
no, here you cannot link, not story model. You mean to say model.
So assuming that I have a dashboard for user, if my user clicks on a particular, let's say at company code level, it's an aggregated story. And when he clicks on, or if he wants to further drill down it to a detailed level, maybe there's a backend report or backend dashboard that gives more detail analysis. So can we do this to further drill down?
You can do that. The use case that you said, you can do that. You can create a detailed page in the story itself. You can link to that page. Or you can link to another story as well. That is possible.
Okay.
And within the same story, he can, based on the dimension that you have provided, they can drill down as much as they want. I will show you on the story start creating. We'll see all those features.
Okay.
But this is a quick rough work if you wanted to. Basically, it's a quick rough work if you wanted to do. That this is a tool meant for. It can be used for multi-purpose during testing, during developers unit testing. Calculation is working correctly or not, dry run, right?
More from validation point.
Validations and all.
Yeah.
And user wanted to show you something with an examples, all those that can be done. Or it could be something like I wanted to create a flat structure instead of the fancy story, like I was chart and everything. I just wanted to give a flat structure and I want to schedule it to my inbox every day so that I can check line by line.
Okay.
So there could be multiple use cases for this.
So basically in SSE, along with dashboards, we can also create reports. Is then what
you can create reports through the data
This
analyzer.
Is what I call as a...
I understand. You can create a report through analyzer, but there is SAP is also confusing us. There is another thing, SAP Analytics Cloud AO plugin is also there. Provided you have the license in the Microsoft 365, you can access that. That is also Excel-based tool. So they are making everything possible. So this is also available in Fiori. If you go, Fiori also give you this kind of options.
Okay.
On a consumption model. So this is for analysis tools, you can say.
Yeah.
It's not a report. I mean to say it's not for say like a report.
From user point of view. Yeah. It's more from validation, testing, initial analysis. Yeah.
Now, all the options being given to you, how you wanted to repurpose this option for your own use, that's completely up to you. Whether you call it as a report, I'll create these kind of things, insight, and I'll link the insight to the user. That you can do, no problem, no harm in that. So there is no one option, there are multiple options. Which one you wanted to use, you can do. And if you do not want it to publish it to the insight, you can also create your own detailed story page or tab in the story, and you can create your detailed page there as well in tabular format. Start with data, okay, and I'll create a new model. So to show you the data upload. So I'll not touch any of the settings or anything now. Okay, so this is system generated. I'll save this, and before saving, what I'll do now, I'm a little bit getting organized with the training in the artifacts I create so that you guys can refer to it. Okay, so I will have my own workspace created. I'll make all of you for the time being. I'm just keeping these settings. Okay. Now this is the training workspace got created. Okay. I think this again. I have to do it one more time. Hold on.
The user IDs you have selected for sharing, are those SSC user IDs?
Yes, these are all SSC.
Okay. So is
present within the system.
Is it same as what we see as username in the Excel that is shared with us?
Yes, yes.
What we see in Excel is just 1 second. I'll tell you. SAP BTP 00. Okay. At least my user ID starts with 00, then it is followed by 01, 02, 03, 04.
Okay. I'll add you guys. Let's see, like if I'll find out.
Yeah.
First, let me go through this, and it was the end. I'll add it. Yeah. So once you see it here, right now, I'll save this model. Anyway, so for the time being, let's store it here. My first model. Okay, first model. You can see whenever I upload this one thing, I said version is a default dimension added. So it is because it's a planning model, automatically version will get added. Okay, and that's how it is. Okay. So now I'll go to the data management tab of it. This is the tab we wanted to discuss in thorough manner. So this entire thing at the top doesn't change. Whichever was there in the model structure, it is the same here as well. So this is common. Only thing the below menus got changed. Okay. So here, if you see, there are two tabs. One is data integration and one is API subscription. Okay. Now, first I will discuss about the API, which I might not be able to show you in live because I don't have a live API. So if you wanted to take the data from any API services, like any web services or things like that, then from here you will get to see, you can import the data from those APIs. So if you have to click here, you have to give the like subscription details here, whether you are bringing the fact data or fact data difference. And I'll tell you what is fact data and what is fact data difference. Like you have to give the external ID here and the name of the API subscription, and from the ID where from it will be picking up. Now, what is fact data and what is fact data difference? Can anybody tell me? Any idea? Just can you give me your guesses also will work. Just give me a guess, like what it could be.
Maybe initial data and then the data.
Exactly. That is what it is. So one is the initial data, another one is the data. Okay, and that's how it is. Then kind of filtered dimensions. So your target is basically your set, right? Target is not changing, right? So considering that target is not changing, so you have to give the filter dimension and apply. Say, for example, if you go here, you can filter already. I think this is just the giving. Here you can just choose the filter dimension and the filter. Whenever you create the API, there would be the filter. If you filter it here, right? If you see, there are options whenever it comes. So these are from the existing data. I mean to say which got loaded like initial 919, like 900. Some records got loaded when model created. You can apply filter if you want. Okay, already. Right, based on the first time load. I think if you wanted to apply the filter as well, there is a possibility to do it in the API side as well, where in the URL also you can apply. Okay, and that is for the first time load. At least that is what is meant to be. Thereafter, you can apply the filter from here as well. Okay, getting my point.
So then the select measures. What are the measures you wanted to upload through this API? It may happen scenarios. Okay, I'm just telling you the scenarios. It may happen that some of the filters, some of the data you might be bringing in from one API. Here, I think there was one mistake here. Go back and correct it. Sorry, this has to be converted into not a measure. Got stuck. I think it's slow. So now if we go to the data management. So yeah, I was talking about API. So if you go, so now if you wanted to select the measure, so it may happen, I was telling you that it may happen that one measure is coming from, like one particular API, or one set of data, one set of fields for these are coming from one particular API, okay. But the other could be coming from different API and all. And you have to map these when you are loading. The mapping activity I will show you in the next subscription, right? When and then you can understand. Because I don't have an API right now handy with me, I will not be able to show you from the API perspective, but file perspective, I will show you just next.
The base for this model we created was the Excel file, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I started not creating from the scratch. I started creating from the file.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
So but we'll be trying one connection wide also, right? Any one of the connection, and then
I don't have an import connection. The connection wise I will show you from DataSphere.
Okay. So DataSphere as a source is what you're saying?
Yes. Live connection.
Right. Okay.
And import is whether you import it from the file or you import it from a source system, the methodology will remain same. Okay. The methodology and the options over here will remain same. No change there.
Okay. Just one very basic question, maybe not related directly, since we have talked about the connection. So when we use BW as a source here, is there any limitation of using only DSOs or multi-providers or composite provider?
Only use BigQuery as a source.
Okay. So we cannot directly use.
If you wanted to connect to the cube or anything, planning cube or something like that, where you wanted to write back, then it has to be a OData services connection.
If not planning cube, if we have general sales cube or
it has to be
we cannot use.
It has to be BigQuery. If you wanted to use the standard connector, BW connector, so if you go here once,
and when we have HANA reports created, so only Bex is the calculation views. Can we use it?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think I gave you this one of the sessions. I told you what are the things you can access through each of these connections. I mean, I feel it is day 4 or day 3. Just
okay, I'll check that then. Otherwise.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to understand the limitation that if it is just BigQuery on traditional BW system, but if we have HANA, then we can go for calculation views as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So now if I go here, so connection by DataSphere I will show, and whenever you create there are standard connectors, as I said, BW or like BW connection import and BW connections this. So if you use this standard connection, you can only use BigQueries. Otherwise, if you do the OData services, something like that, with a open port or anything, then it can be planning cube or things like that. The planning ODS in the BW for HANA and all, planning ADSO and all. Okay. So this is how it is. These things. Now after you can subscribe to multiple web services through the API subscription. And as you subscribe to the multiple web services, you will be able to connect to multiple web services to the same data sources. But then any questions on this, like if I connect multiple data sources for multiple API subscription for the same data source, how will it behave? What are the things it comes to your mind that I need to take care? Any idea?
So means here we are scheduling job. So when we say creating API is like setting up a
you are not creating the API. You are just subscribing to the API which is created in external system, and their tunnel and ports and everything authentication is being done. So what you do, right? In the connections here, you can create a API connections. Like remember, I think here HTTP API connection type is here. And when you do that,
you give data services URL authentication type, username, password, and all, right? Yeah. And if you basic authentication, if you do the with client with secret token URL, all those configuration has to be given. So this connection is done. Now you are subscribing your one of the data model to that connection to a particular artifact of that connections.
So when we say subscribe here, it means of data extraction or scheduling.
Data extraction, you can also schedule. Extraction can be scheduled.
Correct.
Like you schedule.
So this is one-time activity, right? The one that we are doing.
No, it could be if you schedule it. Setting it up is one-time activity, but schedule it will run as you schedule.
Yeah, which is fine. So when we say we are subscribing it, so my understanding is when we say subscribe is we are scheduling it as a job on day. What does
like
your
subscribe? I'll give you a bit of that. It's like setting up the extractor first time. Then you schedule to the DTP or info package, whichever version you are in.
Okay.
Okay. So you set up, this is your model is ready, your ADSO is ready, your mapping is ready, model is ready. Now you have to do what you have to do. You have to activate your BW side is ready. You have to activate the data source and map, do some additional activities, and then load the data. Now, what are the additional activities? Because I might have already told you, but just now I have told you, but I just wanted to understand from others, like if you have understood, like if you are subscribing to an external source to get the data from that external source, what are the additional activities that you need to do? Any idea? So if you subscribe, like what would come? Like suppose if you are subscribing to an external table, what is the thing you need to do?
To make use of it and something you have to access it.
Connections, mapping, access.
Oh, sorry. You have to access it. Access is already granted to the connection over the moment you wanted to connect. Connections over that link you will give. Your connections OAuth are maintained in your connections. The link will verify with that OAuth, and it will allow you to go. Now you have, say for example, 5 tables, 5 URLs from the same subscription. Okay, imagine that. Then what do you do to make sure that those connections are picking up the data and all? Say for example, when the data is coming, right? You know that there is this table from which I need to take the data. This is the URL of that data, and then you know that already. That URL is given to you.
Creating the source, the target mapping, and then filter setting, those kind of things.
Source is already there in the source system. Like your source API has the source, your target SSE has the target. Now that you just start, what do you want to do? If your source and
mapping between
exactly
the fields.
mapping.
And then setting the filters which are required to be enabled.
Now let's start with showing you the file. Okay. Now this is the API subscription. Now whatever subscription this model has, every subscription can be seen. We'll list down there, and when you click this view subscription, the subscription overview will also come here. This is in the connection tab. Okay, all the subscription will be listed here as well. Here also you will see. I think it opens. So here also you will see the details of those coming in, and apart from that, whatever other subscription the system has, that you can see through this. These are very basic things. So basically for the model, whatever subscription you are doing, make sure your mapping is correct, your data type and length is correct, as much as between the source and target. If your data type and length is not correct between the source and target, the performance of the load may differ. Now let's come to the file side of data integration or import job side. So there are 3 things, right? Import jobs and export jobs. Okay. Somebody was asking me long before in one of the class, if I schedule the things, how can I know? Do I need to monitor? No, you can also notify me through failures to email. If a failure happens, it will be notified to your email. You don't need to stay in front of the system in case of only failure. Okay. This is possible for the import jobs or the file upload that you are going to do. Now, what you have to do, like say for example, I will upload this data again from the file. Say for example, okay. Now I am sourcing the file, and it is asking me to do this. Now I'll click on import. So it is taking all the information around the file, and it is saying that okay, I'm able to read the file. And now it is, you can see it is asking edit and delete, and those options are there. There could be multiple other can be added here. Okay. Now it is saying setup import here. Okay. Once you click on the setup import, it will take you to the import setup, and that is where you will get the options to do the wrangling and everything here, which we have already discussed. Okay, there are multiple tabs here: prepared data, map to facts, map properties, review import. These are the 4 steps you have. Remember these 4 steps very well, because this may come in your certification question regarding the steps. Okay, what are the 4 steps? Choose any. It is giving one wrong answer is there, and they will say choose the correct answers, or maybe at the end it will give all of them. Okay, so if you see that prepared data, so here in case of the new model, you are preparing the data by data wrangling. So all the wrangling activity you can do it here. Then the next step is map to facts. If you toggle to the map to facts, this is where is the beauty is. Now here everything is properly mapped, because the name and everything is correct. This is default value version, and as I said, default value is public actual. You can see here. Okay. Then order date, ship date, row ID, order ID, and see here the source columns are in a different order, and because we have added version and all these things, the target columns are in a different order. Okay. Data foundation with the facts, but system is clever enough to decide that read the file and map it properly. Okay, and then it is giving you some values to check, like whether it is correctly mapped or not. Now here also there is review settings. In case of date dimensions, okay, you can review the settings, and there are map by ID, map by date. So by default the date format is whatever date is there, the conversion format, the system will take care of the conversion. It changed during the data preparation process. You can see the system will automatically take care of it. In case of date, this comes, and if you change it to map by ID, right, you can choose the formatting.
And if the fields are not in the same sequence, how do we map to source and target fields?
You just drag and drop to the right, left to right. Okay.
As in from
here to here, I say.
Yeah, maybe probably can remove the.
I'll show you one of the file. I'll prepare the file. Let me first go through all the options. I will try to show you. It's just the drag and drop. The way you do it in a transformation or calculation view mapping, union mapping, drag and drop. Nothing fancy there. You can search also here.
Okay, selecting one field from the source column and then dropping it on the target. Okay.
And then you can filter you can see unmapped columns. There's nothing unmapped here. You can map only all the mapped columns, and all columns you can filter it out. Same filtration can be done. Then here also you can additional option of sorting is there if you wanted to quick look and do that. Those options are there. Now here the system is clever enough to map it. If it is as you already asked, I was trying to explain to that only. If it is not mapped correctly, then you have a provision to map it. Okay, drag and drop. Okay, are we clear on this tab? Any question?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
one thing, that actions button is there. Now, what is that action button?
Where is the action?
Yeah, that one.
This is unmap all. Okay, if you wanted to unmap, then it will unmap. Maybe I'll try to do that to show you. Now you can drop a column. It is asking, right? So here version will remain as it is, default value. Okay, set a default value. You can say public actual, right? Public actual is assigned here. You can see right side, order ID to order ID. This is how you can do. It will move order date to order date, ship date to ship date, row ID to row ID, mode to ship mode, customer ID to customer ID, customer name to customer name, segment to segment, to state, postal code, region, product ID to product ID, category to category, subcategory to subcategory, name to product name, sales to sales, quantity to quantity, discount to discount, all are mapped. Okay, this is how you map it. I think I don't need to unmap anything. I could show you. Okay, right? And then if you are doing manual activity, it is give you undo option, undo redo option. Okay, undo how many you can. These many are undo is there. Okay, are we clear on this map to facts tab?
And next to general, there is that range spanner setting. Is that what is that?
I'll come to that.
Yep.
Come to that.
Okay.
I'm not finished. Okay. Then you can save. It will get saved. Okay. Then
just one question. So when we do these subscriptions and settings, so is it that we do in development and that's how we move it in the like a regular process, or these are done directly in production?
Yes, it is. It is a regular process, and you move to the things into that. That's a good question, actually.
Via the landscape only.
Via the landscape, yeah. Maybe you need to set up also there, because the connections will be different. Not maybe, you will have to, because connection would be different, na? If
Yeah,
the
connection change we need to do, but the mapping and the field to field mapping, and if there's any filter, then everything we need to again set up.
That will get moved.
Okay.
That will get moved. That's why you have save option.
Okay.
So the other that will get moved, and what is the difference between save and exit?
Save and exit, like you will be coming back after saving.
Yeah. So if you are doing a development job and you don't want to schedule the job immediately or run the job first time, you want to take a break and I don't want to lose it. So this option is given. Okay. Now, if I go to the next tab, map properties. Okay. So here in this case, if you wanted to do actions here, the actions button changes. If there are, like say for example, in case of how can I explain this? I'm just thinking. So here version is there, right? If the version, because it's a planning module, then if you have different like data, right? Say for example, forecast, budget, and all, then you can choose it from here to which property the data will get uploaded. Okay, so that's the option here it gives. Okay, so here right now only the actual version. Once you get other versions, if you can also upload to that version also the data. Okay, if it is externally prepared, but generally that's not a best practice. And if you are doing an import connection, you can set up some of the dimension properties as well for the source column. Like I mean to say, if you wanted to do like what do you call, right, the data type you wanted to convert, that could be done here as well. I don't have that example now. Maybe you can do it there as well. Okay, but this is the most important one here, like where you have to make sure which versions you are loading to. Here by default everything is done. If anywhere the match is not there between the data type and length, it will pop up here automatically. Okay, so right now you can see all rows have been assigned to the default value public actual, no additional action required. The system is clever enough to do that based on the settings of the model and all everything. Okay, getting my point? Any question here? If you no questions, then go to the review import. Just give me a mail. Somebody has my door. Yeah. So sorry, I'm back, guys. So here you can see there is no issues as such, and all these things settings are there. This is just the review button, right? Here every tabs are there. Okay, and you can just, there is no issues found because this is all prepared. If there are any issues in the review, then it will ask you for corrections. So you have to go back again to the map and do that and all this. Then you can just run the import. Now before running, this is the most important thing about the data management tab, and this is what it will define that how your data is going to be loaded into the system. Okay, hope I'm audible. Just yes. A quick check. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So now this is the button that you see in all the 4 tabs. Wherever tabs you go, prepare data to map properties. Wherever you are there, this button is, and this button is a steady button. What is this button is about? Job settings. This is the most important one that you need to understand. These are the import method of the data: update, append, clean and replace selected version data, clean and replace subset of data, reverse the sign of the account type. There is no account dimension in my new model, so this is not active. I will come to each of these here in a minute, and we'll discuss this in length about this with examples and all. So then comes that update local dimension for new members. This is what is the settings that I was telling you few days back, that if you are having a transaction, if you are having a data to be loaded without a master data, then the dimension table will get updated with a blank entry in BW, right? If you remember, all of maybe you can relate to it, right? Can you relate to it? In the BW world, what happens? Like if a transaction get posted, right? Yeah. If a transaction get posted, right? then what happens? And the corresponding master data is not there. What will happen? In the master data will get updated, right? With the entry.
So we need master data first to be loaded, then followed by the transaction.
Exactly. All the master data means the dimension. In this case, in SSE, it is dimensions.
Okay.
That has to be loaded, right? We create the public dimensions. So now if one of the value in the public dimension is not there, which is coming through the source, right? Then what we'll have to do, like we'll have to make sure that this settings is on, so that local dimension and new members of the data is basically updated.
Right.
Okay, that's why this option. If it is turned off, then if the dimension does not have the data already, it will throw error. It's like a reference key validation. If this option is enabled, you may map your source data to a dimension properties to update their members during the import. Okay, it's the same thing. If we give a settings in BW, like in the transformation, there is a possibility to give the settings. There is a tick button where it says that do not map, which basically means that do not map. See, so basically what referential integrity that it takes care. This button. Okay. Replace empty cells with hash value. Okay. This is another option they have given. If there is empty cell, we can replace it with a hash value. Okay. So these are the options are there. Then if you have a validation settings, I have not enabled the validations in my model, so that's not coming. Conditional validation. So it says if this option is enabled, you may select which hierarchies to validate against. So there, if you have multiple validation rules, right, in a model, then basically it will ask you to choose the validation. Otherwise, all the validation rules will done in what do you call in all the validation rules. The load will go through all the validation rules, and only if it passes through those validation rules, it will succeed. Otherwise, not. Okay. So are we clear on these two sections? Except this piece. This is the most important thing. These decide your fate, how the data will be updated subsequently, one after another. Okay. Any questions on this?
No.
Yeah, repeat the validation settings.
Validation settings. If your model has validation rules, right?
Yes.
Right. Suppose you have a validation rule 1, validation rule 2, validation rule 3, 4, 5, 6, and up to, say, for example, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now here, if you wanted to choose for a particular model, if you wanted to choose a particular model, can be uploaded to multiple sources. So say for example, this source only there are validation 3 is should be applied to this source when you are loading the data to this model through that source.
What do we have in validation then actually? What type of validation?
Like data, whether the data is in correct format or things like that, all those kind of validation we can do.
So when it is defined, then validation, can we define it now?
No, in the model you can define. I'll show you validation probably with an example. Okay. So there is an option to how to create the validation, right? If I remember in the last class, if you go to the last video, I opened the validation plan for pen and I showed you when the validation tab comes. So upon ticking which button, but I can go and show you again, but I cannot go out of this screen for the time being. So those where there you can define the validation rules, and if you wanted to see, like if you have a parent-child hierarchy, right, this conditional validation can be done. And between many validation rules, whichever has the parent-child hierarchy, in that parent-child hierarchy, it is asking that where exactly to validate. Okay, validating against the select.
Yeah, like what are these non-leaf members in validation? Non-leaf members.
Non-leaf members, orphans. Orphan members are it is assigned to a not assigned node. It may happen, right? Data may come where you're against the hierarchy if you wanted to validate, and in the hierarchy that particular data might not be there. So that's where it is coming, that conditional hierarchy format. It's saying validating against the selected hierarchies will prevent the data from being imported to a non-leaf members. If a non-leaf member comes from the source and it is not maintained in your hierarchy, then that data will not get uploaded. Do you want me to explain in Excel? Sorry.
Means it will not be updated, like imported into the model.
It will give you error. This option is only available if you have at least one parent child.
Yes.
And there you can switch it on. Otherwise, all the validation rules by default it goes. Yeah, sorry.
For example, for a parental hierarchy in our model, we can give like the dimensions like country and state, location, those type of hierarchies.
Yeah, and say for example, one of the state is not in your hierarchy in the dimensions.
Okay.
It's not valid. So then what will happen? It will throw it. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Right. So now, any other questions on the import setting? This is the most important tab here. You will not deal with this much, and this is the most important tab which you need to understand. Now let's talk about these options. If you all want to talk, right? This is something you need to understand through data. Just give me a minute. Let me create some data. Okay, first, say for example, GL account. Okay, company code. Okay, currency, customer, product, date, and say for example, some other amount field is there. Okay, right? And obviously, in case of planning, it will be version model. Okay. All right. Yeah. So then I have, say, for example, GL1. I'm just running two records. Say, for example, comp1. Sorry, my bad. Comp1. I'm just writing some data. I'm just thinking around and currency USD. Okay, and then customer. Say, for example, +1, +2. Yeah, the data differs. Then product P1, P2, say for example, P1, P2, some data like these are coming. Okay, and just say 202403, then 202403, our data is there. Amount is 50 and 75. Example, and versions are 4. Versions, say for example, forecast, right? And then you have similar data, say for example, just preparing the data cast3. Okay? And there is P1, just a combination I'm creating. And again, this is 202404. Okay, amount, say for example, 100. Okay, and this version is also forecast. I'll get 2 more records to let you understand. Say for example, I'll copy this and let's change this to cost2 and let's keep everything else is same and the value let's change to 50. And then in one more record I wanted to create is this. So for example, everything remains same. I'll just repeat the cost3 and the amount I will change it for. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of filters in SAP reporting? Option A, to delete data. Option B, to limit and focus data displayed in visualizations. Option C, to change chart colors. Option D, to create new data sources. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at reporting and dashboards? Our SAP Analytics Cloud course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Analytics Cloud. It's like a smart tool for turning data into easy-to-read reports and charts. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to smart tips and tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're doing. Your teachers are pros who've worked on real SAP projects. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this course super helpful and easy to follow. Best part, it won't cost you much. This great chance to learn comes at a very good price. Ready to become a SAP Analytics Cloud expert? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
This is my source data. All right, this is my source data. Are you all aligned with this? This five rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Okay. Now, first time if you are loading to the model, what will happen? Can anybody tell me? But the first time when you are loading, if nothing is there in the model, we just selected update. Basically, first time load. Any of these options you choose.
Data will be uploaded at the first update.
Everything will be updated here, right? On the right side.
Yes.
Getting my point? Everything will get uploaded here. Okay. Now,
yes,
this is the first time load, full load. Tell me.
Yeah.
First time load, full load. Or we can say full load when it happens. First time. Okay. Okay. Now, say for example, this table goes off. Now in the source, there is a change happens and these records are not there, right? So for example, 150 comes and okay, 150 comes. If I do, what is the first option? Update. If I do the update, what will happen? Can anybody tell me?
Yeah, only the deltas will be captured for a particular row.
So what will happen? What would be my update? What would be my output? What would stay in my output? I mean, what would stay in my model? Is the model data. Right.
So P1 and P2 will be updated, right? They'll become 150.
Which line here?
P1 and okay. They are. I think it's cus1, cus2, first and second row only.
Okay. Yeah. So what
becomes 150.
Yes, exactly. So it will become 150. Now, how did this happen? I'll just color it so that you understand. How does it happen?
Based on the setting of the update.
But it compares all the keys. That is most important. That is most important. It is not updating here. It's not updating here. Getting my point. This is most important. All the keys compared, like a DS. In case of DSO, the way it is updated. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Clear.
Okay. Now, if the same delta feed comes, for example, same delta feed. Now what is the next version? Append. If I go for append with the same delta feed, all right, what will happen to this data? What will happen?
Assuming it is additive type of setting.
Additive. I mean, I'm not getting you. Can you explain it for the?
So since update was just the delta, the difference will come. Maybe append will be the additive settings where 100 more will be added in row 1.
Tell me the change. Tell me the change that will happen.
Yeah, so first row will become 200 and second will become 100. This amount.
I'm just okay. So I don't compare it with this. Just compare it with it because I just wanted to make sure that okay. So let me do one thing. Because I wanted to give you the understanding from this. I don't wanted to make it consecutive. Okay, I just don't wanted to make it consecutive. I just wanted to give you the. Let me. Maybe I'll explain it to you. I just wanted to.
Yeah, we understood. So if it is on model data, the first from L2 to L7 row.
Why I'm saying this? Why I'm trying to do this? Because when you refer to this Excel letters, you should not get confused. So that's why this is my. Again, I'll just copy this for your purpose. Have it ready. So this is scenario 1, right? I'll just mark it in black so that this is first time load, and then I go for the append. Now what will happen? Let's start.
So first row might become 150.
Or it will.
Yeah, I assume I don't know the meaning of append, but I'm assuming that it is additive data. So 50 will become 150 and 75 will become 125. Is I'm guessing.
Everybody agreed to that? Yes, exactly. That will happen. That is what exactly it is going to happen. Thank you for that. This will become 120.
So means it will just add to the existing records, right. The amount.
Again, you have to understand the comparison will take place.
So it will be additive. Means the amount will be additive. The append will be done operation.
Yes, it's the summation operation will be done. Here it is override operation. So operation is override.
Yes.
Override operation.
So means based on the key combinations, it takes the actual facts. So means what is the coming from the source. And the append one, it is just whatever is there existing data, it's just adding up to that one.
If this is not a just for another twist to it, I can make a lot of twists, but I don't want it to do complicated here. So the twist is, so for example, a combination which is coming from the file anymore, okay, is not there in the existing data here. Then what will happen in this case of append or update both? So for example, none of the combination is present. The combination will be here. Consider these are the columns it will consider. I'll just do a different color so that you understand, right? Combination is this, and then lastly this is the combination as well.
I think in both cases, if the record is not there, it will get added.
Absolutely. Sarup, are you getting this? Sarup?
Yes, Shubhaja. I'm following.
If you have doubt, please let me know. Okay?
Yes.
So then I'm just coloring it so that you guys can refer to this later on, understand. Specifically for Sarup, I'm also doing this activity. Like later on, when you understand the record, then you can do that. I'll further update it. And now the second. What are the two scenarios we have covered? Append and update. Now let's consider the other two scenarios. Okay. So here we have this initial first time load again, and then like options like this. Okay. Clean and replace the version data, selected version data, right? And your say for example same data comes. Okay, what will happen to this?
I think it is delete and reload.
Or what? What is the deletion criteria?
I don't think we have set up any specific criteria, so it will entirely delete the data that we have in target and then reload
It
again.
will replace, the table will be replaced for all the values. Freshly.
Just a second.
Clean and replace. Okay, yeah.
Means it will delete the before one and it will replace.
Yeah, correct.
What will happen to the output? If I'm not getting those things, let me tell you.
So first and second row will be first cleared, and then they'll be replaced by what you have just created. So the new values would be 150.
Exactly. Aligned, everybody understanding?
Once can you tell me the operation inside it, like how it will be working?
So that's a good question. I was actually going to ask that question itself. Like, what is the operation? The operation is it checks for the combination of keys for a given version where you are wanted to upload that, and that's where it is important. Like that, in one of the tab I showed which version it is going to get affected if you have a multiple version, right? So it will check for that version, the combination of data that is coming through the source. If that is present here, right, that is present here, then the entire data will be wiped out. There's kind of a selective deletion, we can say. Selective deletion and upload. Selective deletion and upload. Okay, selective deletion already will happen when your key combination matches for a given version. I think that we have to write also for a given version. Understood?
Yes.
For a given version. This is exactly what is the operation it will take. Okay, are we aligned on this? Now tell me a version comes where the data is not there. What will happen in that case?
It will add.
Simply because it doesn't have anything to delete. It will get added. Okay.
Yes.
And the last option. Let's talk about this. First time load again. All right. Okay. And then you have a component coming in. Like just copy it. Okay. And then option is clean and replace subset of data. Okay, right? Clean and replace subset of data. And then here you can see there are versions that comes in. You can add scope as well, right? Based on certain criteria, you can add scope. Okay. Now, if you do not add scope, just write like this, for example, right? Subset of data. And your replacement scope is basically the replacement scope. Replacement, as it's in replace subset of data, here is a replacement scope you have to define. So for example, actual in our case, or in this example, it is in the model it is actual, but here in this case it is, because I've taken a forecast example. So let's keep it as forecast. If it is a forecast option for you, your replacement is a forecast. Scope is forecast. Okay. Then what will happen? Can anybody tell me? 150 comes. What will happen here?
First two rows, which will be like the amount. 150.
It
will delete the first selective data and then.
Yes.
Then what is the difference between clean and this?
Here we are only applying for subset of data, means only the selected version.
Only the amount will be.
Think. These are the two most confusing. You have to be 100% sure before you choose this. In production, I've seen people, they did mistakes. What mistakes you will come to know in a minute when I explain. Think little bit loud. Anything. You don't have to be right. Okay, you can be wrong. I'm absolutely with that. But just I want you to take a stab at it. What could be the option? What will happen to this? This was the data. What would be my output? I'll not write any output. What will be my output? I said clean and replace subset of data. Here, clean and replace selected version data. It is subset that understand the meaning of this selected version data and subset of data.
Version means normal forecast one, and subset means we.
In a model, how many versions can stay? Multiple version can stay. Think from that angle. Priyanka, you want to take a stab at it? Or Sarup, if you are understanding, you want to take a stab at it?
Version.
Okay. Let me give you an answer. No more suspense. So in this case, it says clean and replace the subset of the data. So what will happen? It will clean the entire version, whatever is there. Only upload these two, because my replacement scope is forecast. In your model, forecast could be a subset data, right? It may have actuals, budget, and all those things, rolling forecast and all. The forecast could be one of the version. It is saying clean and replace subset of data. That means you are given replacement scope. Where you are defining the replacement scope here. Okay. If you're giving that scope actual and right, an entire data set will be dropped, and then in production, somebody choose this, all historical data, all whatever changes are done, and it will
means for the clean there is no selection. For replacement there is a selection.
Yes, there is a selection, and based on your selection, entire data will get wiped off. Here I have chosen the version to be deleted. Define replacement scope. You can see replacement.
Yeah,
that means
the clean there is no scope. For cleaning everything it will clean. Only the replacement will
not everything it will clean. Hold on. For the clean and replace selected version of data, it is the version of data that it is the record that is coming in that will get wiped off and reloaded. In this case, every version, entire data set will be dropped. It's a truncate and reload for that version, for that scope. Here, it will compare the dimensions still. And here it's a blanket drop.
Do we need to add one more version here to understand this example better? Because right now I'm still
probably yes. I'm not saying that. I'm saying no.
Yeah.
If I add one more version, one more line, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. So the forecast will be associated with the dates, right?
Everything is associated with the dates. This is the data set. Okay.
No, but then if you still take this example, we will not see any difference between this, because what if your row number 1, which is CUS1 P1, and then it will have an actual, because
that's what I've copied the row 1. It has the last row. It has an actual. Okay, let's copy this. So let's copy this as well. Let's say it is actual. What is my output? Understand?
Yeah.
What I'm writing to the output.
Then it is going to replace only forecast and not the actual.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The replacement scope here, I've given forecast.
And what in the above example, if we go back?
Yeah.
We have not given any version here, right?
Nothing I give here. It just compared the data and only the selected data will be wiped off and reloaded. That's what I'm saying. Selective deletion.
What if I have one more row? In row number 52, if you add
actuals as well.
Yeah. So will it apply?
No, because so you can, while you are uploading, you can only upload one version. In that version only it will wipe off. So whenever you are loading, there was a scope here, right? In this map properties, that which version it will get affected, that you can choose here. So that's why if you choose the forecast here, right, it will not, actual will not get hampered at all.
Got it.
Getting my point?
Got it. And then there will no, if there further change in any time actuals will come, it will be complete drop and reload for setting up the chills.
Right. Truncate. If I write it here, the replacement scope, if I change it with actual, then actual line will be dropped and reloaded. Okay. Forecast will, all the lines of the forecast would have stayed. Like I will write it down like this way. So here, if I change it to so I'll do the second, hold on, let me write it. And scope here, okay. And I just write only one actual. And here I just write 999. Okay. Then here, everything will go off. Here it will be 9. That's it. Getting my point? Clear to everyone?
Yeah.
Any doubt? Anybody else? Priyanka, you are clear, right? Saurabh, you are clear?
Yes.
Now you can also add another scope. You can also apply another scope. What is the scope? Say, for example, you are bringing in another scope here, and the replacement scope here is forecast and date. What would be my output? Can anybody tell me?
Sorry, can you come again? I missed the question.
The first two rows will be changed.
This is my replacement scope. Just a second. Priyanka, this is my replacement scope. This is forecast.
Yeah.
And date. And this is my data record coming, right? This is my data record coming. And you have given the scope. What will happen to the output of the data? The right side, the selected table, that is the data is there in the model. What will happen? Everything will get wiped off for the forecast, and only those two will be available. I'm just asking.
No. Should be the only 2 rows.
Exactly.
2 rows will be changed. First 2 rows.
Yes.
150. Second one. Yeah.
So this is how it works. Replacement scope.
So like when the replacement scope, like it depends on the change.
Yeah, it depends on the scope you are defining.
Yes, remaining will be unchanged in the table.
Unchanged. Yes, exactly. It will be unchanged, no effect to that.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the data load mechanism for entire data sets. Okay. Clear, everyone? This is very important concept. Now somebody goes to production system, and while they're uploading the data, say for example manually he has access, he just give the replacement scope forecast, and he was intending to change only two line. He just missed giving the scope of the dimension. So this date scope, where exactly you will give this date scope, you will be giving once you choose this. It first asks for the version, then it asks you to add the scope, and it is the available dimensions. For example, order date. This is when you will give this option. He wants to do the order date and he doesn't select the proper scoping here, entire data will be dropped. So we have to be very careful with this option.
But the values where we are selecting, for example, date, we're just selecting the date, but what is the date we are going to give range?
What is the
date range? For example, we are
that is coming from the source file. That is coming from the source file. Na? What is the delta record coming from the source? This is the date column coming. Na? It will map to, you already mapped to the source versus target. That's coming, and that is the format it reads, and that will then based on that, what is coming from the source, based on that it will create the operation.
Okay, for example, we cannot select for example only 2024-03.
No.
Okay. So it will just compare the date coming from source and replace.
Yes.
If they, for example, if we have 2024-04, if it is not coming from source, then it will not do anything. Or it will delete.
It will not do anything when you give both the scope, right?
Okay.
It will give both the scope. It's an AND operation. But if you only give the scope of actual, it will drop and only keep that data.
Okay. So means data coming from source will act as a selection.
Yes. Then the entire data set is the selection.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a date or any, say, customer. You can also do for any particular customer. And that is not the things, right? That is not the, if the customer is, whatever customer is affected, that will only get changed. If you forget about giving the customer, when you intend to do the customer, the entire version will get dropped. This is the first layer. This is the second layer. It is an AND operation between both. If you now do not give, what will happen? There is no AND operation. Entire set will be dropped. Okay. If you intend to do, say, for example, I wanted to delete all the actuals and replace it with a new actual data from the source for a given customer, you have to give the customer ID as well in this option. But if you in this option, you choose this option, that will automatically compare the source data. So that's why I'm saying when you are choosing this option, you have to be 200% sure about it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any question? Now this kind of concludes my import model, except the validation rule. I will try to show you some validation rules if I can tomorrow, and then I will go for the live data connection. Okay, with DataSphere. Okay, I think I will take an 1.5 day, as I said, to complete the entire modeling concept. Okay. Any questions on the modeling so far? Any further? So once you do that, now let me do this. I did not finish it. Once you do that, then you can run import. It's asking for confirmation. From here also you can do that settings change. Okay. Finish. It will start importing the data. Whatever 20-50,000 rows are there, that it will keep on start loading. You can see last unknown status and all it is running 999994 rows import. Okay, getting my point? Right. If you select this, you can also.
So the whole data is imported into the
yes, whole data, whatever present in the file in that tab.
Yes.
Now you can schedule this as well. Okay. So here it is not coming because of flat file load. It is an import. Here it will give you a schedule and it will give you a calendar date format. So from where you wanted to get the data, right? Then import settings, right? This is nothing but the settings append and all those things that I talked. Okay, that I just talked right now. That is the thing. And then if you wanted to delete any source, that you can delete from it. Okay.
But why for file format schedule option is not coming? So for example, if
it has to be in a file server. This is my local machine. That's why. It has to be a file server. If your server is connected to our data services, then it will.
For example, if the flat file, an Excel file, every month, first of the day, a business will put it in some SharePoint. Then system, I would like to schedule a job. Just means always the location is same, file name is same.
Every month. web-based subscription, then you have to go to the web-based subscription. If it is a SharePoint, so web-based subscription you can do. If it's a Google Drive, you can schedule it from the Google Drive. Then the schedule option will come.
Without API subscription in the data integration in the import job, cannot we schedule a file from SharePoint?
It has to be a live connection. So when you do for file, right, it's not a connection, right? You do not establish any connection. So suppose you wanted to repeat this again and again, right? You will have a file server or SharePoint, which is a valid location, right? For you, which is a repeated location for you. Then you have to create the connection with that SharePoint location or SharePoint, and either through data services or the API subscription, or if it is a SFTP file server, say for example, you have to configure the SFTP file server connections, and then you can do the schedule. Getting my point? Because it's a standalone file from my local desktop, it is not giving that option.
Means through live connection, it should be connected together.
Sorry?
Means the model should be connected to the live connection or what, like?
Not live connection. Our connections which you will be using, even if it is an import connection, it has to be import connection. Here, just the upload I am doing. It is not an import connection established between these. An import connection has to be there. Live connection, you don't need to do that. For the planning model, you cannot do live connection as on date. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Does it answer your question, sir?
Not really sure, to be honest. Because we have a requirement. Okay.
You have a requirement to upload the file every month.
Correct. Every month, Excel file.
So that file is.
They don't want to come here and do all these mappings and all. We'll say mapping one time, they will finish for Excel.
They don't have to do that. Where exactly that file is?
It will be in the SharePoint location, one common for SharePoint location.
Exactly. It's a common SharePoint. Then you have to establish an import connection from that SharePoint. Once you establish that import connection, and here I'm doing a file upload, right? If you go by a import here for example BW, right? If you do that, then because the connection is not established here, it is not allowing you to import. But when you do that for the file server, your connection, it will browse to that connection and then it will allow you to schedule. Here for the CSV upload, you don't need a connection, right? You just upload from your laptop. Getting my point? So once the connection, for you, the file server connection should be here. So say for example, when you do data services through which you wanted to get the data, right? You have to have a connection to schedule the load. So that's what it is. If you have the connection, it will definitely schedule.
So basically, if it is a flat file and we need it on daily basis or on a frequent basis, then it has to be on the application server. And if it is somewhere in the local desktop, is it like just one time we can do? We cannot schedule a job to pick the file from the local machine?
No, you cannot do that. Not from the utility perspective, if every user start scheduling their job from their local desktop, then it will be a mess for the business. So you have to have an agreed location, and to that location, you have to subscribe a connection with SSE, and that's how it will have to do. Otherwise, the purpose will be completely defeated, like the governance will be defeated.
Right.
Maybe can we see one option where we just want to do a frequent upload, means the file upload from the SharePoint location. Just want to schedule.
Okay, I'll try to show you, but I don't know. See, for that we need to get the connection established. Okay. I need to get the connection established. Until I get the connection established, I cannot show you the scheduling, but I will show you.
But in connections, can we see in connections where can we select the application server?
I did not get you. What is the last question?
So can we see in connections where can we find the application server path?
So if you go here, it will ask you to browse the location type of connection from which you wanted to bring the data.
And for application server, it is data server.
This is not application server. The server is outside of the SSE.
Okay.
That's why you are creating a connection.
But for example, if you take the first one, it says local file server.
When the file is there in the file server, then it will allow you to do import. For me, it is not a file server, right? It's just. So
file server is application server here only, right?
It's a file server. It's not an application server. Where do you store
location?
It's a common location. Yes.
Local file location. Yeah.
Not local location. common SharePoint location.
SharePoint.
I want to, for example, exercise 2 Excel file. Assume that business is putting that exercise file 2 in the format required in that SharePoint location. So I just want the system to pick up the data and load it on every first of the month.
So that's what I'm saying. Like if you have to have an import connection established there, if you don't have an import connection established there, this will not allow you to schedule. Will not allow you to schedule. Like here, it is not allowing. So you have to have a, see, I have not loaded it through the file server connection. Then the file server connection has to be configured here first in this connection tab by the basis. Getting my point?
Yeah.
That has to be configured. Once that configured connection is there, you choose that, then it will allow you. See, and even in this option is whatever you are seeing in my training server, file server, there is no file server configuration is done. Would it have been there? It would have asked you the option that whether you wanted to upload from the file server or in the local desktop. Select the source. Then it will give you the connection details as well. Here it is not, no connection is maintained. System is clever enough to push you to the desktop or your local machine. Getting my point?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a set connection here, unfortunately.
Yeah. Shubha, can we take a hard pause here now?
Yeah, I'll have to do that. I know that. Yeah. But sir, you are getting my question, answer of the question.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically, once your file server is configured here, you will get to see that option, and these options will also be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, last thing I wanted to touch upon, and then we'll disperse. If you go to the model structure right now, your switch data management will change. It will show you the source. Now you can see source setting, and you are seeing the data right here. If you wanted to delete the data, go here, delete facts. Okay. You can also selectively delete. Okay. You can delete the entire set as well. All members. You can just say all members here. Just
this will delete the data from the model.
So this is also can be done, but this is never be done. Basically, it has to be done through the scheduling option only. That those 4, 7, 8 options that I have given you, 6, 4, 5 options combinations. This is the ideal way of if you wanted to clean up any data. It can also be done from here, but this is not. This is clear blankly everything based on what you are doing or what you are selecting in the row ID or on the key column. Okay, so don't do it from here as a best practice. Best practice to do it from the data management tab.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What file formats can you use to export SAC reports? Option A, only PDF. Option B, PDF, Excel, PowerPoint, and image formats. Option C, only Excel. Option D, only image formats. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at reporting and dashboards? Our SAP Analytics Cloud course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Analytics Cloud. It's like a smart tool for turning data into easy-to-read reports and charts. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to smart tips and tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're doing. Your teachers are pros who've worked on real SAP projects. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this course super helpful and easy to follow. Best part, it won't cost you much. This great chance to learn comes at a very good price. Ready to become a SAP Analytics Cloud expert? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website,